and that many people still gathered in just 2 days. According to your words, armies from many places have fully assembled. From above, Leon and Cesare seriously observed the legions below spreading out. Rise excitedly began to speak. We have sent an urgent request to all the guilds, C-rank members, and above. Most of the adventurers decided to participate. Then Bernard also spoke up. The total number is about 1,500 people. This is truly what you should call a war, a full-scale one. We have persuaded the Lord of Ben, or thanks to the preserved evidence, the garrison has completely surrounded District 25. Close combat will be assigned to adventurers and mercenaries. As for the squads that lack individual combat skills, they will support from the rear and attack from a distance. After hearing his plan, Elcid smirked and praised. A wise decision. They will only submit to the heresy if they charge recklessly. Instead of wasting strength on the enemy, it is better to put them at a disadvantage, passively. Hearing this, Leon thought to himself, but anyway, the main force is them. The next second, Bernard introduced, and although there is only one person, but the Lord of Ben has sent manpower to us. Conrad immediately spoke. I am a high-ranking knight from the family of Count Ben. Conrad, it is an honor to meet you, guardian of the goddess. His flattery made Cesare embarrassed. Come on. I am not worthy of that title. The goddess above will protect and bless you. Finally, Leon also remembered Conrad. That is the person known for his brilliant military achievements from the early days of being a knight. Ignoring everyone's welcome to Conrad, Con clicked his tongue in annoyance. As expected, I don't fit in with the people here at all. Upon hearing these words, Leon broke out in a sweat. After all, he is still the leader of the slums. Suddenly, right behind him, Karen's voice was heard, in the form of the coffin keeper. Am I late? Conrad shouted worriedly. Who are you? Then she asked irritably. You ask who I am, while you are the one who called me here. Con smirked and said, because we are all tied up in this mess, so just do what you are assigned. The coffin keeper. With a slow tone, Karen continued. I will move as I wish. I am an assassin, I am not like you. After a moment, Cesare spoke threateningly. As long as you do your duty, we will have nothing to do with you. However, if you dare to sneakily follow, I will show you. No one can hide under the glory of the goddess. She gently exclaimed, disgusting. Even so, Karen, in the form of the coffin keeper, still gave a creepy smile and gradually disappeared into thin air. Unbelievable. Leon couldn't sense her at all, while using aura, and even with the naked eye. In a flash, Cesare asked, it seems there is only one person left. Hearing that, Leon quickly realized, ah, it's the adventurer hired by the guild. As soon as he finished his sentence, Karen walked over. Hello, am a little late, right? In a gentle and feminine form, she greeted softly, because I wasn't informed much about this request, so I had to prepare quite a few things. I am Karen. Coincidentally, both Leon, Cesare Elcid, and Con had the same thought. How is she so different from the member who appeared a few seconds ago? A thug, two adventurers. While everyone was tense, Leon and Karen were happily getting to know each other. A retired crusader, a high-ranking knight of the Count's house, and an assassin. There is really no reason to want to gather in a group like this, but he guessed it couldn't be helped. They were all selected based on individual combat strength. After a long while, Leon took the lead and announced, let's begin. That night, a surprise raid took place. Right at the heretics' base, cannonballs were continuously fired into District 25, which was now engulfed in a sea of fire. The heretics' followers screamed in panic. A raid, contact the headquarters immediately. Before they could finish speaking, the cannonballs flew in droves. The cannonballs hit the followers right on the head. Heretics, but they still tried to fight back. Hurry up, release the abomination. Right after that, the ground suddenly cracked. It turned out the abomination had been unleashed. Even so, the legions on the city wall side still kept firing. A second later, the abomination raised its hands to the sky. It was ferocious. It slammed down hard and sent a troop at the front line flying. The injured soldiers trembled and said, arrows have no effect. Seeing this, the mercenaries quickly rushed forward. HMH, you weaklings. It's time for us mercenaries to charge. Push them all down to hell. Cesare spoke thoughtfully. Things are starting to get deadlocked. Beside Leon, Elcid seriously commented, they have controlled the situation very impressively, but abomination is not an easy beast to deal with. It will last for at least another few tens of minutes. If they continue to move as planned, then those who realize they are at a disadvantage against the frontal assault will try to retreat into their shells. Suddenly Conrad turned pale and exclaimed, it turns out. I don't know when a tornado appeared. A terrifying tornado, Elcid said in a low voice. It looks very unusual, no matter how you look at it. After thinking for a moment, Leon guessed, is it heresy? Before he could say anything more, Cesare had already dashed off like a flash of lightning. It's our turn. Now the speed of the four of them made Leon worriedly think to himself, they're too fast. Isn't it because you're too slow? In just a moment, everyone had arrived right in front of the tornado. As soon as he saw Leon panting, Conrad immediately said, "Oh my, we didn't pay attention to your condition. It's my fault." Then he quickly said, "Now, to test the durability of this barrier, made from heresy, is my duty. Fire aura." As soon as Conrad finished his sentence, a stream of fire magic surrounded the tornado. Leon praised generously. The spirit fire is so strong as expected of Sir Conrad. As soon as he finished his sentence, Conrad's spirit fire was extinguished by the tornado. The barrier is that strong. Taking this opportunity, Con pretended to be kind, comforting the weak ones to stand aside. The next second he seriously focused his power. Without hesitation, Con aggressively attacked the tornado. But not for long. His attack was blown away by the tornado. Conrad immediately jeered. How wonderful, despite the two of them arguing. Cesare spoke calmly. My divine art can probably break the barrier, but I should save as much as possible, to prepare for what might happen when we go inside. As soon as he finished his sentence, Leon started to warm up. I've shown everyone an unsightly side of me. His action made Con and Conrad stop their confrontation and look stunned. Even Karen was full of question marks. Then Leon gripped his sword and asked Elsid, "Have you gathered enough power?" Elsid replied confidently, "Of course, more than enough. Thanks to the bastards you just took down. I'm overflowing with energy, absorbing the power of just one heretic. Sorcerer is more effective than 1,000 monsters. Don't hold back, go all out." Hearing this, Leon quickly said, "All right, but don't get too excited when you transform back." In a flash, he had drawn his sword and was surrounded by a huge stream of magic surrounding him. Both Con and Cesare were so amazed they broke out in a sweat. This is before he could finish his sentence. Leon had swung his sword, slashing cleanly at the tornado. With just one blow, the fierce tornado vanished into thin air, and he had created a huge hole in the ground. At this moment, Cesare seized the opportunity. The heresy barrier has been destroyed. This is our chance. Then they landed in the dungeon below ground. The five of them slowly scouted the situation. Suddenly Cesare spoke up. "Coffin Keeper, are you here?" Karen's slow voice, in the form of the Coffin Keeper, rang out. Of course, it seems all six of them managed to enter safely. Besides those, two had faces of pure iron, but when they moved, Leon couldn't hear any sound at all. Elsid immediately explained, "That means their basic movements have reached a completely different level." Hearing it say that, he sighed to himself. Leon still has a lot to work on. A moment later, Karen, who was in the lead, suddenly discovered, "Wait, there's a passage down ahead." Seeing that Cesare thought thoughtfully, too suspicious. Luckily, Con also agreed. "Isn't it a trap?" Conrad slowly spoke up. "Even so, we can't just leave it like that." Despite them being suspicious in all sorts of ways, Karen still casually told everyone, "This must be the only way down. I think we should try going in to see." This scene made Leon break out in a sweat and exclaim, "Oh, is it that easy?" Cesare asked Karen curiously, "Can you detect the presence of traps from here?" The guildmaster said, "Karen is very cunning." As he watched her attentively, he hesitated. "It's a bit difficult. The area below the stairs is a space completely different from up here, so I can't scout that area until we directly enter." A moment later, he decisively made a decision. "Then let's just go in. If we waste time, things will only get worse. It won't get any better." Conrad immediately replied, "Then all right, let's hurry." Without hesitation, all five of them quickly stepped down the mysterious passage. Leon still couldn't sense the presence of the Coffin Keeper. He couldn't tell whether she was following or not. Suddenly Leon stepped on some kind of magic circle. In a flash, he had fallen into an endless space. Leon squeezed his eyes shut as if very scared. A second later he suddenly opened his eyes wide. The strange scenery around him surprised Leon. "Where am I?" Everyone disappeared. Leon couldn't sense anyone's aura. I don't know when else it appeared. A labyrinth formation. A classic technique. It transforms and expands space to increase the area of the others must have been separated somewhere in this labyrinth. If we're lucky, we'll meet them soon. As soon as it finished speaking, Karen ran over excitedly. "Oh, Junior, we met as soon as we were separated." Elsid was startled and exclaimed, "How lucky." Then she rushed to hold Leon's hand. Thankfully, in a gloomy place like this, being alone would make you worry, right? Karen's way of addressing him surprised him. Thinking to himself, "Junior." Leon immediately became curious. So senior, are you also alone? Hearing that, her expression immediately changed. No, a gloomy guy is sticking to me. You quickly caught the main point. The gloomy guy, huh? As soon as Karen finished her sentence, then her own voice, in the form of the coffin keeper, rang out. She said, "Gloomy one, huh?" Karen calmly retorted, "Besides you, who else here is gloomy? If you don't like it, then stop hiding in my shadow. Why do you keep fidgeting in there like a psycho?" So the coffin keeper aggressively replied, "I'll stay wherever I want." What a relief. Leon was able to meet someone as clever as Karen. To be honest, he didn't even need to worry about the guildmaster, Khan, or Sir Conran. A moment later, Leon spoke up, interrupting Karen's argument, and herself in the form of the coffin keeper. "So let's go." Karen praised in a high voice. "I like your confidence. I can trust you, right, Junior?" Without any hesitation, he affirmed firmly, "I won't let you down." They quickly went to explore the maze. In just a moment, the two of them, they came across 5 doors in 5 different directions. Karen chose without thinking, "Oh, this way." She's charging ahead even faster than her intuition tells her right. Just following Karen. "Like this? Is it really okay?" Elsid quickly spoke to comfort Leon. "She hasn't guessed wrong a single time, so just follow her." That woman named Karen's sense of direction is better than the forest spirits. Its comment surprised him. "She's that good, huh?" Elsid's calm voice rang out well. It might be because of her aura attribute. The fact that darkness covers everything is actually to our advantage. Karen quickly raised her hand to stop Leon. "Wait, I sense an enemy's presence somewhere. There are 3 of them. There's no way to get past them. What do you want to do?" Leon had a feeling that they were much stronger than the enemies in District 23, even with the power of the Holy Sword. Leon still wasn't sure he could beat them. The next second, Leon spoke seriously, "Let's take care of them." Hearing that, Karen smiled and said, "For a rank C like you to do that, isn't that a bit too bold? Or else after charging in, acting all high and mighty, and then needing help, would be too embarrassing, wouldn't it?" He wasn't scared by her threat at all. On the contrary, Leon even provoked her. "Look at yourself. If you're even worse than your little brother, it might be even more shameful. As expected." Karen gently took out her hidden weapon. "All right then, should we try fighting each other?" As soon as he saw her focusing her power, Leon thought to himself, a green aura in just a flash. Karen was hanging upside down from the ceiling. Leon asked in amazement, "Is that an aura skill too?" Then Elsid quickly replied, "Yes. She's using her aura to stick to the wall." Seeing how skilled she is like this, I bet she must have gone through a lot of training sessions. Fierce ones. Now, you need to focus on lightness technique, even more, if you want to keep up with her speed, while using all his strength to follow. He replied, "I know." At the same time, a heretic was suddenly distracted by a rock falling from the ceiling, attracting his attention. He looked up and was surprised, as if he had just seen something. It turned out to be Karen cheerfully waving, "Hello." The cultist panicked and yelled, and there's an intruder before the heretics could react. Her hidden weapons had already pierced their heads. Seeing that, Leon praised her generously. "Amazing, how can she throw so fast?" However, the heretics were not completely defeated yet. "How dare you? Do you know where this is, huh?" Even after seeing their true faces, Karen wasn't scared at all. Where else but the unmanaged slums? It seems her words made a heretic furious and say nonsense. Just as he was focusing on Karen's hidden weapons, his leg was tightly bound by a rope. A second later, the octopus heretic was dragged to the ground. While tightening around his body, Karen said excitedly, "Focus too much on countering, and this is what happens to you." On another side, Karen, in the form of the coffin keeper, had beheaded the second heretic. This scene quickly caught Leon's eye, making him exclaim silently, "Scary how fortunate they were defeated so quickly. They didn't have time to call for backup." Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. Leon was attacked by the remaining one. "So, what about your opponent?" In a flash, Leon was slashed across the face. Elsa gently remarked, "You must be very unlucky. This is the strongest of the 3. Its late warning left him speechless. "After the battle ends, Elsid, you can just say it then. Use both of Leon's eyes and unleash as much aura as possible on him." "Wait, but this heretic, what did he throw at your face?" After seeing clearly the heretic's hidden weapons, Leon couldn't help but shudder. Suddenly he remembered. It seems that before, Leon had fought some monsters with the same attack as this one. That's right, the rock slimes. Just as he realized, the heretic quickly threw darts at Leon. He didn't falter at all, but focused his power and rushed forward. With just a few basic slashes, Leon had shattered his darts. In a flash he had closed in on the heretic, but not believing his eyes. He yelled in anger, Impossible. He managed to cut through all of my darts. While the heretic was still in shock, Leon had sliced him in half like a watermelon. If you hadn't used the vision of your eyes, I wouldn't have been able to react to those attacks in time. Not to mention if Leon didn't have this holy sword, he wouldn't have been able to cut through his body. A second later, Elsid boldly affirmed no. It was all thanks to your hard work that you were able to defeat him. Yeah, well, it wasn't exactly perfect, but Karen's surprised voice suddenly rang out. You're already done, even though you were a few seconds slower than me. But that's still pretty awesome. A rank C person in this dungeon was able to take down a heretic by himself. Like that. You don't look like someone with little experience in combat, huh? Although you look quite like a newbie. But that's still fine. Although she was praising him, Leon broke out in a cold sweat at the sight before him. What is that scary thing, an octopus slice? No, it's an octopus skewer. That's right, isn't it? Think whatever you want. Then he suddenly paused. What is this feeling? The cuts from the two darts that were thrown are exactly the same. I don't know why, but it looks so familiar. If you look at them closer, you will see the cross-section and depth of the wounds are all as if from the same force and speed. Could it be? This discovery of Leon's didn't surprise Elsid at all. Oh, you finally realized it, huh? That's right. What you're thinking is completely correct. Karen didn't know anything about his speculation. She winked cheerfully. Damn, it seems like with you, I was able to handle them more easily. Let's put that gloomy guy aside. I don't think you can keep up with me. You're pretty good at judging too, huh? A moment later, Leon said in a low voice, show me your status. The system screen gradually appeared. All of Karen's information appeared. Karen title and profession. Coffin Keeper Assassin. Level, 45. Strength B, Stamina C. Dexterity A. Aura. Skills. High Dagger. Master. Level 5. Intermediate Throwing Master Level. Max Illusion Transformation. Level 9. Mirage. Level 7. High Mana User. Level 7. Karen, title and profession. Coffin Keeper. Assassin. Reading this line, Leon was shocked, his jaw dropped. Even so, Karen still spoke gently. Alright, we should go deeper inside, shouldn't we, little brother? Finally, Leon was scared enough to be obedient. Yes, big sis. With this discovery, he swallowed nervously. Leon silently told himself, in the light she is Karen, a rank A adventurer in the dark. Karen is a special class assassin, one of the 3 demons of the slums, and also an adventurer. Wow, she's really dangerous. Looking at the lively and cute Karen in front of him, Leon thought in disbelief. An adventurer, beautiful with a fresh aura, is also one of the 3 leaders of the slums. He swallowed hard. No one would have expected that. Khan doesn't seem to know anything either, and the guildmaster, if he knew, would have told Leon. Thinking of Cesare, he shuddered a little. Except for you, he couldn't bear the punishment for daring to deceive the Sir Knight. The more he thought, the more scared he became. That means he is the only one who knows Karen's true identity. Even if someone else knew, she would never let him be. A chill ran down Leon's spine. For an assassin, their true identity is the most important secret, to the point that they would use any means possible to silence those who know the truth. He told himself to be as careful as possible. He had to be careful not to let his expression change, even a little bit. She would be watching him constantly. Suddenly he heard Karen announce, turn left. There will be another enemy. In the corner was a giant 4-eyed, multi-tailed hellhound. At its feet were several white human skeletons. It seemed to be hungry. Drool dripped down to the ground. But even scarier was its drool. Was like a highly corrosive acid. As soon as it hit the ground, it burned several holes. White smoke rose. Karen looked at it with a dark face and commented, ew, not cute at all. Makes me not even feel like fighting. Leon secretly shook his head wearily. It's probably not just because of her appearance preference, right? Elsid assessed the hellhound. No matter how many darts Karen throws, it would be very difficult to hit it. And it also has healing energy. Because it was summoned by heresy. Leon didn't want to fight it either. He asked, can we avoid it? Karen rested her hand on his head and replied, maybe, but it would take another 30 minutes. She added, and I'm not sure if the other path is clear of monsters or not. Leon watched the dog lie down and yawn. Then there's probably no choice but to fight it. Then he thought of something. They are trying to stall for time to activate the true formation, huh? If they activate it, they will win. So they probably have no reason to fight themselves. He made a decision. If so, then we will. He called out Coffin Keeper. A gloomy shadow appeared. What? He asked. Can you land a critical hit on that monster, or not? The Coffin Keeper asked back. What if I can? Leon shared his plan. Be ready. When Big Sis Karen and I hold it back, whether you like it or not, we are in the same boat. So isn't it? Better, if you cooperate obediently. Karen was silent, saying nothing. Who knows what she was thinking? Even the coffin keeper was silent for a moment, before answering. Understood. Leon calculated. The stamina spent running here has recovered. Now he just had to do his best. On the other side, the hellhound keenly sensed movement. It opened its eyes in front of it. Now was Leon. He held his sword and charged straight at it. The dog growled. It opened its mouth wide, gathering dark energy. Right after a gloomy black smoke shot towards him, Leon held his sword horizontally in front of his face, calling his companion's name, Elsid. A light as dazzling as the midday sun radiated from the holy sword, completely purging that dark poisonous gas. This ability had been proven when Leon faced the ghost armors. One of the basic features of the holy sword is to eliminate harmful objects or powers. To life facing the blinding light. The hellhound couldn't open its eyes to look straight. It roared angrily. Leon swung his sword, slashing at its neck, although it couldn't see. But instinctively, it sensed danger and retreated. But the dog's neck was still wounded, a rather small wound. However, Leon was not very satisfied. Damn, it didn't reach. At this moment, the hellhound began to counterattack. Its 3 tails aimed at him. Leon immediately jumped back, successfully dodging its attack. He gritted his teeth, thinking he wouldn't be able to dodge the next one. Facing the monster, he calculated he had to block at least once. Suddenly, Karen ran over. She signaled, "Junior, now." Once again, she passed by him with a bright smile, hoping he would trust her. Leon glanced at her, feeling anxious. To trust, or not to trust. Finally, he decided to trust her. After all, they were on the same side. So he rushed forward, charging in. At this moment, the hellhound's 3 tails swung. The main target was Leon. At the same time, a few throwing knives flew out, in the same direction he was charging, aiming straight for the dog's tails. 3 clangs rang out. The throwing knives had pinned its tails to the wall. Leon pressed his advantage. He swung his sword, continuing to aim for its neck. As the sword was about to touch it, the dog opened its mouth and growled, thinking he could succeed in taking its head. The dog nimbly dodged its head to one side. Leon was silently angry. He still couldn't reach it again. He should have been faster and swung the sword harder. The hellhound lowered. Its body, its tails were fixed in place. It roared angrily, but suddenly its body twitched slightly, as if caught by someone. Startled, it turned its head to look behind, wanting to know who was capable of restraining it. Leon noticed its abnormality. He thought to himself the monster's movement. At some point, its shadow had been by shadow daggers, pinned down not just one dagger, but 10s of them, easily restricting its movement. And this was the work of the coffin keeper. Her eyes lit up. Her cold voice said, "Die." The shadows turned into sharp thorns, from the ground piercing up through the hellhound's body. It roared, but the roar, weakened, no longer as powerful as before. Then it fell to the ground, breathing its last. Leon thought in amazement. Amazing, can an A rank do that? Elsid was also somewhat in disbelief. It can't heal itself. It guessed. It must have exceeded its healing ability. Leon exclaimed in admiration. A fatal attack, used to destroy an entity. Then he looked over at the coffin keeper. Truly an assassin's attack. Suddenly someone from behind placed a hand on his shoulder. We were a reluctant team, but we work pretty well together, huh? Leon turned to look at Karen and nodded in agreement. You're right, Senior. To think you'd use daggers to throw at its tail. I never would have thought of that. Thinking back on that scene, he still felt it was too amazing. Who would have thought? Those tails could be restrained by a few throwing knives. Daggers. Then Karen glanced at the coffin keeper. She humbly said, "It was nothing. It's nothing compared to that one. I didn't expect an assassin could use that kind of skill." Leon looked at the hellhound's corpse riddled with holes, nodding in appreciation. Truly worthy of the name, the assassin, Karen's ultimate move. Smiled, and said the title. One of the slumlords isn't just for show. She pointed forward. Shall we continue? We don't have time to rest. Leon smiled. Yeah, let's go right away. Elsid teased how touching, huh? He thought to himself, this is a race against time. Everything depends on whether he arrives before the ceremony begins or not. After walking for a while, Karen stopped. She hid behind a wall to check the situation ahead. Over there was a group of people in black. She counted 1, 2, 3, 4, 8 heretics. He asked, "Are we too early?" Karen didn't answer, but said this time seems tougher. Leon looked at her. Speaking of comparing the difference in strength between the enemy and us, she is probably the best on the team. He looked at the group of heretics. Silently assessing each one was so strong, it gave him goosebumps. The ones from before would also be quite difficult to deal with, if he had to face 2 or more at the same time. Leon discussed the plan. Since it's like this, we should choose between standing here, waiting for them, or going to find them ourselves? Karen shook her head. Neither is good. She was conflicted they might arrive too late, or we might both miss each other along the way. She leaned against the wall and sat down. I can't believe we've come all this way, and still have to gamble. Karen's reaction left Leon a bit speechless. She looked just like a normal adventurer. It's strange knowing her true identity, and suddenly, he felt a vibration. This labyrinth is shaking. His body swayed. Even Karen was startled. What? On the wall, dust and bricks cracked and fell. Leon silently guessed it's not far from here. Elsid said, that's the tremor of two huge energy sources. Colliding with each other, he tensed and glanced at Karen. In his head was, a guess is someone fighting. The girl looked at Leon and nodded slightly, as if confirming the suspicion in his eyes. The heretics looked at each other, exchanging some words. Next, a few of them left to check the situation. The others stayed to guard this place. Leon glanced over, a thought flashing. 4 of them are moving to where the sound came from. There are more options now. He hesitated. Go help the comrades currently fighting, or defeat the remaining number of enemies, and proceed inside. He considered for a moment, swallowing a gulp of saliva. Then Leon suggested, I think we should go find them. If they win and come back, they will appear right behind us, and we will lose a large part of our forces. He clenched his fist, showing confidence. We have to gather as many people as possible. Karen sighed in relief. I agree with you. The 4 remaining ones don't look easy to deal with either. Then suddenly she lay down on the ground. Well then, before that, Leon thought she was going to take a nap. Who would have thought this was one of Karen's skills? She pressed her ear to the ground, listening intently for movement. She could feel where the sound waves were coming from, and determine the path. Having found the way, she stood up and led the way this way. Looking at Karen's back, Leon smiled and assessed unusually strong senses, probably a different kind of ability. From his foresight and techniques, they moved quickly to another passage, trying their best to find their comrades. But before them was the scene of something sharp piercing through armor, through someone's body. This image was so sudden it made them both freeze for a few seconds. Ahead was a person in armor pierced by roots, sharp tree roots piercing through their body, leaving the opponent suspended in mid-air. When they saw the opponent's face clearly, they realized it was someone they knew. Conrad's 2 eyes were shut tight, blood pouring from his nose and mouth. Tree roots pierced through his chest. His life status unknown. Leon couldn't keep his composure and rushed forward. Sir Conrad. Very quickly. He was held back by rope like shadows. The enemy. 1 or 2 summoners appeared right in front of him. I'll handle this one. Leon looked back a little worried. At this point he calmed down a little, and realized he had been too agitated. He assessed the situation, 1 aimed at him, and 2 at Karen. Besides, there were a few lying scattered on the ground. It seems Sir Conrad had defeated the ones on the ground. Elsid promptly reminded, don't worry about her. It warily watched the summoner in front. Your enemy is strong. You have to focus on the one in front of you. He raised his hand, making a hand sign, and chanted a spell in Russian. Love and justice in the name of humanity. Right after, a stream of blue smoke poured out, shooting towards Leon. He looked around, cautiously. Blue smoke, huh? The summoner said, loudly. Be honored. He was extremely confident in his ability. You will turn to dust with just a touch from me. I'm being considerate by using the wandering wrath on you. This is too gentle a death for you. Elsid realized his identity. This guy is a summoner. Leon was confused. Summoner. It explained, heretics are divided into 2 types. Those who use heresy on themselves, like the ones before, are called mutants, and those who summon multidimensional creatures or elementals are called summoners. Both types are not sane at all. Leon held the sword horizontally in front of his face. A gentle death. He angrily faced him. That should be my line after speaking. Leon swung his sword horizontally. The blue smoke lingering around was cut by the cold glint of the sword. The summoner laughed loudly. You fool. A sword. How can it pierce my astral body? However, he had to think again, because he saw the drifting blue smoke being cut in 2, right after the blue light faded, then disappeared before his astonished eyes. Leon smiled confidently. There's always an exception, because he knew well in his heart that the holy sword can pierce through astral entities. The summoner trembled in fear, his voice no longer as strong as before. Nonsense. Even an aura weapon can't break my heresy. He again placed his hands in a sign, summoning something else. I will not forgive you. From above, a gloomy ghost appeared. It came upon the summoning command, but it didn't even have a chance to do anything. When it was by the holy sword in the hand of Leon, split in 2 smoothly like cutting paper. Seeing his puppet destroyed in an instant, the summoner trembled like a leaf. But the next second, he was coldly given by Leon. A sword thrust through the chest. The summoner fell to the ground. He grabbed the sword, wanting to pull it out of his chest, But Leon didn't give him that chance. His two hands stubbornly gripped the hilt. He snorted coldly. You really think an attack like this will work? However, feeling the warmth in his body fading away, he was shocked. Why isn't my wound healing? Can that attack neutralize heresy? But thinking of something, the summoner looked at Leon in disbelief and spoke. No, it can't be. You're him, aren't you? Before he could finish, he died from too much blood loss. The summoner's body turned to ash, completely vanishing. Leon coldly sheathed his sword and left. Then he turned his head to look at Karen. She was just complaining what I lost. She had also finished off 2 heretics. It's just that she was a little slower than him, so she was a bit annoyed. How embarrassing. Leon was truly at a loss for words, thinking to himself, you fought 2 guys, but the words that came out were my opponent. Was probably a little weak. Suddenly he remembered something, but where is Sir Conrad? Karen quickly pointed the way this way. Conrad weakly leaned against the wall, his body trembling uncontrollably. He clutched his wounded body, and gasped. I'm sorry for letting you see me in this state. I don't think I can accompany you any longer. Don't worry about me, go on. He tried to convince Leon to leave first. I'll just be a little behind. I'll catch up with you when I've healed a little. However, his intentions were discovered by Karen. Sir Conrad, she asked seriously, how much time do you have left? He was silent for a moment, just by closing his eyes and sighing. She knew Karen's mood sank a little. For someone like you to not be able to stop the bleeding, it can only be that. Hearing the two of them talk, Leon realized how critical Conrad's condition was. What about you? He had left. He clutched the wound on his chest that was still bleeding, and said in a broken voice, I can hold on for about another hour. After that, I'm not sure. Leon gritted his teeth and frowned, thinking to himself for an hour. Could he finish them all within an hour? Even if he could he still heal him then? He gripped the hilt of his sword. He wouldn't think too much if he were truly helpless. But now he had the holy sword. He hesitated and asked Elside's opinion. It nodded in agreement. Yeah. It motioned for him to place his hand on Conrad's wound, and instructed just repeat after me. Activate the healing spell. Holy and close his wound. Leon's sudden action made Karen widen her eyes in surprise. She didn't know what he wanted to do. Suddenly she heard him reciting the incantation, O noble goddess. Leon seriously repeated Elside's words. Shine your light on those who are dedicated to justice. Please don't let them be cold by the winter wind in the valley of death. A golden light emanated from his hand, covering Conrad's wound. The warmth of the healing magic made him open his eyes wide in astonishment and shock. Karen was also in disbelief. This magic is at least at the bishop level. In just a moment, the wound on Conrad's chest had closed, leaving a large scar, marking that this place had once been injured. He joyfully grabbed Leon's hand. I understand. I heard that you were the one who planned this attack. Now I understand. I understand why Sir Cesare trusted you so much. Are you the cardinal candidate of the Holy Church? Elside found the imagination of this group of people amusing. From knight to cardinal candidate. Without waiting for Leon to answer, Conrad coughed slightly. Oh my, I've lost my composure. I'm still not fully recovered to join the fight. But now I can heal myself. Leon was about to say something, but was interrupted by him. You probably didn't want to reveal your identity. He winked and promised Conrad. Swear to keep silent until you are ordained. Elside said amusedly. What a misunderstanding. Leon was too lazy to explain and just glossed it over. Thank you, sir. Karen handed him a box of medicine. Wait here. I'll bring you the elixir. Let's get back to where we wanted to go. Leon nodded. Yeah, quickly. Then the two of them said goodbye. After Conrad had been gone for a while, Karen was still leading the way. Leon followed behind, cautiously looking around, to see if there were any potential dangers. Suddenly, Karen turned her head to look at him, her eyes sparkling like stars. It was obvious she wanted to gossip. She was a strong-willed type. She immediately pinned him against the wall to ask him questions. Karen beamed like an innocent and lovely girl, and asked what, sir? Conrad said, is it true? To be a cardinal candidate at such a young age? I've never seen that before. She blinked at him. But with the solar aura and spirit art, your bishop-level skills are also normal, right? Karen looked at the sword at Leon's hip. You are also very proficient with weapons and using aura. Who did you learn from? He was not affected by her tricks, and answered coldly. I am not a cardinal candidate. Karen didn't give up. She continued to act cute. So you're an apprentice crusader. Tell me, I'm so curious. Leon was extremely wary. If he didn't know her identity, he would have been tricked. But he coldly turned away, and reminded her, we're not close enough. Thinking she would know when to back off, who knew she would say, your defensive skills are very tight. Are all the knights of the church like that? When he turned his head to look, he saw Karen was tying her hair. Most men spill the beans when I ask them something. Although it was quite sexy, Leon was very clear-headed. He always told himself, I won't be fooled, and immediately changed the subject. Stop joking around. Let's think about what we should do. His attitude made her feel very defeated. Leon asked seriously, should we go find the others, or go on our own? Karen tied her hair neatly, and replied, oh, you don't have to worry about that. Leon was stunned, and didn't understand her meaning. Huh? Why? Karen didn't explain. She winked. You'll know when we get there. So the two of them continued on their way, walking in the dark maze. Suddenly a black-robed figure fell in front of them. The scene in front of them was extremely bloody and terrifying. Cesare, holding his flail, said, you've come, brother. Leon Khan sat on the corpse of a heretic mage, and said, oh, it's the brats. Leon subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat, feeling scared. Suddenly, I feel so sorry for them. Cesare smiled and looked at them. I'm glad you're both okay. The coffin keeper appeared from behind his shadow. Aren't you happy for me? But he turned away abruptly, as if he was sulking. I don't even know who you are. The coffin keeper didn't know what else to say. I understand. In the long, deep maze corridor, Leon shared Conrad's situation. Sir Conrad was seriously injured, and can no longer fight. After 1 or 2 hours of healing, he will be fine. But we don't have that much time. Hearing that, Cesare gently stroked his chin and pondered. And then there's no other way. We should just go with this many people. Looking at Karen, hey, you're an adventurer. You must have some useful tools. Hurry up and take them out if you don't want to die. She sneered. That guy. Why don't you bring out what you're hiding first? Why do you keep sucking the blood of the poor? The Khan got angry. What did you just say? Cesare stepped in to mediate. Okay, calm down. I will explain our next actions. He assigned roles properly. Cesare will go first, because I can resist heresy. Khan and Karen will be in the middle. He pointed to the youngest member of the group, and Leon move at the back in case of any trouble. Khan was not satisfied with his arrangement, pointing at Leon. Our ace is this rookie, with a runny nose. This really hurt Leon's sensitive soul. Then he pointed to the black shadow on the wall. All right, so what about this gravekeeper? He smiled and said, leave him be. It's beneficial for everyone if we just leave him alone. He has helped us a lot before. Karen also spoke up for him. That's right, he looks like that, but he's pretty good. But Khan's face didn't look very convinced. So fake. Khan ignored them and turned to go first. Leave behind anyone who doesn't listen. Cesare looked at them. Shall we go? The group's journey continued. The deeper they went inside, the gloomier and colder the atmosphere became. After walking for a while, they found the source of that gloomy energy. In the middle of the road, Khan felt a chill down his spine. What is this strange energy? In front of them was a space portal. No one knew where it led. Cesare spoke up. It seems to be a space created by heresy. For safety reasons, he cast a protective spell on the group. Then he took the lead and went inside, and that's it. The other three quickly followed. Inside was a terrifyingly real night. Besides aura, Leon couldn't see or hear anything. It felt like being submerged deep in a mud pit, a bottomless slimy one. After walking for a long time, he finally found a way out. It felt like a little of the burden on his shoulders had been lifted. However, it wasn't much safer outside, because he heard Cesare warning them to watch out. The 4 of them had just stepped out, and were blocked by a group of heretic mages, and that portal was obviously their work. Looking at the dense crowd of heretic mages in front of him, Leon felt uneasy in his heart. We're surrounded. Did they know we were coming in advance? Among them, a leader smiled faintly. Well, I've been waiting for a long time, he exclaimed. I didn't expect you to go to so much trouble for us. It's been hard on you. He smirked, looking extremely hateful. Please accept my thanks. Scheherazade frowned, and silently assessed the opponent. He recognized the red symbol on the opponent's head. Cesare exclaimed in amazement, you are a missionary. The missionary owed with interest. You recognized me. Behind them, Leon was always on guard and listening to the conversation in front. He asked quietly, missionary is a rank in Melissa. Elsie nodded. That's right, Melissa also has a clear order. It explained. The lowest class is the believer, who is given heresy to use at will. Next is the cleric, those who have the ambition to explore the power of heresy, but end up being manipulated by it. And the last class is the class that goes to spread those heresies. That is also the highest class. They are called missionaries in the church. They are also highly respected people, holding key roles, at least a bishop. As it was saying this, the missionary in front raised his hands high. Today is great. How the ritual was completed successfully is not in vain, for the many lives that have been gloriously sacrificed. Cesare's expression was not good at all when he heard him blaspheme the goddess. And the best thing here is that I can teach the slaves of that foolish goddess. That the missionary waved his hand and laughed loudly. This is the path to find the one and only true God in this world. Leon's group was truly at a loss for words. Everyone had the same thought without planning it. Are you crazy on drugs? Kong couldn't help but interrupt. What ritual? I don't see anything. The heretic mages looked down on them. Truly a hopeless lower species, the missionary said proudly. The contract is done. Only one final step is missing. That is to let you all drown in despair. And Leon was a little worried. He asked Elsid quietly. He said, the ritual is complete. So that means it's over. It shook its head. Not yet. It used an analogy to make it easier to understand. The city devourer is like fishing. It uses the essence of life as bait to lure monsters from all dimensions. To gather, Leon seemed to be thinking fishing. Elsid was still analyzing. Before they find the bait and take the bait, we still have time. Leon whispered. So no one knows when the monster will find the bait and take the bait. It nodded. Yes. He looked at the heretics in front of him and calculated, it could be an hour, but it could also be a few seconds. In other words, in this battle, time decides everything. Suddenly he spoke up. Bishop. Cesare glanced back, as if he understood him, and nodded slightly. Right after that, he raised his hand high and recited a prayer. O almighty holy woman, warm this place with your light, the power of the one who guides, for humanity to escape the dark night. A ball of light that looked like the moon appeared in his hand. In this dark place, that light, although not too dazzling, was still sufficient. The light was at first a faint glimmer, like moonlight. Then it flared up strongly like sunlight. Countless mutated priests were blinded by that light due to heresy. Their eyes hurt, they closed them, and cried out loudly. Leon slightly covered his eyes, while Elsid nonchalantly commented, a combined technique of heresy and aura. Although not as effective as the sun, it can still prevent the summoning of heresy. Even the missionary frowned slightly. He was so angry that veins popped out on his face. Elsid compared. Although my light is much more effective, but all things considered, this is enough to stop them from summoning heresy. Immediately, Karen jumped up and attacked with poison darts. The missionary coldly grabbed an unlucky priest as a shield for the darts. On this side, Cesare Khan and Leon joined the battle. Countless heretics were defeated by them. Leon realized one thing, that missionary had not truly joined the battle yet, because he was busy protecting the starting point of that ritual. He set a goal for himself. While they still could not cast heresy, he had to smash that altar. The missionary was not afraid. On the contrary, he even mocked them. Ha ha, you fools. Do you think just this much can? The spell, as soon as he finished speaking, countless magic circles appeared in the passage right behind Leon. Ugly monsters crawled out from within the magic circles. They had bizarre shapes, with bloodshot red eyes, bloodthirsty, and the sharp teeth of a predator. No matter how strange their shapes were, they all had one thing in common. They gave Leon goosebumps. What makes you guys so ugly? Elsid coolly analyzed. The heresy is blocked, so they're temporarily using the heresy they currently have to summon a swarm of chimeras, because that amount of heresy is incomplete, so they will disappear soon. But Leon understood its worry. He looked at the missionary and thought to himself, it will take quite some time to deal with them. The ritual is about to activate. Khan looked quite energetic. He swung his fist. You damn brats, bang. A loud impact sound rang out. His fist slammed hard into a monster's body, even punching right through it. Green blood soaked Khan's hand. However, the blood of these monsters is poisonous. The corrosive poison made him frown slightly in pain. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, looking unhappily at his arm, being corroded by the poison blood. On the other side, Karen's poison dart stuck in a monster's head. It roared angrily. She was a little surprised the monster didn't die from the poison. The poison is ineffective. Is it because they do not feel pain? Cesare warned everyone. At this rate, we will also be exhausted. By the end of the battle, the longer it drags on, the more dangerous it is for us. Leon completely agreed. That's right. He felt a bit angry with himself. Damn it. We have to break through this place as quickly as possible, but I still can't unleash the full power of this holy sword. Elsid understood his thoughts. It warned if they sniff out the hero's existence here, it will be terrible. They will do anything to capture your weakness, regardless of their own lives. Remember, you can only turn the tables when you make them let their guard down. Leon held his sword and nodded, signaling he understood. I know the right thing. The only thing I can do now is deliver a finishing blow. The missionary gave a smug smile. The formation behind him began to make a sound. The sound of the formation activating was like thunder in Leon's ears. Cesare also felt extremely uneasy. His body stiffened. Khan looked at the formation in panic, not knowing what would appear. Karen was startled and froze for a few seconds, forgetting all about fighting the monster at the ancient stone altar. A red light flashed. The formation gradually opened. The missionary was overjoyed. They have finally arrived. The apostles of God have answered the call. of ours. Rumbling thunder erupted from the formation. Shockwaves spread all around. Leon seemed to have some kind of connection to this ritual. He clutched his chest. His heart was beating wildly. The ancient stone altar had completely disappeared. In its place was now a deep pit. No one knew what would rise from below. Leon thought to himself, the fear of overwhelming power that he had never witnessed before. So this is the real thing. Leon quietly called El Cid. It answered nonchalantly. There's no more time to unleash the holy sword, but we need something to break the current situation. We will use divine art. With half of the accumulated energy, he wondered, can divine art even be used like that? El Cid crossed its arms and said, it's difficult. It looked at the ball of light up high, but thanks to the moon Cesare, created, I came up with this plan. El Cid said, both the sun and moon need the full amount of the goddess's divine seal. We just need someone with the talent for both the essence of the sun and the moon. Not only that, it also requires the coordination between a bishop, who can use a combination of divine art, and a hero. That is truly a disadvantage for hatred. Then it snapped its fingers. An information panel appeared, now read. Leon looked at the text on the panel, his lips parted, and he began to read along. A powerful stream of energy flowed out as he mumbled, Sun and Moon, two disciples of the noble goddess who understand all living beings, with a heart of grateful reverence. When your eyes open, it is the grace of the Holy Spirit. When your eyes close, it is a noble heart. Cesare thought in surprise. The first verse of the goddess's holy scripture. What Khan stared at him wide-eyed. Another celestial body formed on the ceiling. At this moment there were two planets on the ceiling, a bright, clear moon, and a blazing red sun. The scorching sunlight quickly raised the temperature in this gloomy place. Karen exclaimed, it's so warm. But at this moment Leon still hadn't stopped. He continued to read intently. When the sun and moon shine together, all who look up to the heavens will sincerely kneel. The moon and the sun revolved around each other, creating a domain called the Holy Land. Under the light of the Holy Land, the hideous monsters were all dissolved, even suppressed to the point of kneeling. El Cid cheered smugly. The Holy Land is truly the nemesis of heresy. This domain, rejects all foreign laws or creatures. Cesare immediately seized the opportunity. He swung the spiked mace in his hand, taking a monster's life. Now, everyone, Karen and Khan immediately moved to assist. They quickly defeated a few more monsters. Seeing this, the missionary became so angry he gritted his teeth. Blasphemy. Just a bunch of the goddess's small fry. He snapped his fingers and uttered a threat. I will slaughter all of you. Hearing the snap of his fingers, suddenly two priests who had turned into monsters paused, just as they were still trying to understand what was happening. Suddenly, two hearts from within their chests flew out. The two hearts quickly fell into the missionary's hands. It was he, the one who took the lives of others. Yet he cried and wailed, how wretched, to think that I had to sacrifice the lives of the sheep, the devout and the noble congregation, just to take care of you, small fry. After speaking, he squeezed the hearts in his hands. His body was gradually enveloped by a dark power. Open your eyes and watch, you idiots. This is what you truly call the glory of God. Darkness poured out. Even the light of the Holy Land dimmed. The missionary's body gradually transformed. A sharp, bright red horn grew on his head. Leon and Cesare watched him warily. They both felt the pressure emanating from the missionary. Hidden in the black mist, he gave a smug smile. What do you think, you maggots? I will prove to you that the God who granted power to people like me, this is true absolute power. The black mist gradually dissipated. Missionary now looked no different than a spider, a mutant with many legs and many arms. El Cid warned, the effect of the Holy Land at your level cannot be maintained for long. If he is this strong even inside the Holy Land, then when the domain disappears, you will not be able to deal with him. But before Leon could react, two figures had already passed him. Cesare powerfully swung his chain, throwing the spiked mace at him. Missionary Khan unleashed a barrage of punches, punching the missionary's body repeatedly. Despite being continuously attacked, he remained calm as if their attacks had no damaging power at all. A few seconds later, he laughed loudly. Is that all you can do? The missionary gave a sly smile. Now, it's my turn. His sharp legs slammed hard on the ground. This earthquake threw Karen and Khan backwards. Cesare was no exception. He was even knocked back, higher than the other two. Leon in the back crouched down low, dodging the last attack. He lamented internally. The gap is too big. His attack power has skyrocketed. His regeneration and defense are also far beyond what they were before. He gripped the holy sword in his hand. If that's the case, then the only attack that works on him is the fully manifested holy sword. However, Leon was not too confident in himself. he asked himself. But can I finish him in one blow? If not, won't we lose our last chance? To stop him, the missionary, full of confidence in the power he currently had, and was ready to scorn Leon's group. Power is overflowing within me. Now to me, you are just a bunch of insignificant insects. Despite his nonsense talk, Leon was currently busy. Glancing behind him, it turned out he was checking on his friends, who were just thrown by the missionary. Cesare lay motionless in the rubble. Khan was not much better off. His whole body was covered in blood, and he was also unconscious. This situation made Leon feel both helpless and angry, wanting to avenge his comrades. Damn it. I have to find a way to take him down quickly. Is there a way? Just then Karen woke up and coughed in pain. As soon as he saw she was awake, Leon hurried over to ask Karen, "Are you okay?" She suppressed the pain and replied, "I'm fine." Then she said in a low voice, "We're in big trouble now. My attacks and the gravekeepers did not affect him at all." These words from Karen made Leon realize something. While he was silently calling her name, Karen, suddenly the system showed Karen's information. Nickname and profession, Gravekeeper Assassin, level 45, Strength B, Stamina C, Dexterity A, Aura Skills, High-level Dagger Master, 5 Master of Hidden Projectiles, Intermediate Max Level Demon Step, Level 9, Clone Level 8, High Level, Aura 7. This information seemed to hint at something to him. Gravekeeper, Demon Step, Level 9, Demon Step. Immediately Leon requested in a low voice, "Help me with something. I need your strength." These words of his made Karen happily ask right away, "Do you have any bright ideas?" "Your eyes are currently focused on the altar that has been empowering the missionary." Then said, "I will sneak behind him. Destroy that altar to stop this ritual. Confronting him right now is not an option. A wise one. Obviously, this plan was by Karen. Deemed not feasible. Get behind him. Are you kidding? What are you thinking? Do you think you are a wizard or something? You don't know how to teleport." Having his plan rejected by her made Leon angry, insisting, "I can just flash over there and it will be fine." But she still insisted, "How can you flash?" The fact that Karen kept denying his plan made Leon so angry, he gritted his teeth. Then he suddenly pointed at her face and shouted, "Coffin Keeper, you can do it right. Help me this time, in return I will keep your secret." His words seemed to hit a nerve with Karen, making her freeze up and sweat bullets. And Leon just kept yelling, "I know you. Have your own reasons. But if we fail now, then we all die. Me, you, and everyone here." Hearing him say this, Karen suddenly backed away from him. Her eyes, looking at him, were now filled with a terrifying coldness. Obviously Leon was scared pale by that look. After thinking for a moment, Karen agreed to help, but with a condition. "Fine, I will help you." "All right?" Suddenly shifting from cold to shy, she asked, "How did you know?" "You knew, so why didn't you tell me?" "That secret is a pretty big deal, so that's why she is acting like a teenage girl with a crush. So embarrassing I could just die." Leon knew Karen's personality all too well, so even though he saw her acting like that, he knew better, and just said, "If I told you, you would kill me, right? I know you too well." Immediately, Karen's demeanor flipped and she pointed a knife at him. Her lips were smiling, but her words were a clear warning. Of course, a secret is what makes a woman attractive. You get it. Back to Cesare, who was still unconscious. Khan had somehow gotten to his side, and was waking the guy up. "Wake up! Hey Bishop, how long are you going to just lie there?" Moreover, he took the opportunity to mock Cesare for being a weakling, even though his whole body was exhausted. But hearing this sent him into a rage. Just as he yelled, and was about to beat up Khan, the two of them, Karen and Leon, were preparing to execute the plan. "I will kill you." Karen had brought Leon close to the altar, and then she said, "This is as far as I can go. You have to go on your own from here." Her eyes looked toward the missionary as she said, "If I suddenly disappear, he will definitely notice." Leon suddenly smiled and said 3 words, "Don't you die." 3 words, filled with these words of concern from him, made Karen blush. Although she was happy inside, she still tried to reply arrogantly, while letting the shifting shadow cover Leon. "I never thought there would be a day a church person would worry about me." Now it was Leon's moment to destroy the altar. Shadow Step is a technique that helps the user flash, but even for a high-level mage, it is difficult to flash a long distance. This distance is only enough for an assassination. He knew well this move didn't bring a big advantage to this plan, but it was just enough to help him. But it was enough to get behind him. Now his whole body was emerging from Karen's shadow, and now he was indeed behind the missionary's back. He walked step by step toward the so-called altar. So this is the focal point of the true formation ritual. Suddenly Leon saw something. He recognized the orb floating in the middle of the altar. What is it? The divine life orb. At that very moment, Elcid appeared, and explained about the orb. Yes, that is the divine life orb. A crystal formed from the sacrifice of 10,000 lives. Those words seemed to awaken the power within Leon. He roared in anger, determined to eliminate the missionary. Unforgivable. At that decisive moment, suddenly, Cesare screamed, "Sir Leon." Instantly, Leon froze. It turns out, he wasn't frozen by Cesare's scream, but because he had been attacked by the missionary. Sharp black claws pierced straight through his body. The surprise attack was so painful, he even vomited blood. That sight made Elcid scream in panic. Leon, while the missionary laughed, triumphantly and scornfully, said, "You dog slaves, give up." He lifted Leon's entire body, and said casually, "You have lost your last chance." Moreover, he smugly declared, "My great God has placed a curse on you. That curse is death." Fearing Leon would become food for the missionary, Cesare rushed forward and roared, "Sir Leon Khan was just as horrified, you fool." Before the two could rescue Leon, the missionary quickly pushed them back. Then he casually said, "Don't worry, all of you will meet the same end as him." After saying that, he turned to look at Leon and burst out laughing gleefully. "Hey, are you dead yet?" Leon himself was now stunned. His eyes lost focus. His thoughts were in turmoil. Death. Am I about to die? The last thing I remember is Elcid's worried face. Without having stopped the evil, or done a single righteous deed, what is Elcid saying? I can't hear. Then he suddenly remembered something. That's right. We were going to go to the summit of Mount Titan together. However, at this moment, Leon also realized, it looks like I can't keep my promise. Thinking of this, only two words lingered in his mind. Promise. A memory fragment of Leon, as a child reaching out to him full of trust, saying, "I believe in you. I believe you will definitely keep your promise, no matter what you have to sacrifice." That seemed to empower Leon, and made him rise up. Leon suddenly grabbed the claw that was piercing through his body. Unexpectedly, he was able to use his sword to sever the missionary's claw, to save himself. This slightly startled the missionary. Leon fell and rolled a few times on the ground. His blood spilled, staining a large area red. Despite the pain being so great he couldn't speak, he still forced himself to get up. In his heart he was fixated on one thing: I don't have a chance to win. Even so, a hero's mission is to strive for victory. Leon struggled to his feet with determination. And that is what the teachers at the academy, who always wanted me to improve, taught me I will. This scene was unexpected even for Elcid. Because Leon stood straight up, he held his sword firmly, in his hand pointing it at the missionary, with a fierce belief in his heart, defeat him and save everyone like a hero. His bravery made the missionary feel both interested and amused. You bastard, at least I acknowledge your persistence. You are about to die, but you still grip your sword tightly. Without hesitation he continued to attack Leon. If that's the case, try blocking this. At that moment someone suddenly appeared. This person sighed and said, I guess I have no other choice. Roderick had appeared beside Leon at some point, and was ready to assist him. You did very well, so just this once I will help you. He smiled and said, watch closely, my foolish disciple. Leon didn't answer but just smiled in anticipation. Looking at him, he now mumbled in a low voice, 7-star sword. This time it was his turn to show the missionary what is known as marvelous swordsmanship, 7 stars of the Big Dipper Alcade. While the missionary was bewildered, wondering how Leon could appear behind him. What? When did he get behind me? Before he could get his bearings. Surprisingly, his head separated from his body. His head rolled on the ground like a ball, sent flying by Leon's slash. The severed head made the missionary roar in anger. How dare you injure me again? Do you think just cutting off my head is the end? This thing will grow back in just... Before he could finish his sentence, the severed part of his neck did not grow. A new head, which made him panic a little. It's not growing back. Then Leon's voice full of contempt rang out. You are still alive after being beheaded. How filthy. How... He bluntly mocked his enemy. Or is this pathetic state what you wanted? So why don't you go and serve a Dullahan? They can walk around without a head. Just then, the red eye on the missionary's body opened. His body could still move despite losing its head being insulted by Leon. The guy roared in fury. You disrespectful thing. Your contempt. Even your blood cannot wash it away. Paying him no mind, Roderick was preoccupied with Leon's trembling hand. Your strength is lacking due to your injury, he reminded him. If you keep attacking, you won't be able to take it. But you still insist. So I have to go along with it. Your body can't handle a second blow now, but you still want to try it, fine. But you will pay a heavy price for it. Another powerful sword strike was unleashed, cutting the missionary in two. 7 stars of the Big Dipper, Fecta. That slash made the missionary begin to dissolve, making him scream in panic. Why, what is happening? Why can't I regenerate? My power is dissipating, knowing he could no longer recover. So he decided to take everyone down with him, since it has come to this. I will drag all of you down with me. He howled madly, preparing to self-destruct. Die, die, die all of you. Die with me. Showing no signs of worry or fear, Leon calmly uttered, I knew you would do that, so I held back a little. A triumphant smile spread across his lips as he declared, now I will truly blow you to pieces. His words and the power he radiated made the missionary's eyes widen in terror. As for Roderick, he was intently instructing Leon not to miss a single moment. Leon, the true power of the 7-star sword, lies in its combos. He carefully guided him step by step. You are still inexperienced in using each technique perfectly. But as long as you channel the essence of the technique into the holy sword, at least it will become a single finishing blow. The final technique was unleashed. Leon rushed forward with the speed of a storm Big Dipper, intersecting stars, sparkling slashes, flew toward the missionary and the blood-red orb. Right after that powerful slash, everything Leon passed exploded. The blood-red orb was initially intact, but then it shattered into pieces. At this moment the missionary was being dragged down to hell. He screamed in panic. Self-destruction process failed, and the divine life orb has been destroyed. Impossible, he screamed in fear. No, I am being sucked in. Just as he was fuming. I can't let it end like this. Then suddenly, from below, a giant monster opened its mouth wide, preparing to swallow him whole. Of course his fate was to end up in that monster's stomach. After eating the missionary, that monster slowly burrowed underground. Now only shattered fragments remained on the ground. After dealing with that guy, Elsa jumped out from within Leon and exclaimed, that was close. Leon tiredly asked, so is it over? Elsa quickly confirmed, yeah, it seems it chose to eat something smaller after the divine orb was destroyed. Just as Elsa was feeling smug, Leon beside him spat blood. Just a few more seconds, we would have been sacrificed to it. On Khan and Cesare's side, they had noticed that something was wrong, and Elsa was about to say something but fell silent when he saw Leon fall to the ground, knelt on the ground and cried out in pain. His expression made Cesare panic. He quickly ran to him and asked Han, Leon, are you okay? He was about to answer, but Cesare told him to shut up. Don't say anything, I'll heal you. Without any hesitation, he began to treat the huge wound on his chest. While he was healing, he suddenly vomited blood and said, almost watching him heal him, while spitting up blood but still having the strength to exclaim, luckily I wasn't too late. Leon helplessly reminded him, you should take care of yourself first. Just then, Karen approached and said happily, we won, right Junior? When I arrived, something flashed, and then he disappeared. Were you the one who defeated him all of a sudden? Khan yelled and screamed, yes. What happened to the ritual? Or something like that. Someone explain. I don't know who has the strength to explain everything to him one by one. We stopped the awakening of that evil ritual. The missionary was swallowed by the ritual, so he must be 100% dead. After making it clear to Khan, Leon was so tired that his whole body trembled, and he hurriedly said his last words to Cesare, sir, I think I'm about to faint. Please take care of me. After saying that he fainted, making Karen startle and call out Junior. While everyone was fussing over Leon, Elcid stood calmly from a distance and looked at him. He had to praise this companion of his good job, Leon. While everyone was worried about Leon, suddenly the entire underground cellar began to collapse. The sight of everything collapsing made Karen turn pale and stammer, isn't this place about to collapse? Cesare was a little scared and thought that the possibility was high, because the person who created it is dead. Seeing these two still having the strength to talk to each other, Khan roared angrily. Instead of standing there analyzing, think of a way out. Suddenly, Karen remembered something. We still have to pick up Sir Conrad. Being reminded of this made Khan also remember the existence of that guy. Damn it. At the same time, in some district, 25, the bright sunlight shone down. Roderick was talking to someone. This time things were a little dangerous. He really had to face a plot to sink an entire city, while still not knowing how to materialize aura. You should have helped, instead of just watching. The person who was chatting with him heard that and nonchalantly teased. You only did it for fun anyway, because you were too bored, right? That made him unhappy, and he asked back with 3 words. What the other person then scolded him. You idiot. What can a saintess do after the hero is dead? You should have prioritized the hero. Not caring about those questions, Roderick nonchalantly thought, yeah, anyway, it's all over. So let's just drop it. Dangers like this are a common occurrence for a hero. And besides, I'm pretty sure this is a valuable experience for Leon. It seems the other guy said something about punishment that made Roderick a little scared. punishment. Anyway, he had to accept it. I understand, I really can't avoid that. Anyway, it's something I have to use. Even though I'm in a sealed state. And moreover, he was also looking forward to seeing Leon's progress. He can probably take care of himself. That guy will achieve the B rank in a flash. As long as he trains hard. Besides, I don't know. If he learned at least 2 techniques from the 7-star Big Dipper I gave him. Thinking about it, he thought, no. Don't expect it so soon. He needs to be at least strong enough to protect himself. Before we move to the Titan camp, back at the guild headquarters, at the medical corridor, inside the room, someone was resting on a bed. Leon, after being unconscious for a while, finally woke up. He sat up and shouted, "Where am I?" Because he sat up suddenly. The wounds on his body started to throb. The pain made him scream all over his body. Leon trembled because of the wounds. Then the memory of him fighting the missionary, gradually, appeared in his mind. First was the scene of him being skewered like a skewer. Next was the scene of him ruthlessly cutting off his claws and saving himself. After that, came the amazing slashes from him and successfully defeating the missionary. The last scene he remembered was when he said his last words to Cesare. I must have fainted right after that. At this time, Leon examined the scenery around him and couldn't help but exclaim, "This place looks like the guild's recovery room. It's a bit too luxurious for a siren adventurer." Just then, he suddenly remembered his old friend and called out, "Elcid, Elcid, are you there?" Immediately Elcid appeared from the back of his hand. I don't know what happened to Elcid that made Leon extremely confused. What is this? He looks a little different from usual. It turned out that Elcid looked a little blurry, and also seriously said, "Listen carefully." Leon, it seemed to have left a message for Leon. If you're listening to this message, it means you've woken up. Before getting to the main point, it had to tease Leon first. First of all, congratulations on surviving. Actually, we won thanks to me. So there's no way I'm congratulating you on your victory. Being told. That made Leon a little angry. This damned sword. After rambling, Elcid got to the point. Enough joking around, I'm getting to the main point. The announcement it made first made Leon a little surprised. You won't be able to talk to me for a month. From now on then. It told him the reason why he couldn't contact it for this month. Are you sad? Even so, I can't do anything else. Because I unleashed my power without permission. So now the power of the holy sword is blocking my consciousness. Hearing this, Leon immediately realized the problem. Is it because you used my body? Elcid nonchalantly confirmed. Yeah. Well, looking cool sometimes brings some problems. Leon heard this part and felt something was wrong. But what does this have to do with you looking cool? Of course, Elcid didn't know what he was thinking, and just kept talking. In short, you understand the situation, right? A full month. It also carefully instructed. You'd better learn how to materialize. Aura, by the time I get back, understand. While being serious, it suddenly switched to teasing. Because I personally demonstrated the 7-star Big Dipper for you, so try to imitate it. But don't try too hard when you're not fully recovered. Unless you want to be crippled. I'm just reminding you. Leon himself thought seriously after hearing that. With the body of a C rank like me, that move was already that powerful. It's really unimaginable how terrifying it was when Roderick used it in the past. After the message, it was time for Elcid to leave. My message ends here. For a kid like you to be caught up in an event of that magnitude, you still have a long and difficult road ahead of you before disappearing. It also didn't forget to encourage its friend. Yeah, well, you're not too bad either. Train hard. Leon smiled and promised after hearing that, don't worry, I swear I will succeed on my own. After sending the message, now it's time for the message to self-destruct. The message is over. This message will self-destruct in 5 seconds. At this time it was already evening, and a gentle breeze blew into the room. Leon sat quietly on the bed. Looking at his hands, he had to admit that the 7-star Big Dipper, it was truly amazing. The moment he and Elcid merged into one, when Elcid controlled his body. The scene I saw through our shared vision. At that time, he had seen what he had never seen before. After eliminating all the distracting thoughts, my pupils became like a mirror, reflecting a world I had never known, things he had never been able to feel before. At that time he had witnessed it with his own eyes, the flow of the air, the layers of waves of vibrations, and even the distortions in space. That was truly the pinnacle of vision that a person could achieve. This made Leon determined, and the techniques of the 7-star Big Dipper were demonstrated. Using vision with aura at that level, I have to learn it at all costs. Moreover, Elcid's words of encouragement were the driving force for him. Well, you're not too bad either. Remembering this made him ponder for a moment. Then he chuckled, and told himself it doesn't feel, but it can't be called great either. Just then, someone knocked on the door outside. Cesare entered, and said gently, Brother Leon, you're awake. As soon as he saw him, Leon was silent for a moment. His gaze fell on Cesare's basin, and he asked, "Sir, how long was I unconscious?" Leon also received information from Cesare. According to him, the subjugation of hatred ended exactly 3 days ago. The defeat of the leader also led to the summoned monsters. Right after the team of 5 escaped the maze. That disgusting thing was also destroyed, along with the collapse of the maze. It's highly likely that the type of court heresy used was linked to the maze. The number of dead and injured in the battle was not small, 56 dead and 107 seriously injured. I heard that. There were others who were also injured. However, it was only minor injuries. Even so, there were still too many casualties for us to be happy. Cesare drew the curtain in the room and said the Guild of Hatred this time couldn't do what they wanted. As usual, just based on that, I already consider this a victory. After hearing that, Leon also thought, it's really a pity that we couldn't save the others. But then Cesare continued to speak. Yes, I guess so. He also said, I have also investigated more about that dark magic. It really is a magic that makes people feel nauseous. Fortunately, thanks to your efforts, we were able to prevent that disaster. Leon heard him say that this was all his own work. He immediately denied it and thought, no, I couldn't have done it if it weren't for you and everyone else. Hearing that Cesare was silent for a moment, then he hesitated and uttered 3 words. I wonder. Cesare slowly spoke. I wonder. He turned his head to look at Leon and wondered, would the result have been different if you weren't there? Mr. Hero. That question seemed to hit Leon right in the heart, making him so flustered that he broke out in a sweat. Looking at him like that, Cesare was in the mood to tease him. You look so shocked, and he asked in shock you knew. Cesare nonchalantly replied, I was only sure. After the battle team was formed, this made Leon realize. It means he had been suspicious from the beginning. Cesare himself acted as if it was nothing, and explained, anyway, I used to be a member of the Iron Chain Holy Knights, and I'm also an elf, so I have more life experience than ordinary people. Since he was discovered, Leon could only laugh it off. I also knew I couldn't hide it from him forever. But at this time, Cesare was still leisurely talking. No matter how powerful the sun aura is, it cannot cut through heresy so easily, that easily. According to him, Leon is still not strong enough to be recognized as a top swordsman. Not only that, I see that he is still not strong enough to become a first-rate swordsman. Obviously this was true, so it made Leon a bit embarrassed. How embarrassing. But Cesare told him not to be ashamed. He shrugged his shoulders, showing his recognition for him. I am very impressed with your courage to face challenges, even without much experience. Besides, he also noticed one thing, and the swordsmanship you showed in the final match was the most crucial clue. He recognized the swordsmanship you used when fighting against the missionary Roderick, the greatest hero in history, and the 7-star sword he created. It's not strange that he knew the name of this swordsmanship at all. After all, I read about it in a book that recorded the achievements of heroes, because the documents about Roderick's martial arts have long since disappeared. Its return made him able to affirm one thing. There is only one reason why it reappeared. Hearing Cesare say this, Leon could only give a wry smile in response. I have nothing left to say. Suddenly he asked about another matter, sir. Do you remember the sword I used in the labyrinth? Cesare thought for a moment, then answered. Now I see it has disappeared. I couldn't bring it back when we fled. This statement reminded Leon of the message from before. El Cid said that he could still use the holy sword, even though he wasn't here, so he summoned his old friend again. Once again, El Cid manifest. But this time El Cid did not appear, but instead, Leon drew the holy sword from the back of his hand. His action made Cesare, who was there, also stunned. At this moment, the complete and powerful holy sword was in Leon's hand. That scene made Cesare cry out. He suddenly knelt down and earnestly exclaimed, "Oh, Goddess!" The current scene is Cesare kneeling very reverently before Leon and the holy sword. Then he said, full of guilt, "How shameful! Please forgive me for not recognizing the goddess's holy power." And Leon replied flusteredly, "I should be the one to apologize for hiding it." Seeing him put the holy sword back in, Cesare asked curiously, "Sir Hero, are you still planning to hide your identity?" Leon answered honestly, "Yes, the holy sword seal has not been completely removed, and I still lack experience." Moreover, he also declared strongly, "When I can bear the title of hero, I will automatically reveal my identity." This statement of his was met with Cesare's satisfied smile. Then he spoke up and affirmed, "In my eyes, you are already a hero. You are very humble. If that's the case, then I will also keep your secret." However, he had a small condition. "But can I tell one person?" Hearing that, Leon froze a bit, but was also very curious. "Who is it?" Cesare didn't hesitate to reveal that person's identity, the holy woman, and the reason he wants to reveal this secret is to give the holy woman more motivation. The succession ceremony is not yet complete, but I am sure she will be revitalized upon hearing this news. After hearing that, Leon just exclaimed, "Oh." After thinking for a while, he thought, it's probably fine to tell the holy woman, so he allowed Cesare to say this. "It's up to you, sir." Leon's agreement made Cesare happily reply, "Thank you very much, Sir Hero." Just then, a knock was heard from outside. That knock startled Leon, but Cesare was very calm and reassuring. "Don't worry, the sound in this room is completely isolated from the outside. Our conversation will not be revealed." Then he spoke up and said, "Yes, come in." It turned out, the person who came was Karen. "Hello, Junior. It's been 3 days, hasn't it?" Her appearance made Cesare and Leon suddenly fall into silence, making her also confused by the atmosphere in the room. What's wrong, thinking she had interrupted a private conversation. "So," she said shyly, "I'll be back later. Did I come at a bad time? Then I'll come back later." It turns out, the reason Leon was silent was because he suddenly remembered something. "During the mission I forgot." He remembered Karen's mysterious identity. Karen's true identity is the Coffin Keeper, one of the 3 great evils of the slums. Even Khan the Fang doesn't know her true identity. Moreover, there's also the fact that he had promised not to reveal that identity to anyone. I said I would keep her identity a secret. That was just a verbal promise that could be broken at any time. But the current situation, it seems he has done something to harm himself. Surely she wants a guarantee, a more certain one from me, but she came at the wrong time, right when the bishop is here. It seemed like Leon was about to get beaten up, when Karen spoke up and confirmed, "It's okay, Junior, he already knows everything." This statement, like a thunderclap, made Leon turn his head to look at the two of them, and then screamed in panic. Then Karen also explained the reason why Cesare saw through her identity. "It's because of my aura. Moreover, Leon is also involved in this, because of your son," finally adding Cesare, "and my moon resonate with each other, so we are sensitive to anything that interferes with that connection." Speaking of which, Cesare turned to look at Karen, with a very calculating face, making her turn her face away. And the probability of 2 people with dark characteristics being in the same place, how low is that? It's really strange. After a moment of silence, Leon spoke up, suggesting, "You must have realized when I space jumped." Besides, he also asked with some remorse, "Aren't you going to scold me, even though I knew her identity but didn't tell you?" Cesare didn't answer but just asked back, "Is telling the world the truth the right thing to do? Or is giving someone a chance to repent the right thing to do?" His words made Leon pause, and he continued to speak. "Assassins usually don't have friendships, but Miss Karen is not like that." With faith in his judgment of character, he could confidently say that, "She fought with us, even shedding blood. Although I cannot forgive her crimes, I can trust her as a comrade." Besides that, there is another important point. If her nature was truly that of a cold-blooded assassin, then she would not have done so. Karen herself, standing in a corner, after hearing this conversation, couldn't help but feel emotional. "The atmosphere is so nice, isn't it? So I'll be acquitted." Then she hesitantly asked, "Sorry, but what are you two laughing about? You two aren't secretly scheduling my execution or something, are you?" Just then, Cesare suddenly called out in a low voice, "Miss Karen." His serious call made Karen startle and reply, "Yes." Then he questioned her with a serious face. "Here, tell us your story first. Why did you become an assassin, and why did you use the identity of an adventurer to hide your identity?" His question made Karen so surprised that she stood motionless. Sunlight shone through the window and curtain. All 3 of them looked at each other and said nothing in silence. After a while, Karen slowly began to ask, "What kind of person do you think is looked down upon the most in this world?" Her question made Leon and Cesare fall silent. Then Karen answered her own question. "Orphans, especially mixed bloods." Leon himself realized the past she shared was not a light-hearted story. From Karen's story, he learned just how miserable her life was. Forget about money, food, clothing, and shelter. She didn't even have parents to protect her. A few levels below this are even lower. A disabled wanderer, truly, at the bottom of society. At the darkest moment of her life, when she was living a dangerous life, in the slums, someone reached out to Karen, but that hand pushed her into the abyss once again. Someone saved her. But, unfortunately, that saving hand had nothing but dark intentions. From beginning to end, Karen still used a slow voice to tell her own dark story. Apparently it's very common to adopt orphans, because if they die, no one cares, and raise them to be an assassin, even if the odds are 1 in 1,000. For success, it's worth it. Karen herself, when trained to be an assassin, she became aware of her own abilities, and developed them. Even the person who kept her didn't expect anything from that. She is a half-blood between human and dark elf. She soon realized her talent, and succeeded in countless missions of assassination, then gave herself the nickname, the Coffin Keeper. Based on her assassination skills, her status grew higher and higher. The organization grew stronger, just as Karen's skills became faster and more precise. Her career as an assassin was growing, until the only person above her was the boss of the entire organization. Speaking of which, Karen was both helpless and smug. Exclaimed, "Not much. It didn't even take me 7 seconds to kill him." And when she had become unbelievably strong, Karen had climbed to the top herself. She, the one who had eliminated the entire assassin organization, even the boss was no exception, and then single-handedly climbed to the position of one of the 3 strongest people in the slums. And the reason Karen wanted to become an assassin was somewhat unbelievable to Leon, who would have thought she became an assassin just to repeat unwanted killings. However, Karen didn't want to live forever under the guise of the Coffin Keeper anymore. Karen personally gave freedom to the children who were taken to be trained as assassins. After purging that trashy organization, she freed the orphans who were captured for the same purpose as her. After completing those tasks, Karen made an important decision for her life. Those days, I rarely acted as the Coffin Keeper, because I couldn't live a normal life under the identity of that assassin, so I became an adventurer, to be able to live like a normal person. However, at this moment, her plan had changed, leaving her unable to react in time. But unfortunately, I guess the plan is over. Karen's words made Cesare frown in thought. Even Leon was silent and said nothing. Suddenly Karen raised her hand and said, "Now that my identity has been revealed, I don't even think I can escape from the Holy See." It turned out she was putting on a pitiful face, begging the 2 of them not to turn her in. "Please consider my contribution in the last conquest. I don't want to go to jail, so please sentence me to something else, like labor is fine." This state of hers made Cesare and Leon, who just a moment ago were worried for her, change their expressions to helplessness, speechless. Suddenly Cesare called out, "Brother." Leon being called by him made Leon a little startled. His face suddenly filled with benevolence as he called him. That scared the living daylights out of him, because he knew his intention. "Does he want me to say something?" Cesare's expectant gaze made Leon give in. I understand. He quickly knew what he had to do. "Are you going to let me decide?" Not Leon, but the hero. After hearing Karen's story, he realized that she didn't want to be an assassin, but she had to. Moreover, Karen's personality was not at all like other assassins. Everything she showed them, I see a good person, who is righteous in the end. What Karen hoped for was different from the greedy, different with the desire to live a new life, better as a normal person. From these things Leon could affirm one thing: not just anyone can have the right to judge. She also doesn't need to raise her sword against someone who is repenting for their own sins. After a while of deep thought, he called out to Karen in a light voice. Seeing him call her, Karen replied gently and softly, "What is it?" Leon smiled and said casually, "I'll give you 2 choices. You are free to choose one of the 2, and I promise to respect your decision." His words made Karen stunned for a moment. Then she asked a question that made Leon's heart skip a beat. "What are you talking about? Why are you the one to decide that, and not him?" Suddenly he remembered something. Thinking carefully, "I just told him I don't want to reveal that I'm a hero to everyone. Only 2 people know his secret. The only one who knows I'm a hero is him. The last one is, and the saintess who is about to meet." That made him a little confused and wondered, is it okay if I reveal my identity as a hero to the Coffin Keeper? But understanding Leon's difficulty, Cesare said calmly, "Is there something wrong?" With an attitude as if everything was unrelated to him, he slowly affirmed, "I'm sure he can decide on your matter, Karen." His words made Karen dazed. She asked Leon in a low voice, "Hey, what have you 2 been talking about all this time?" After hesitating for a while, Leon decided to reveal his identity. "Sister Karen, after thinking carefully, please choose one of the 2 options." Karen was frozen by the scene. Her eyes followed the holy sword being drawn. Time passed and Leon was ready to set off. A week after the battle against the heretics, in the labyrinth dungeon, "I have fully recovered and want to leave." Cheerful conversation echoed in the hallway. "Thank you very much for your hospitality." "You're welcome. Moreover, I was really lacking towards the hero who saved the city from danger." Bernard said this and then asked, "I haven't been able to repay you for anything, even for our short discussion last time. Did you really think about it?" Hearing that, Leon immediately confirmed, "Yes." Understanding his meaning, Bernard just exclaimed in admiration. Then he came closer, patted him on the shoulder and gently advised, "Even so, I'm glad to be able to meet a young hero as passionate as you." Let me know if you change your mind. My connections are wide. This will help you a lot. Moreover, he also promised, I will let your identity be known throughout the continent within 2 months. This made Leon a little flustered. That's a bit. Someone stepped out of the guild hall. Karen was waiting in a corner, and as soon as she saw the person step, she immediately teased. Young man. Seeing her, Leon replied comfortably, Sister Karen. Her gentle voice and handsome face made Karen blush shyly. Even so, she was still in the mood to tease Leon. What? You have become much more masculine since the last time I saw you. Hearing that, Leon laughed shyly and replied, Really? Suddenly Karen curiously asked about it. You talked to the guildmaster after you recovered, right? Leon hesitated and replied, Yes, about my reward after the competition, and because it was so different from the previous conquests. His hesitant words made Karen very interested, and she asked the reward. What is it? He answered honestly. He wants to promote me and spread my fame to many other kingdoms. Moreover, he also said, but I refused. Hearing that, Karen was stunned with shock. After a moment of being stunned, she finally managed to exclaim, Huh, but Leon still said innocently, and he also said something about introducing me to the Lord. Another shock was delivered by him, but I also refused. Hearing that, Karen couldn't help but scream in panic. What, are you crazy? Helpless with Leon's innocence, Karen could only sigh and say, You are a hero but also a fool. You basically have a fortune offered to you, but you just refused like that. But the reason Leon refused was because he knew one thing. If the news about my achievements in this conquest is spread throughout the 6 lands, because of this, his slow voice seemed to make Karen remember something, and he said in a serious tone, It will lead to my existence being discovered by other enemies. I almost lost my life when fighting against the heretics by borrowing the power of the holy sword, but my combat ability is still too weak. I need to continue training and become strong enough not to disgrace the holy sword. Hearing that, Karen hesitated and exclaimed, So she smiled and asked, This is the reason you proposed that to me? Back on that day in the hospital room, Leon had bluntly proposed, I am the hero of this era, chosen by the holy sword. May I ask you to be my companion? In the name of the holy sword, Elsid. It was getting late. His voice slowly rang out. You said you needed time to think about this. As he followed Karen, he wanted to know her answer. So have you made a decision? Karen did not answer his question, but took him to a certain place. This place is quite suitable. It turned out, Karen took Leon to a forest and said gently, For us elves, forests and trees are sacred entities, on par with the goddess. I also have elven blood in my veins, although it is only a part. She did not look at Leon at all. Her eyes were still fixed on the tree trunk, and her voice was calm. Your proposal that day was like asking if I wanted to live proudly in the light, instead of lurking in the shadows. Before I accept the offer, let me be honest about this. Karen looked at her blood-stained hands and affirmed, I don't feel a single bit of guilt for the blood that has stained my hands until now. I wouldn't have survived this long if I felt that way. At this point, her hand clenched with determination. For someone born at the bottom of society like me, their death and suffering caused to me will never fade. Her voice was both slow and carried a hint of sadness. So I don't want anyone to have to live like I did before, born without parents, living without love and in despair, training skills only to be used for killing. Karen herself only had one wish. I hope no one has to live a life like that anymore. Her words made Leon so surprised that his eyes widened. Suddenly Karen knelt down and said, Kid, no. Hero Knight, if you can fulfill this wish of mine, if you can promise me just this one thing, I will. She sincerely bowed and promised to do everything for Leon, and he was embarrassed by her action. I will dedicate this life to you. Leon himself remembered what Elsid had once said, that is the definition and responsibility of a hero, a true one who will bring a brighter tomorrow. That made him reach out his hand to Karen, with a belief for a future where fewer people, even just one person, have to suffer what she did. The two of them held hands as if a pact had been sealed. On that day, the coffin keeper died, and only Karen survived. At this time, the two of them were sitting and resting under a tree. Leon finally asked a question, thinking back what happened to Khan. He was somewhat curious about Khan. After the battle, I haven't heard anything about him. Did he return to the slums? Hearing that, Karen smiled slyly and said, You don't know anything. You kid, he ran away. She knew very well what that guy did after the battle. One day, after the subjugation ended, he called all his assets in the slums and fled the city. No one knows where he went. Khan's actions made even her unable to keep up. Was so fast that I couldn't even follow him. After hearing that, Leon just smiled because he realized, but it's understandable why he ran away. Even though Khan had his merits, But he had also participated in that evil cult's plan. Half of it. The slums had collapsed during the subjugation, and what was left was to be wiped out. Not only that, although he participated in the subjugation, as long as there is a record of him cooperating with the evil cult, even for a moment, if he stayed here he would be punished anyway. He will not be able to escape punishment from the holy iron chain. Knights, as Karen had said, he will have to do hard labor, or spend time in prison for at least a few years. He thought so, but Leon didn't expect. Even so, I still can't believe he ran away. The very next day, Karen sat beside him, and leisurely said, that kind of person, who lives like him, a person with too much to lose, will often hesitate with such decisions, but he abandoned everything, without any hesitation. Then they both remembered Khan's arrogant face, and the times he laughed smugly. Finally, the scene of Leon teasing him. Remembering these things made him feel a little helpless, and wonder, am I imagining it, when I feel that I will meet him again? After talking for a while, Karen stood up. So now, she asked curiously, what are you going to do now? I still haven't heard your plan. You're not going to move without thinking, are you? And then she called Leon by that title. Oh hero. This title made Leon silent for a moment. He had a plan from the beginning. I, of course, have something like a plan. After being promoted to B rank, I will head to the Titan mountain range. According to his calculations, 100 days should be more than enough for him to materialize his aura. A B rank should be capable of doing such a thing. The waiting time for Elcid to wake up was enough for him to level up. I still have plenty of time, until 100 days have passed. The problem is that Elcid is still sleeping, and cannot wake up after a month. At that moment, Karen suddenly turned to look at Leon. Seeing his pleading face and the affectionate call made her goosebumps senior. She was a little angry, and asked, what, you're scaring me? Leon didn't answer but just thought to himself, a rank A thief and a talented assassin Karen. He recognized Karen's amazing abilities, detection and search skills. He had been paying attention to Karen's skills for a long time. Moreover, Karen also had other wonderful abilities, the ability to use the environment to create an advantage, her movement ability, and many more, that could help Karen move in any situation. Those abilities could all help Leon. So he excitedly asked for a favor. I will have to ask for your care for a while. His pleading attitude scared Karen so much, she turned pale. While he was in an excited mood, wanting to go somewhere. Let's go to his church. We will need a spacious place. Karen, who hadn't understood a thing, so she hurriedly shouted, wait a minute, what care? I'm very worried. Tell me you're doing this on purpose, right? You know my personality. According to the time that Elcid had informed Leon, there are about 3 weeks and 2 days until Elcid wakes up. I can only face him, if by then I have learned how to make my aura stronger. This is the time for him to train to upgrade himself. I need to use the sword skill to start in a better way. Right now I only know it superficially. It's not stable at all. He was in the mood to prove to Elcid his abilities. Just you wait. Elcid, a moment later in District 13. The people were happily talking to each other. Thank God, at least we have food to eat. They were grateful to Cesare for providing them with food. It's all thanks to the church and the bishop. The people were all lining up neatly to receive relief supplies. The person distributing the supplies was also kind, and wanted to give extra food to a mother and child pair. Take another one. You have a child too. It must have been difficult for you to evacuate from District 13. This made the mother extremely grateful. Thank you, sir. The relief worker gently handed the bread to the child, and said, these are not mine. To bring here. He pointed towards the church and said, if you want to thank someone, go to the church over there and pray to the goddess. You wouldn't have received such grace if it weren't for the church. The mother heard that, and immediately turned her gaze towards the so-called church. The so-called church had a small flag hanging. The place was both solemn and sturdy, while everyone was respectfully looking towards the church and expressing their gratitude. It's so different from District 23. It's so warm. Then suddenly a loud explosion came from inside the church. That scene made all the people turn pale in shock. A moment later, from behind the church, a deafening explosion suddenly rang out. At this moment, Leon's 2 hands were tightly gripping the hilt of his sword. His whole body tensed up. His eyes were filled with a sharp glint, and he gritted his teeth. In an instant, Karen's hand spun slightly. A sharp dagger blade flashed. She quickly raised her hand. The 2 blades crossed in a perfect curve, blocking his attack. Immediately after Karen spun around, her movements were decisive and chilling. In that brief moment, her figure completely disappeared from Leon's sight. He was completely stunned, and didn't realize that she had appeared behind him. Only when the coldness from the tip of the dagger grazed his cheek did Leon startle and come to his senses. Without any hesitation, he quickly stomped on the ground to gain momentum. The ground beneath his feet cracked into sharp fissures. Leon quickly spun around. His body leaned back sharply and then jumped away, just in time to create distance with Karen in front of him. She slowly landed, and then spoke. "You have," Karen continued, her voice cold with a hint of sarcasm. "Your micro-movement is better than I thought. You are more suited to be an assassin than a knight." Hearing those sarcastic words, he trembled with anger. His chest felt like it was about to explode. She tried to smooth things over well. "You could say that your movements are like those of a commando. Your technique is excellent, but it's far from reaching the master level." As soon as Karen finished speaking, her figure once again disappeared from sight of our Leon. Immediately she split into two, and rushed towards him with terrifying speed. In that moment, his two eyes lit up, he focused his utmost concentration, and a thought arose in his mind. She created an afterimage in just 2 steps. I have to use my vision to keep up with that speed. Very quickly, Leon had pinpointed Karen's exact location. He swung his sword nimbly, and thought to himself, the one on the left is fake, the real one is. Sensing the imminent danger, she was shocked, her eyes wide. In the moment the blade grazed past, Karen managed to duck down to avoid it in fear. Holding her head, "You realized it." It seemed that last blow had made Leon tense to the point of exhaustion. He panted heavily, sweat beading on his forehead. She seized the opportunity and immediately jumped back. "I didn't use any aura, but I was being quite serious." Karen continued to kick off and jump up, her eyes sharp. "Alright, let's see how well you can see." The sight before him made Leon instantly on guard. His lips were pressed together, his body as tense as a bowstring. At this moment, she had split into countless illusions, moving like a swarm of shadows floating in front of him. Leon exclaimed in shock. Illusions. He silently wondered, it was just one afterimage before. Wasn't it a simple cloning technique? Karen spoke coldly. "I'm coming." Leon tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. A thought flashed through his mind. Her speed is slower than before. But the problem is, this phenomenon is disorienting my eyes. It's making my sense of direction and distance. Confused, his two eyes were red with extreme anxiety, constantly glancing back and forth. Only one thought came to his mind. Left or right? Is my hand extended or bent? My eyes are working so hard I feel like they are about to close. In a flash, when Leon realized she had closed in on him, it was already too late. At this moment, the tip of the sword had already touched his skin. Karen spoke triumphantly. "I've stabbed you to death, Junior," she taunted, emphasizing her words. "This makes it 102 wins, out of 102 matches." "Right." Leon dropped his weapon and raised both hands. "I surrender, bullying a junior, who hasn't even reached rank B. Is it that fun?" Karen replied nonchalantly. "Of course," she explained. "Using aura is like physical enhancement. Scheming is meaningless. You are no match for me in a fight. In an open space." Karen continued to speak. "Everything is in your favor, but you haven't won against me even once." He was dejected, and thought to himself, her words are sharper than a knife. Leon had done quite well in repelling the villains. Each of his majestic sword strikes had taken down one monster after another, so Leon thought he had matured a little. But the difference between him and Karen was too great, and it seemed she hadn't even gone all out yet. Leon probed, "So what do you think of my performance so far?" Her expression made him even more discouraged. "It's all right." Karen smiled so wide her eyes crinkled. "Just kidding, you did well." He asked, in disbelief. "Really?" She explained. "If you can see my afterimages, then even a top-ranked assassin would have a hard time fighting you. Your skills are already better than most rank Bs." Leon was stunned. "Even when I can't yet materialize my aura," she immediately replied. "I admit that aura weapons are very strong, but it's meaningless if they don't hit the target. To hit you with your vision and micro-movement, that's not easy." Karen continued. "A tangible aura can cut through steel and destroy boulders." But her voice continued to ring out. "A tangible aura cannot chase and defeat an opponent on its own." Karen continued. "Most assassins are weaker than adventurers of the same rank, but they can win thanks to techniques that surprise the opponent, and tricks to win at all costs," she said in a low voice. "However, that is also a way to win," he said confusedly. The coffin keeper eliminates his opponents that way." Karen hesitated. "Well, to summarize your strengths." She faintly recalled the moment she had just fought with Leon. "I admit you have a solid foundation." At that time, Karen was extremely surprised. "I can't believe your speed." Just by reacting in time, and ducking to avoid the attack, she was able to save her own life. Karen affirmed. "You have a good eye, so you don't fall into traps either. But that's all. You just don't get tricked. You don't have a knack for tricking your opponents. In other words, you will have a hard time regaining your advantage once you've lost it." He was silent, listening intently. His eyes showed a look of shock. Leon gently rubbed his chin. thoughtfully repeating each word as if reminding himself, tricking the opponent. Suddenly, Karen unexpectedly wrapped her arm around his neck and pulled him down. Don't think too much. Tricks are just to make up for the skill gap. It's just a preparation for a counterattack, she nonchalantly remarked. I don't know who taught you, but it must be an incomprehensible genius, or a foolish monster. Feeling the murderous intent from Elcid, Leon immediately turned pale. Cold sweat poured down like rain. His back stiffened with fear. Karen continued to speak. In short, you lack creativity in your attacks and movements. She emphasized, you don't need to imitate me, but try to increase the number of secret cards you have, Mr. Hero. He was silent in thought. Karen is right. If I have a trump card to secure my victory, it would be a completely different story. But Leon's hands clenched into fists. Because I don't have one, so I need to increase the number of cards I have, and strengthen them. Suddenly, a sharp claw suddenly slammed onto his shoulder, making him jump. At this moment, Karen had transformed her form, and loudly urged, come on, that's enough training for today. Let's move on to the next part. Leon was startled. You scared me. She reassured him. Don't think too much, let's go. Tangible aura, training aura weapons. Before long, the two of them were in a room. Bright golden sunlight streamed through the window, shining straight inside. Karen's voice echoed in the space. What did we talk about last time? Leon answered the correlation between the relationship of aura and the training method. She nodded. That's right, next, Karen explained. Aura is the power, created from the purification within the user's body. Basically, it is the essence of the user. As if he had been enlightened, he mumbled and asked back, essence. She answered, it's the foundation of life experiences, the subject's thoughts and similar things. Karen continued, in a specific situation. Some people will fight, some people will hide, and some people will run away. She continued to speak. But that doesn't mean you can distinguish between good and evil, based on their essence, even if a person pursues righteousness. If that person goes astray, they will become arrogant. Training your aura means enhancing the purity and strength of your essence. Karen continued. For example, the training method for a fire-based aura could be destroying something, fighting someone, or tapping into one's own potential. Her voice continued. Most actions of the fire aura will lead to purification. Leon exclaimed, how scary. Then Karen sat down next to him. The difficulty of training depends on your element. Carrying out missions is also training. With dark aura elements like me, she looked straight at Leon, her voice solemn. So about the sun element. It is one of the elements representing the goddess. It only appears in the Fa, greatest warriors through generations. The full figure before him made his face flush red. His heart beat erratically. Karen took off her glasses, her voice gentle. When you think of the sun, what nature do you think of? Leon flusteredly turned his face away, hesitating to speak. It illuminates the world with endless light, and dispels the dark, gloomy. A thought flashed in his mind. No, wait, that's radiant. Seeing Leon stand up straight, his eyes fixed on the palm of his hand, she exclaimed in surprise. It seems you've thought of something. He wasn't sure if it was because he was obsessed by the fight just now, but the aura inside his body was burning hot, boiling, and circulating within Leon. It was like lava flowing under a mountain. If he directed the flow with his thoughts, Leon could feel it gathering at his fingertips. Looking at the streams of magic gathering on his hand, he was confused, not knowing what to do. A thought arose in his mind. I thought I could not catch fire at any moment. It's good that I was able to gather it. But now how do I release it? Leon frowned, his eyes full of determination. If it's the sun, I'm sure that, in a flash, a radiant golden magic orb flared up on his hand. The sight before her left Karen completely stunned. Her eyes widened. Leon thought to himself in amazement, a sphere of light. But this still isn't enough to be used as an aura weapon. Anyway, the fact that I was able to do this, in just a short amount of time, but always, the power was too intense for him to control. In a flash, the orb shattered magic, shooting out from the side. Seeing Leon slump down, clutching his painful arm, Karen called out worriedly, Junior, are you okay? He gritted his teeth, trying to suppress the pain, at the same time, blaming himself. When borrowing Elcid's power, I had no idea how high a level a tangible aura was. Her eyes looked at Leon with tenderness. That's amazing, Leon. The foundation of a tangible aura is aura control. When releasing it outside, just like how you do it inside your body. Karen's voice continued. You can only emit light, though. In just a few seconds, you were able to maintain it. She praised. That's already close to an aura weapon. It will be perfect. If you can make it bigger and more stable. He glanced back, his mouth mumbling a repeat. Bigger and more stable. Karen placed her finger on her chin, thinking for a moment, then said, see, aura, as your lifeline. and you're pulling it out of your body, she explained. Because aura is a weapon that consumes a lot of energy, stable circulation is very important, but using a one-time form, as a standard, is a big gamble. Suddenly, the door burst open, making Karen jump. Cesare walked in, his deep voice laced with a bit of reproach. Because you can't use them for a long time, even after creating a great power, for example, fire-type aura weapons like explosions or eruptions. Leon raised an eyebrow and said, "It seems you've finished your patrol." He hung his cloak on the rack and replied, "That's right." But right after that, Cesare's face darkened, his eyes filled with fiery anger. "Just a moment ago, I got the quote for the repair of the facilities that you two destroyed." Hearing this, both Leon and Karen stiffened. Cold sweat poured down like rain. He turned and slowly walked towards them. "Now let's talk about compensation for the costs. And we should also discuss an important matter." Cesare quickly took out a letter. "I've brought a letter from the Holy Woman." His eyes widened in complete disbelief. He exclaimed in shock, "The Holy Woman." An indescribable shock wave went through his heart. A letter, he guessed. Now that I think about it, the succession ceremony must be underway. Scene change at a remote place. A towering building, hidden amidst 4 sheer cliffs. The snowy wind howled in gusts, lashing against the stone walls, creating a bone-chilling sound. Suddenly, from 2 vents on the upper floor, a strange light flashed. Those 2 streams of light quickly grew stronger, shining brightly, illuminating a vast white expanse in the snowstorm. At the same time, inside Ilahan seemed to have just completed the ritual. Sparkling ribbons of light swirled around, enveloping her body. The sight before them left all the witnesses stunned. A murmur erupted throughout the great hall. It's hard to believe that she alone received holy power, equivalent to that of 10 bishops. Even though she has reached the master level, she shouldn't have been able to suppress it and would have exploded. But it's hard to believe that she has surpassed the abilities of the previous holy woman. On the high throne, Sarah watched intently, not missing a single detail. The corners of her lips curved up slightly, her face filled with pride. Sarah declared the 8th holy woman, Elahan. The strongest holy woman will support the warrior who has been born. At that moment, her eyes were unusually calm. No surprise, no excitement, only a clear understanding of the heavy responsibility that awaited her. Then the group moved to another room. In the middle of the room, more prominent than all, was a mace stuck straight into the ground. Sarah recounted 300 years ago, the great hero, the previous King Roderick and the first holy woman, realized their powerlessness on that journey. She prayed behind the warrior. She ceaselessly prayed to receive strength from the kindness of all people. She continued, and the monks need to take her power to eliminate the demon race. The will of the previous generation was forged by the holy chain they built, the strongest cavalry of the 6 lands, and under the name of the holy woman, the strongest holy woman will become the vice commander. She continued, the position beside her is reserved for the warrior, and thus, your destiny has been blessed. You will fight beside that person. This is what every holy woman desires. And she bowed her head slightly and answered politely, yes. Sarah immediately urged loudly, so now for the final test. Elahan prepared to fight. Without hesitation, Elahan nimbly took off her cloak. Instantly, the magic from her body exploded, shining brightly like a white flame in the dark room. That layer of light crystallized, forming a solid suit of armor, enveloping Elahan's body. She didn't hesitate, reaching for the mace stuck in the middle of the room. Elahan lifted it decisively. Her eyes shone brightly with determination. A powerful aura emanated, causing the entire room to fall silent for a few seconds. Witnessing that scene, the man couldn't help but be amazed. That's the strongest fighting weapon. The great mace. The person next to him stammered, almost speechless. Amazing then. They stepped outside to perform the next ritual. The snowy wind still howled ceaselessly. Gusts of it lashed straight into their cold faces, but it couldn't stop. The will burning within Elahan. Sarah spoke. That is the mark made by the strongest sword, left by the previous king. It is said that he left that mark with a single move. She continued to speak, and the mark on the cliff was left by the previous holy woman at their succession ceremony. Sarah said with a proud voice, now, it's your turn, Elahan. Sarah shouted, now it's your turn, the 8th holy woman. Elahan, the snowy wind howled, whipping up her white robes, but it couldn't shake the iron will burning in her eyes. At that moment, a thought flashed in Elahan's mind. Sir Warrior, I have heard of your performance. She recalled Leon's fierce battle from before. Magic gathered in his hand, swirling into a fierce vortex, then exploded into a shockwave that shook the very ground, sweeping away everything in its path. When facing the monster, Leon didn't show a hint of fear, and then with just one slash he cut it in 2, ending it all in an instant. Elahan told herself, although there is still half a year until the day in the prophecy. Just thinking about you, developing, at such a rapid pace. Her eyes closed slightly. A continuous stream of thoughts flowed in my mind. I, who have just become a holy woman, can't help but feel ashamed. But Elahan thought of Leon with admiration mixed with infatuation. You are truly very brave and manly. And suddenly her eyes snapped open. A burning determination shone in her pupils. I want to be a holy woman worthy of you, Sir Warrior. Elahan's two hands gripped the mace tightly, like a silent affirmation of her unwavering will, determined not to back down. Immediately streams of magic poured out, surrounding Elahan. Without hesitation she swung the mace high and shouted loudly. As soon as the words were spoken, Elahan's weapon slammed straight down on the ground. With terrifying power, the ground exploded, rubble flying everywhere. The impact just now was so strong that it pierced through the cliffs in front. Dust and smoke rose in a cloud. The sight before her left Sarah speechless. Her eyes widened, her mouth agape, completely speechless. The others were also stunned. No one could believe what they had just witnessed was real. She stood silently, admiring the result she had just created. The corners of her lips curved up into a slight smile that even Elahan herself couldn't suppress. Sir Warrior, please, I beg you, unknowingly. Her two cheeks blushed. A trembling whisper echoed in her heart. Please accept this humble one. Scene change. At this time, Cesare was slowly reading the contents of the letter. As a successor to the reputation of the Holy Chain, I am willing to sacrifice myself for you. He glanced at Leon at the end. She wrote, I will try to meet you as soon as possible. He was stunned, completely unable to understand what was happening. Leon's face turned pale. Cold sweat trickled down his temples. He could only cry silently in his heart. What is this? I'm getting goosebumps. I have a feeling I'm about to get into trouble. He asked curiously, what kind of person is the holy woman? Cesare calmly replied, she is the one who received the highest authority and the strongest ability. I am sure she will be a great help to you. Warrior Leon was silent and thought. That's right, this could be good news for me, if the holy woman, the companion of the warrior through the generations, is truly that outstanding. I need to be very skilled, and not be ashamed in front of the holy woman. He had grasped the direction to create an aura weapon. The rest is the form. Leon suddenly spoke up. Sir, is your attribute the moon? He answered flusteredly. Yes, he continued nonchalantly. I don't know if it's too much to ask. Could you tell me the shape you use to perfect your aura weapon? Upon hearing that, Cesare's expression suddenly changed. His face was cold and emotionless. Karen was stunned, her mouth agape, and cold sweat poured down like rain. She also used both her hands and feet to signal Leon, almost wanting to scream but not daring to make a sound. You can't ask an aura user that. Asking an aura user to reveal the shape of their aura weapon is like asking them to reveal their weakness. However, contrary to Karen's thoughts, he suddenly broke into a bright smile and happily agreed. Okay, it's fine. Cesare began to explain. I use the state of the moon as a shape, he continued. When I only need to release a small amount of power, it is a crescent moon. Cesare's voice continued to ring out. When I release a stronger blow, it is a half moon. He continued to speak. When I release all my strength, it is a full moon. Besides, there are also forms like the new moon, or lunar eclipse. He froze his eyes wide with astonishment. 5 shapes. In her heart, Karen was completely surprised. He told him, without any hesitation. Does he really trust me and Leon that much? Leon seemed to have realized that. The 5 forms of the moon. He sighed to himself, but unlike the moon, the sun does not change to any state, so I can't build a shape perfectly. Like that, suddenly, a thought flashed in Leon's mind. His eyes widened slightly, as if he had just found a way out of the maze. However, it is entirely possible to cover the sun. The corner of his mouth curved slightly. If I use a solar eclipse as a form, to accumulate power, the sun will continue to burn brightly. If I find a way to maintain its essence. Seeing Leon's excited expression, Cesare exclaimed with joy. It seems you've had a breakthrough, haven't you? Leon was full of determination, in a firm voice. Yes, to engrave its shape in my mind. I want to try it right now. Right after that, the two of them quickly went outside to practice. He tightened his grip on the sword in his hand, and said decisively, let's begin. He didn't hesitate for a second. Immediately, Cesare swung the flail in his hand. A relaxed mindset. Show me what you can create. Magic quickly flared up around Leon's body. The swirling light seemed to respond to the determination in his heart. Classifying aura. Alright, let's do it. He quickly swung the flail with a powerful blow. Without holding back, here I come. Leon immediately raised his sword to block and deflect its trajectory. The flail grazed past him, and then slammed straight down on the ground behind him, with terrifying force. Rocks and dust flew everywhere, filling the sky. The magic continued to flare up around Leon's body. swirling into hazy circles, as if gathering something unpredictable. Leon suddenly felt something was wrong, and snorted coldly. He was sure it wasn't this feeling. It's still very difficult to use it fluently, even though I'm practicing dodging his attacks, Leon silently affirmed, and he's not even going all out. The attack from the chain carried the power of an aura weapon. Just a light graze is enough to injure me. He quickly regained his will, once again facing the rushing flail. Dodging forever is not a good idea, Leon thought to himself. I have to observe its trajectory and find a way to deal with it. To use a weapon like a flail, you need to maintain a certain distance. Then he quickly rushed forward. If I shorten the distance, it will be less dangerous. The stream of thought continued to flow in Leon's mind. First, I have to dodge the rock. But just then, the flail suddenly spun violently, creating a screaming steel whirlwind around him. In a flash, Leon was completely surrounded, with no way to escape. Cesare sneered. You think you can escape, Sir Warrior? He gritted his teeth in anger. Impossible. Leon stomped his foot hard. The ground beneath his feet immediately cracked. In his heart an iron will echoed. No, I have to do it. At that very moment, the magic around him erupted violently. The swirling light was like a flame, responding to the will burning in his heart. The scene made him extremely shocked. His eyes widened in astonishment. The streams of magic around Leon continued to surge, stronger and stronger each time, exploding as if to tear space apart. His eyes were full of determination, to be able to recreate the 7-star sword, the Eclipse Sword. First, Leon's target will be the 2nd star of the constellation, starting Morak, instead of just showing it in the subconscious. I need to make it exist with this will. First, compress the aura, use it to cover the sword and contain it. The holes that caused it to escape have been blocked. By this method, the aura will materialize into an Eclipse Sword. Cesare's eyes widened in amazement, and he looked up carefully again. A series of chains were cut into many pieces by Leon. Cesare panicked. Hero, that technique is still not perfect. And on this side Leon was still lost in thought. He was still far from creating a complete 7-star sword. This is just a temporary measure. It can be said that this is a temporary solution, even though it is an incomplete technique. This will still be Leon's trump card against his enemies. Cesare continued to exclaim in amazement, I can't believe it. I really cherished it. Leon also replied, that's what I cherish very much. From afar Karen called out, excuse me, Leon, a visitor has come to see you. Rice took off her hood to surprise him. Sir Leon, it's been a long time. Leon turned his head to look at her, and smiled. Raisa, the scene changes. They rested together and went to the room, to talk to each other. Raisa spoke up. This is the first time we've met outside the guild. Are you feeling better? Leon replied politely. Yes, thank you for worrying about me. Rice expressed her sincerity. I was very worried about you, so I brought a high-grade potion here. And here this is a reward from the Count. She showed it to Leon and explained. This bracelet contains interdimensional space magic. Although it can't hold too many things, it will still be very useful to you. Hearing that, Karen was startled, and asked in surprise, interdimensional magic. It's worth hundreds of gold coins. If its design was prettier, I'm sure its value could reach 1,000. Seeing Karen's expression, Rice encouraged her. You're right, Karen, you're really knowledgeable in this field. Karen took the opportunity to show off. She pointed to her ear. My earring is of the same type. It can only hold a little, so I use it instead of a handbag. Leon sweated and thought to himself. He had been wondering where the daggers came from. And then, Leon took the treasure that the Count had given him and put it on his hand. He held his arm out to the potion and ordered it to be absorbed. Immediately, the potion flew to Leon's hand and went inside. Leon exclaimed with joy. This is really a convenient magic item. The Count is more generous than you thought. Then Rice continued to speak shyly. The second reason is that Sir Leon has been promoted to B rank. Now you have met all the conditions for promotion. If you show me your aura weapon, I will give you this badge. Leon's eyes widened at what appeared before him. 100 days. Okay, Leon had been promoted to B rank in less than 100 days. Unfortunately, Elcid couldn't witness it. But Rice looked at Leon's sword and exclaimed, I have confirmed your aura weapon. Rice took a card from her pocket and gave it to him. Leon held it in his hand and smiled. The B rank badge. He never dreamed of one day becoming a B rank adventurer when he was in school. At this moment, Cesare and Karen clapped and congratulated him. Sir. Congratulations, Junior. Then Rice continued to announce, there is one last reason. This is a request for Sir Leon. Leon asked confusedly, a request? What kind of request? Rice smiled excitedly and replied, didn't you accept the top escort mission? Leon's face went blank, and he exclaimed confusedly, huh, Karen. At this time, seeing Leon sweating profusely, and Rice gave more information go around Ben, to the Titan mountain range, They will leave once the goods are ready. And who am I? Once it's a request for Leon, I will do my best to save a spot for you. Karen lowered her head. The cold killing intent made Leon sweat profusely. She turned to look at Leon, and slowly said each word. Save a spot. Leon quickly tried to clear his name. I didn't know I would be going with you before. And then Leon would receive great help, including the Count's network and power. And Rice said that she was very willing to be the contact between the two sides. That's great until the merchants contact you. They continued to train. When Leon fought with Karen, she was charging with her dagger, frowned, and watched her every move tensely. Her speed is incredible. It's even more dangerous than her skill with the dagger. Then Karen continuously advanced and attacked, taking the initiative. Karen reminded him, don't let your vision deceive you. Leon's eyes were already red. It was time to decide that he couldn't rely on his vision. From the beginning, this was an exercise to improve the limitations of his vision. To do that, Leon needed to learn how to use aura intuition, to be able to use the eclipse more proficiently. Focus. Leon felt Karen's power, the fluctuation of the wind. Next was below the vibration of the ground. He focused and closed his eyes tightly. Meanwhile, Karen was behind him. Leon's face suddenly twitched. He could feel it. Quickly, he glanced behind him. Karen looked back at him in surprise face to face. Then she had to retreat to defend herself. Karen encouraged him. Impressive. Who would have thought you would learn intuition, aura so quickly? Leon smiled with satisfaction. It's all thanks to you, Senior. Thank you. Hearing that, Karen blushed and flustered. What? Then she pulled Leon's head to her and scolded him. How arrogant. Meanwhile, Leon was still thinking. If I let this feeling continue to sink into my body, Leon will become much stronger than he is now. Cesare also appeared and clapped in praise. Congratulations, Sir Leon. You've made another breakthrough. Seeing him, Leon replied politely. Hello, Sir Cesare. He offered. I have some information for both of you. I have an appointment with the merchants this afternoon. They are not far from here. If we go to meet them, I think things will go very smoothly. The two of them, Leon and Karen, were overjoyed as if they had been blessed by the gods. They clasped their hands and looked up at Cesare. The scene changes to the evening sky. Leon appeared looking down from above at the village. Finding this place was really easy. He asked, Senior, shall we go? After saying that, Leon and Karen set off for the camp inside. The leader asked, Are you from the guild? Leon showed the card he had just received and said, Yes, I am Leon, a B-rank adventurer. He introduced himself again. I am Anan from the Storm Merchant Guild. He extended his hand to shake hands with Leon. We are just a small trading company, so I hope you will protect us well. He also politely shook hands and replied briefly, Yes, Arnold. After shaking hands, he looked at Leon very warily. And Leon felt something from Arnold. The hand of a swordsman is different from the hand of a person who regularly holds a pen. He must have lived a more diligent life than him, while Leon was still spending time with his sword. But at this time, Arnold still encouraged Leon. You have a gentleman's hands. Leon just curled his lips into a smile. Then the two of them happily shook hands, continuously hoping for help, because now both of them trusted each other. After that, Aaron quickly joined the table to discuss with Leon and Karen's group. It seems we have more manpower, and he continued. However, our budget is quite limited, so I'm not sure if it's enough to hire more escorts, or not. Leon asked further. The destination of the trading company is the summit of the Titan mountain range, he replied. Yes, that's right, but, then Leon asked again, you must know how dangerous the road will be. Right, Anan replied. Yes, I know. Leon's eyes lit up like stars, and he reassured him. So then, when you are on a dangerous road, do you feel safe? When you have a rank A adventurer escorting you? Anan heard this information like a thunderclap. Rank A, then he considered. I would be very safe, but it would cost a very high fee to hire them. I don't have that much money. Moreover, I don't know if a rank A adventurer would want to escort this tiny trading company. At that moment, Karen showed her card in her hand. She said, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Karen, a rank A adventurer. Seeing that, Anan spat out all the water from his mouth, and exclaimed happily, I didn't realize that as a merchant, I need to have a keen eye. It seems I'm still not keen enough. Karen smiled brightly and pointed at Leon. You don't need to worry about the money, I'm just following Leon, so you just need to pay me the amount. For a rank B adventurer. Quickly, the security guard hurriedly signed the papers with Leon. He was very satisfied. He was very pleased, and said, Our finances are quite tight. Thank you for your understanding, Miss Karen. I will pay the remuneration for the two of you as rank A next time. Karen replied, It's all right. I should be the one apologizing for intruding. Aaron said, I will prepare the most comfortable carriage for the two of you. On the way, we will cover all living expenses. Then the two of them left amidst Aaron's joy. Is it okay for us to receive such treatment? Karen answered. Of course I am rank A, after all. Scene change. While they were walking back together, Leon asked, by the way senior, will it really be okay? Karen replied, just look at the result. The head merchant hired a rank A adventurer at a cheap price. In return, we get treated better. At this moment Leon sensed something, and turned his eyes to notice. It was the mercenaries. Karen saw Leon was silent and not speaking. She nudged him and asked, what's wrong? Is this your first time seeing mercenaries? Leon replied, I've seen them once from a distance, but never this close. When the subjugation war was happening, both sides were carrying out missions in 2 different areas, so I didn't get to interact with them. They look quite formidable, but the way they looked at me when they glanced over, I don't think they have good intentions, Karen said smugly. To be honest, mercenaries tend to conflict with adventurers. Let's just keep our distance like this. Leon smiled and replied, all right. Then his face turned back to look at the city. So this is the time to say goodbye to this city, huh? I wonder if one day, Leon can come back here. He left the cage called school, and started his solo adventure. And this city of Ben, Leon thought of Jess, who gave him his first rank C card, then came Khan, then Cesare. He had gone and met many people. Even if Leon forgot all the other places, the memories of this city would be hard to erase. He planned to leave after Elsid woke up, but if he missed this opportunity, Leon didn't know if there would be another time. A trip to the Titan Mountains is very rare. More importantly, he shouldn't rely too much on Elsid. Although, Leon had no choice but to accept his help in the subjugation battle. Even if he didn't have Elsid, just walking around with protection is not very suitable for a warrior. Scene changes in a flash. It was the next morning. Cesare came out to say goodbye to him. The goddess will bless you too with peace. He will protect everyone, just as there is the sun during the day and the moon at night. So Leon politely bowed and said, thank you for everything, sir. Cesare replied, it's all right, I should be the one thanking you. If this relationship hadn't happened, stopping the true formation would have been impossible. We can see it as the guidance of the goddess. And so I have something for you, he said. This item contains a type of divine magic. This magic is used for healing. You can use it to take out the holy sword when you are in a difficult situation. Leon took it and put it around his neck. Thank you. I will take good care of it, Cesare explained. This is an important item, now that Elsid is currently asleep. And that item also has another function. Leon asked confusedly. Another function. Cesare continued to explain. If you show this to the commander of the Holy Crusaders, you can mobilize all the Knights of the Holy Chain. Nearby, Leon shouted in panic. The Knights of the Holy Chain. Cesare continued to warn. So use it carefully. A person who is not its master can only use it once. Leon looked at the necklace in disbelief. He replied, thank you, sir. The authority to summon the Knights of the Holy Chain, although it can only be used once, it is still very valuable. If an incident occurs, it will be a great help. Scene change on a beautiful morning. The carriages had been sent by Anand. He cheerfully called out, good morning. Are you all ready? I brought breakfast today. A lavish spread of food appeared. Leon was stunned. I'm not used to it. You don't have to be so thoughtful. Meat for breakfast. Even so, if you're invited, you still eat everything. Leon exclaimed, I'm so full, this is still too much. Karen gently touched his arm and said, this seems to be the first time you've been treated like this. Your face looks like you're used to suffering, and can't handle being happy, right? Leon replied, it's all your fault, senior. Then Karen's face turned serious. She said, we're in a bit of trouble, aren't we? Leon looked at Karen confusedly and in a daze, and then Leon turned his head to look. A group of people were looking up at them. Their eyes held no goodwill. Leon smirked and agreed. That's right, this is quite a nuisance. Karen slowly spoke up. I think we have some troublesome people with us. Hearing her say that, Leon was surprised. A moment later it was already afternoon. In a vast field, Karen's caravan was still moving steadily. Sitting in the carriage, Leon spoke up. This is much faster than I thought. Then she gently replied, because it's a magic carriage. He asked back in surprise, magic without hesitation. Karen explained, weight-reducing magic is the most effective and common method. It's easy to perform and has a long-lasting effect. It's very convenient, but also not perfect. The shock absorption of the wheels will be very weak. We will have to remove this magic in a rugged place like the Titan mountain range. That's why we have to save as much time as possible. At this moment, in the sky, the sun was casting its last rays on the ground for the day. Seeing that they stopped and started to set up camp, in Leon's view, it seems we'll be camping here. Karen replied comfortably. Because it gets dark so fast, he asked curiously. Are we going out too? Without hesitation she quickly refused. I'm fine. I'm not hungry. You can go alone. If anything happens, wake me up. Seeing Karen's laziness, Leon was speechless. Yes, senior. After stepping outside, the sight of a woman cooking a delicious dinner caught his eye. On the other side, a man was feeding a horse. After the tiring days on the road, so they are preparing for camping, without interruption. Observing how they moved smoothly in large numbers, like they were all one body. You could say they have been working together for a long time. The next second, Leon glanced over and saw Hansen's group, approaching menacingly. You knew they would approach me when I was alone. Leon had already guessed, so he wasn't even surprised. Do you guys need something? Hearing that, Hamel replied with a contemptuous tone. Need something? You talk as if you're our boss without hesitation. He retorted. If you guys think so, then so be it. Leon's attitude made Hamel burst out laughing. You're acting so high and mighty, just because you're traveling with a rank A adventurer. You're as naive and green as you look. He asked back confusedly. Who's acting high and mighty, when you guys surround me while I'm walking alone? Let's be blunt. You guys are jealous, because you're not getting the same treatment as me and are being left out. For a younger but more experienced and seasoned guy. Leon's revelation quickly made Hamel furious. You bastard. That guy gritted his teeth and stared at Leon's face. A moment later, Karen's calm voice rang out. Alright, that's enough. You guys are grown-ups and you're still bickering like that. If you don't believe in his abilities, just let him show you. As soon as they heard her voice, both Hansen and Leonik yelled in panic. Rank A. Are you serious? Karen asked seriously. Why do you guys think I would side with him and interfere with the match? The two of them turned pale with fear, hearing that. The next second, Hansen slowly said, No, if you referee impartially, I will fight him, as if just waiting for this sentence. She happily changed her tone. You don't mind fighting him around, do you? Leon replied gently. It's fine. Everything is going according to the direction Karen had predicted. Leon suddenly remembered Karen's words. If the mercenaries misunderstand you, you just have to knock some sense into them with your strength. Ability is everything here. What would Elsid say at times like this? Oh well, no need to think about it. Then he turned to observe the group of three: Hansen, Hamel, and Leonik, and thought a rank B veteran mercenary. Leon didn't think he would lose. The conflict between adventurers and mercenaries has been a long-standing problem, because the guild had split into two separate professions. They clearly hated a rank B rookie, traveling with a beautiful rank, a female adventurer. It's not that Leon didn't understand them. In a flash, Karen had started a business, only accepting more bets for another 10 minutes. Come on everyone, place your bets. The people in the group continuously rushed to join. 5 silver for Hansen, 3 silver for the mercenary. I'm betting on the young adventurer. Not stopping there, she provoked them. If you guys are men, bet everything you have. This scene immediately made Leon fall into deep thought. And now she is opening a betting house. Like a real pro, Karen said professionally. A rank B adventurer will fight a rank B mercenary. Who will take the glory? Mr. Merchant, would you like to place a bet? The security guard asked back in surprise when he saw her call him. Me in a moment, he whispered to Karen. So, after reaching an agreement, the two of them, they turned to support Leon, making him break out in a sweat. So obvious. Then why did you guys bother whispering? A moment later, Karen announced loudly. So now the match begins. Adventurer Leon versus the representative of the Mercenary Guild, Steelclaw Hansen. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, she began to explain the rules of the match. As I said before, you are not allowed to use aura weapons to attack the opponent. You are not allowed to use any unregistered weapon. Beforehand, you are also not allowed to use scrolls or shadow or energy. Most importantly, you must follow my instructions. There is no time limit. However, you are not allowed to leave the fighting line. If anyone attacks the audience, they will be disqualified immediately. Is that clear? A second later, Leon entered a ready state. Understood. Senior Hansen was no less impressive. I understand very well. Karen's voice rang out once more. Get ready to start. Just as Leon drew his sword, Hansen simultaneously summoned his weapons, a spear and a shield. A rank B using a shield is very rare. Even a rank C. The silver gleam from the scratches on the shield. It's not made of ordinary steel. After careful observation, he stated firmly, this is not an ordinary shield. Even though they were opponents, he didn't mind explaining to Leon this shield. It's small, but it uses a mithril alloy. I got it for protecting a dwarf a few years ago. Hansen's honesty surprised him. Is it okay to tell me all that? With a very confident tone, he replied comfortably. It's fine. Even if I didn't say, you would still know after hitting it. More importantly, from the very beginning, I don't want to use any tricks on a kid. So Hansen was looking down on Leon. Thinking this, Leon told himself, he will make him regret it. Just as he planned in his head, Leon executed it. First, the footwork. The next second he rushed forward like the wind, at a terrifying speed. Leon went straight towards Hansen, He quickly swung his sword, as if to test slashing at his shield. Although the shield's defense was remarkable, Leon still boldly attacked, while blocking his blow. Hansen gritted his teeth and thought, what the heck? The destructive power is terrifying. In a flash, he dodged Leon's blow and gripped the spear in his hand. Despite Hansen's continuous attacks, he calmly swung his sword to block the blows. It turned out Leon was trying to figure out his fighting style, a one-handed spear technique that revolves around deflecting and countering with the shield, a mithril alloy, a defensive fighting style. What a bastard. The more he attacked, the more damage he took. It feels like Leon is being surrounded by porcupine quills. If I use Solar Eclipse, I can split that shield in two. Leon isn't sure if he'll split Hansen's body too. If this continues, there's no other way I have to use it. Outside the match, a merchant was confused by Leon's strange action. He's crouching low. In a flash, Karen realized it. That's back to the match. Leon's figure kept flickering in and out of existence. I don't know when, but his foot had stepped on Hansen's shield. Seeing that, he was shocked, as if he didn't understand what was happening. Before Hansen could react any further, Leon had kicked both the shield and him away. Hansen was surprised in his heart. You didn't use your sword but a kick, so this guy isn't a traditional swordsman. As soon as he saw Leon's image, rushing towards him, he immediately used his strength to shield himself with the iron shield. But unfortunately for Hansen, he had suddenly appeared right behind him. It seems Leon's action was just as Karen had predicted. That's an assassin's move. As soon as she finished her sentence, he had sent Hansen flying with a single sword strike. He quickly fell from a high place, with a terrified face. Just as Leon's sharp sword was about to reach him, it was also the moment Hansen surrendered. I lost. A second later, Karen's announcement rang out. The match is over. Rank B, Adventurer Leon, is the winner. When everyone in the group was filled with disappointment, only Aaron happily collected the bets. Leon also happily looked over at Karen. The technique you learned from Senior is quite useful. If Elsid saw this, he would definitely joke about Leon trying to imitate an assassin. But it's also very useful to know many techniques. Then you will have more options to choose from. Besides Roderick, who else can defeat every enemy with just basic tactics? He's completely different from Leon's relaxed mood. Leonic said in a deep voice, "My turn." Before he could say anything more, Gustav appeared and stopped him. Seeing that, both Hamel and Leonic shouted in unison, "Leader Gustav." He spoke seriously. After observing the first match, "I'm sure you guys don't stand a chance against that." Although a bit embarrassed, Hamel had to agree. "Well, that's right then." Gustav stood menacingly in front of Leon, surprising him. This person is the leader of the Steel Claw mercenary group. Suddenly, he sincerely bowed and shouted, "I'm sorry, your skills are well deserving of rank B. We misjudged you. It's our fault for not behaving properly and causing trouble." Under Leon's confused expression, Gustav continued to speak. "To be honest, we were just angry because we're grown-ups and still at rank B. Moreover, 4 of us were chosen, and yet, we have to sit together in one carriage, while you get to ride with a beautiful woman, so we were very jealous. I'm sorry for my attitude towards you." Gustav's surprising honesty made Karen burst out laughing. Leon was still stunned and bewildered. A moment later, he gently extended his hand. "Let's travel together from now on." The aura emanating from Leon made Hamel shield his eyes. "My eyes," Leonic also exclaimed. "Is this the presence of a strong person?" Then Gustav quickly shook his hand. With a solemn tone, he affirmed, "I am truly indebted to you. I will not forget this debt." Leon was still not used to Gustav's way of speaking. No, you don't have to be like that." Not letting him refuse, he quickly interrupted, "Repaying a debt of gratitude to a comrade is a very important thing in life. Even if you don't accept it, I will still repay you. Just you wait." In a flash, the joyful shouts of Hamel and Leonic rang out. "Great, let's all drink through the night tonight." Amidst the gentle night, the sound of beer mugs clinking together echoed across the field. Immediately after, Gustav and Hamel repeatedly tempted Leon to drink more. Finally, he agreed to join the party. Just a few glasses, and Leon was already tipsy. Karen just gently sat on the side and observed this lively scene. In just a moment, it was already the next morning. Looking at Leon, who was groaning, Karen teased, "If everyone knew you ended up like this because you drank too much, they would probably laugh their heads off." It seems last night's party made him so drunk he didn't know what was what anymore. After reconciling with the mercenaries, the atmosphere of the merchant caravan became much more relaxed. Surprisingly, the profit was quite small, but Leon had learned how to fight the mountain orcs. According to Hansen, this merchant caravan came from the north. Where they were heading, they might have to face orcs many times, so he needed to know more information. Not just Hansen, just every mercenary Leon met boasted about their tricks to fight against monsters. After asking around, he slowly spoke up. Thank you for answering. You gave the best answer you could, even though the question was very difficult. Without hesitation, Leonic said in a deep voice. Then can I ask you something in return? What is your relationship with her? This sudden question of his made Leon freeze for a moment. In the carriage, Karen was fast asleep, despite the sunlight shining in. At the same time, Leon thought to himself, the relationship between him and Senior. Leon asked, back in a panic. Why do you guys suddenly ask questions like that? Leon teased in a high voice, what's there to hide? It's obvious. When a man and a woman are sitting together in a carriage, what else? Hansen also quickly chimed in, of course, if you say so. Hearing that, he blushed and shouted, that's not it. While Leon was still blushing, Hamill quickly interrupted, so should we call it an intimate relationship between a senior and a junior? It's because both of you have movements that are extremely similar. It doesn't look like two people who are just respecting each other, and both of you are also not affected by the distance of your status. Isn't he, Hamill? Before changing his profession, he used to be a ranger, so Hamill's observation skills are quite good. Just to think that he could spot the similarities in the movements of the two of them with just one look. After thinking for a while, Leon regained his composure and began to explain. We became close after doing a mission together. We don't have feelings for each other like you think. As if wanting to continue teasing him, both Leonic, Hazen and Hamill said in unison, so not yet. Leon tried to deny it's not like that. Their conversation reached Karen's ears, making her so embarrassed she had to cover her face with a blanket. A moment later, after he finished talking with Hamill's group, he slowly said to himself, having a rank A adventurer join, and the mission still can't be guaranteed to be safe. But I'm caught in a rumor that a rank B rookie is in a romantic relationship with his senior. No matter who saw us, I must look like a real simp. No doubt about it. Leon will be misunderstood as hiding behind a girl. And when the dust had not yet settled, Leon tried to see who the winner was. So the result is, when everything gradually became clearer, the silhouettes of two figures on the arena floor gradually appeared. Jerome fell heavily to the ground, seriously injured. Amidst the rapid breathing, Gustav's voice lowered as if wanting to extinguish the battle that was exceeding the limit. I do not know why you want to fight, but let us stop here, or else one of the two of us will have to die. Jerome replied with a vicious smile, as if every threat only made him more excited. Right, do you not think that person will be you? Then with a crazy look in his eyes, his terrifying voice rang out. That was just warming up. The real terror starts from now on. Gustav's voice was tough. Do you still have enough strength to stand up? Do not try to act dangerous. Suddenly Jerome's hands transformed. Bursts of red light flared up violently. His eyes turned glowing red, and fangs appeared. Suddenly the figure before Gustav's eyes disappeared. In the moment of chaos, a voice full of surprise from Hamel rang out. He disappeared. Gustav's face changed. His expression became more tense. From Leon's eyes, one could see a blue beam of light rushing forward. He looked up above, as if wanting to confirm something. Right, when every gaze was still bewilderedly searching, Leon's voice seemed to freeze in his breath. Look up there. Jerome plunged down, slashing 10 times continuously and decisively, not allowing Gustav to react. Every slash caused his entire body to bleed. Gustav's scream of agonizing pain rang out. The brutal truth struck, making him stagger, because he could not accept the new power appearing before his eyes. Impossible, he slashed through my steel aura. How can that bastard Jerome possess such terrible power? The smile on Jerome's face became twisted as he felt the collapse of Gustav behind his back. The shock spread like fire meeting straw, leaving panic choking the voice of the witness. What happened? I did not see anything. How did he attack him? Words of disbelief at the scene just now rang out. Suddenly the captain collapsed to his knees. Damn it, what the hell is this? No matter how fast Jerome is, that bastard is at most only B rank. But surely only Leon understood that what they just saw was the truth. No, that speed must be comparable to Karen. Jerome's foot stepped on the wound on Gustav's leg. After enduring the slash just now, pain was evident in his scream. Anxiety turned into chaos as they rushed to the side of Noth. The captain, who was in pain, trying to suppress the panic, but still could not hide the trembling on his lips. Damn, Captain. In that moment, another cold figure seemed to be admiring his achievement. Wait, then that person tilted his head, as if enjoying the despair of others, eyes glowing terrifyingly, as he spoke a warning. What should I do if a careless third party intervenes in the middle of the duel, before the sight of teammates they used to know, now acting as if being controlled? One person could not hide his shock. What is with these guys? Are they still the people I knew? On Gustav's side, even though in pain he still tried to control his gaze towards Jerome, a voice containing his arrogance rang out. All right, say it, Gustav. His voice light like sharp little blades, hidden in every word. You have had to kneel down. The cruelty was carved deeper when Jerome demanded the final thing to prove his immense power. Beg me for forgiveness. Suddenly white foam poured in waves from his mouth. El Cid seemed to have just realized something. He shouted loudly, ordering Leon. Leon, quickly draw your sword and point it at the sky. Then release your light aura. Although he still did not understand what was happening, he still acted immediately. A stream of golden light emitted from Leon's sword. Jerome flinched, looking towards the direction of the light. His scream of being burned echoed. Choking breaths rang out in extreme confusion. My body is burning. It is too hot. Immediately after that, Jerome and the other two guys collapsed. What is happening? Why did they suddenly all collapse? That moment, a feeling of uneasiness spread when seeing them collapse simultaneously. El Cid, could it be these guys? El Cid's voice spoke up in amazement, unable to hold back. That is right, they are all half vampires. Leon, standing next to him, voiced his confusion as he did not fully understand. His voice mixed with a bit of naivety. Half vampires. Then he blinked, and asked again, what does that mean? Not vampires. El Cid immediately explained calmly. Half vampires are those who have drunk serum containing vampire blood. Simply put, they are half human, half vampire. He also recounted the origin of vampires. They are weakened by sunlight, and their power doubles at night. Their regeneration ability also becomes stronger, although not like a normal vampire. On the other hand, if injured by silver weapons, their lives will be threatened. They also cannot use anti-magic, but at midnight it is difficult to deal with them. You easily defeated them thanks to the holy sword and sun aura. Finally, Leon clearly understood the truth. So they are related to vampires. El Cid replied concisely. That is right. Gustav approached him and spoke. Leon, about this matter, But Leon asked about his condition. "Captain, are you okay?" He answered briefly, "I am fine." But Leon knew the reality was far different. He is not fine. Heavily injured, actually. Treating him is the top priority. He did not have time to beat around the bush. When the atmosphere was tense, Leon's voice spoke up. "They are vampires. The horror of the people there spread when they heard it." "Huh, vampires." The sky gradually turned to dusk, and the moon rose high. Jerome suddenly showed signs of waking up. He opened his eyes wide, trying to sit up. Jerome woke up at the right time, only to face those he could not avoid. "Jerome, you are awake," before the fear present in his every breath. That guy continued with a deep voice mixed with killing intent. "Let us have a little chat." His voice rang out full of panic. "Wait, this is against the rules." Jerome's scream rang throughout the space. Elsewhere in a building, Leon sat blankly on the bed. Thoughts suddenly appeared in his mind. According to Jerome's confession, Lord Lubena is the root of the problem, right? The next destination of the Storm Merchant Guild is Lubena. He recruits mercenaries and adventurers, coming from everywhere, turning them into subordinates and building an army. He tried to guess what a powerful person could do, turning them into subordinates and building an army. What is he plotting? Leon pondered. Also, he is trying to obtain black quartz through the Storm Merchant Guild. A look of fatigue mixed with a longing for rest. "I will meet the chief merchant and captain, Gustav, early tomorrow. So now I have to sleep." Where is Senior Karen, though? What is she doing? She is not back yet. She should come back early to sleep. Otherwise she will be very tired tomorrow. Elsid smiled helplessly, accompanied by unconcealed teasing. "Surely were you two planning to sleep together?" The misunderstanding made Leon almost choke. "Huh? What are you saying, Elsid? What do you mean, sleep together?" The thing he was thinking in his head still appeared realistically, making the listener even more awkward. An extremely comfortable double bed. Leon immediately shouted in embarrassment, face burning, because of that scary, carefree statement. "What are you saying, you hooligan? I am just..." he stammered, trying to explain. "Just that I am waiting because I am worried about her." Karen walked in at that right moment, eyes looking at the person in front, with a bit of question and suspicion. "Leon, so you are here. I have been looking for you." She smiled, walking over, contrasting with the red face, looking foolish of Leon. "But what did you say you were waiting for?" "Waiting for someone." But then he hurriedly waved his hands, avoiding Karen's suspicious gaze. "No, I was not waiting for anything." At night, the whole sky, high above, was completely covered by darkness. At Duongsun Ka Bar, light from the window spilled outside. In the largest room on the second floor of the bar, Leon was resting his chin on his hand, sitting on the spacious bed, thinking about what we have learned. Lord Lubena is the source of all problems, right? He began to analyze. The next target of the Storm Merchant Guild is probably Lubena. He recruits only mercenaries and adventurers, leading them to become his subordinates, and forming an army. Leon rubbed his chin, narrowing his eyes, wondering, if they find out about this, they will inevitably deal a big blow to the church. What is he plotting? He raised his head, massaging his neck, while feeling puzzled. Where is Senior Karen? What is she doing? She has not returned yet. Right when Leon finished his sentence, Karen, not knowing since when, poked her head in from outside the window, inside the room, shouting loudly, "Leon, so you are here. I have been looking for you for a while." Her face became extremely excited. "Listen to this. This matter is very important." Leon's cheeks somehow became flushed pink, asking her shyly then. Karen held her cheeks, closing her eyes, immersed in her own joy, murmuring, reminding him not to be surprised. "No, no, do not be shocked." Leon looked at her calmly, agreeing, "Ah, okay." Karen opened her eyes, thinking confidently in her head, "This is information I got from the Golden Owl. I will let Leon see strictly how peak my information-gathering skills are." Karen threw her hands out, recounting loudly. "Within the territory of Lord Lubena, there is a vampire." Her arms spread wide, eyes flashing, staring at the person standing in front Leon. After hearing the information that Karen just said, he just stood silently on the spot, without any reaction. The whole room sank into silence. Both of them were completely motionless, face to face, not knowing how much time had passed. Finally, Leon also calmly exclaimed, "Oh, so surprising." Karen pointed at him angrily, asking, "What is with that expression?" Arnott suddenly had a completely opposite expression to Leon. He held his head, screaming, A vampire." "Ah." Karen bowed her head, shedding 2 streams of tears, whispering to herself, "This is the reaction I wanted." Leon stood by, looking at her curiously. The next morning, the sky outside was illuminated by sunlight. From inside Duongsun Kabar, a voice rang out, "There is a vampire hiding in Lubena territory." Arnott, sitting on a single chair, spoke up, and if they feel it is not enough, they will find a way to seize all power. He frowned tightly, asking seriously again. But the person behind everything is Lord Lubina. Are you sure? Gustav narrowed his eyes, recounting. That is what has happened so far, since Damia appeared. I am sure that the vampires are increasing in number, he speculated. Besides that, someone is behind Jerome, and highly likely. That person is Lord Lubina. Gustav stared at the person sitting opposite, saying, however, it is fortunate, because we knew this before hearing it from Lubina's own mouth, so we will have more time to prepare. Arnaut's face showed anxiety, responding, even if we have time, we still cannot prevent it in advance. He began calculating. If the desert bandits had stolen that item, we would have a reason to speak, but now we have come this far. If we do not deliver that item, it will be an insult to the Lord. Arnaut's face was covered in sweat, stating firmly, those nobles value reputation more than life. There is no way the nobles will let this slide. The entire territory of Lubena will treat the merchants of the Storm Merchant Guild as enemies, if that is true. Gustav gritted his teeth hard, frankly, continuing his words. Then it would really be hopeless. After that, he suddenly stood up straight and suggested, I think we should step into where danger is lurking. Leon and Karen, sitting on one side, were silent. Gustav's words reached their ears. Although this decision is quite unwise, but I cannot give up here. He curled the corners of his lips, raising his hand, making a tight fist. If I give up halfway just to protect myself, then I will personally destroy my own trust and credibility. Since I have accepted a request, I will definitely complete that request, with all my heart and strength possible. Arnaut also stood up, slamming both hands on the table. I will use all my remaining money. He patted his chest, declaring boldly, from now on I will recruit more mercenaries, while preparing more silver weapons and holy water, to fight against the vampires. I will not sit still begging for your help. Gustav, hearing his words, smiled with interest. Arnaut also raised his head, face to face with him. Finally, their hands reached out, shaking hands in agreement. Karen, seeing the scene of unity of the two people standing in front, exclaimed, they resolve things pretty quickly, it seems. She bowed her head, suddenly calling out, Leon, can we talk for a bit? Leon confusedly turned his face, looking at Karen standing next to him. The two of them went out to the balcony. When Karen walked in front, Leon followed behind, calling her senior. Karen turned around, determination showing on her face, saying, this time, you will be surprised for sure. It was hard for me to get this news from the black market. It will definitely make you very surprised. Leon's eyes widened, completely frozen by her enthusiastic reaction. Karen rushed over face to face with him. It is not news that anyone can predict. Leon looked at her, replying, okay. Karen held up one finger, recounting the information she knew. Molly, the reason he attacked us in the desert is because maybe he received orders from Lord Lubina. Leon's face became extremely panicked, shouting loudly, what? Karen, seeing that expression of his, was extremely satisfied, smiling happily. Leon looked at her, in his head only knowing how to show a difficult question mark. Karen recounted further, how could that idiot, Molly, know which crate contained valuable goods? Besides, if a large group of bandits is operating, they would not know each other movements. Even if it were a rumor, they could not know. However, they encountered no obstacles. Leon, stunned, repeated the words she just said, suddenly appearing and going straight to that crate. Karen continued, that is what I wanted to say, she deduced. They seemed to be acting according to Lubina's words, doing dirty things. Unfortunately, they met me. Karen gave a conclusion. So Lord Lubina, Leon, having the same thought as her, continued, did not want us to get there. Karen added, this is just what I think. No matter how vast the territory is, suddenly having a merchant group join in is indeed difficult. Anyway, the guard force there is very loyal. She turned her head back, asking meaningfully, he cannot chase away merchants that he invited. Is it not the best way to create something? Unfortunate. Leon frowned, thinking in his head, if Lord Lubina is plotting something in his territory, he will plan something to avoid attention from everyone, so that is the reason why he stole the goods he ordered. But unexpectedly, the Storm Merchant Guild protected the goods, defeated the bandits, and finally had no other choice but to enter. Leon rested his chin, pondering. From the Lord point of view, things gradually became complicated and dangerous. He whispered to himself, since the Storm Merchant Guild exceeded his expectations, the danger also gradually increased. Now he surely is planning to destroy everyone in D's. Leon held the golden pendant, shining extremely bright, in his hand, telling himself, so I must not hesitate anymore. It is time to use the symbol of the Holy Slayer organization, from Bishop Cesare. Then he called out, attracting Karen's attention. Senior Leon's face turned serious, declaring, there are some matters I need to handle. At night, high in the sky, the full moon shone, sparkling light. In front of Duongsun, K-bar, mysterious black smoke appeared, accompanied by a voice. Conditions are quite good. The night in Lubina, black smoke flew into the window of a house, its voice still echoing in the space, indeed fitting the nickname, City of Night. In the room where the black smoke flew in, there was a long-haired boy, sitting on a wooden chair by the window. In his hand, he was also holding a book. The black smoke gathered, creating the silhouette of a person. Tepes did not turn his head, only asking, "You have returned, Roman." The black smoke gradually faded. Roman also respectfully replied, "Yes, your highness." Tepes asked the old man, "What do you mean, highness? To a loser like me, you do not need to speak so respectfully." Roman laughed 2 times, then swore in his heart, "You will always be your highness." Tepes glanced, listening to his praises, heir of the noble Wallachian bloodline, one of the 3 great bloodlines of Nosferatu. "Your highness Tepes." Roman directed his gaze out the window, reporting, "Within a radius of 1 kilometer, there are no subordinates of that. Lord, we can stay here for at least 5 days. Tepes replied to him, "All right," the hand resting on the arm of his chair, clenched into a fist. "Why did I come to this dead end? My clan only has the 2 of us left." Tepes gritted his teeth, uttering every single word. "I have committed a grave sin. Unexpectedly, the place I found for us to settle brought so many disasters to my clan." Roman, standing behind his back, disagreed, and retorted, "Your highness, that sin belongs to the wicked." Tepes affirmed firmly, "Even if it is not my fault, the responsibility still belongs to me. I will try my best to rescue my clan, no matter what happens." Suddenly the pupils in his eyes contracted, flashing red. Light from within blindingly. Roman, seeing that scene, anxiously wanted to approach. Highness Tepes on this side used one hand to cover his face, while the other hand reached out to stop him. When he let go of his hand and looked up, his eyes had turned completely red. 2 strange blood vessels appeared around his eyes. Roman frowned and thought to himself, "He is using the demon eye, the power that allows him to share senses with those to whom he has given blood." The old man muttered to himself, "Even if blood is not shared directly, they will synchronize everything with Lord Tepes." In Tepes' mind, countless different images seemed to appear. Someone looked like they lost all strength, kneeling on a pool of bright red blood on the ground. Next was the scene, Gustave covered in wounds, stabbing the sword in his hand into the ground, to support his body. Then came the image of a sword, sharp and stained with blood, being raised above the surface. On the shiny blade, reflecting the amused, smiling face of the guy. Jerome shifted to another scene. Leon was standing in the middle of a crowd. He raised the sword in his hand high. A beam of golden light covered the entire surrounding space. Leon's face appeared, his eyes exuding danger, staring straight ahead. Tepes opened his mouth and let out a laugh, revealing his sharp fangs. He suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly, continuing to mutter, "Good, very good," Tepes called out. "Roman, it seems heaven still leaves a way for me to live." The old man felt confused and asked, "What are you saying, sir?" In the high night sky, there was a large full moon. Tepes recounted, "I saw the Lord's spy." Roman confirmed, "You mean Damien." Tepes did not admit it but continued speaking. He was defeated by someone possessing divine power. He began to analyze the way he destroyed my hybrids in just 1 month. It seems he has a rather high position in the church. If so, he would know a lot about me. Roman heard everything and uncertainly uttered a few words. "That means," Tepes glanced at the old man and gave a conclusion, "this is the beginning of my counterattack." He held out a hand with claws, sharp and full of bulging blood veins, cursing Andre Lubena. "You bastard, keep your eyes open and watch clearly." Tepes gritted his teeth, declaring, "With my claws, I will tear you into 100 pieces." On the other side, the sky was now in daytime. The sun was shining bright rays. In the space, Elsid's voice rang out, "It is truly chaotic." "Ah, no," I digressed. "Where am I?" "In the carriage?" His face turned slightly pale, answering his own question. "Ah, right. We are discussing the Battle of the Vampires. Right to catch all the soldiers of the Demon King. They attacked straight into Rose's castle, with just a few vampires." Leon remained silent without reacting, but words from Elsid kept transmitting to his ears. "The war caused 90% of vampires to die, including Rose, and from there, they disappeared from history books. But a few people survived, and escaped from there. Who would have thought that 300 years later, they would return?" Leon's face had turned purple. His ears felt like they were bleeding from hearing too much information. He could not stand it anymore, and spoke up, "All right." Bored to death, Leon covered both his ears, rolling his whole body on the wooden floor, complaining, "So boring. Extremely boring. The story has nothing special at all. I cannot train in the carriage, while listening to you ramble on like this. He held his face and asked himself, why is the road to Lubina so peaceful? Peaceful to the point of being scary. Elsid slowly closed his eyes, asking him a question. Ah yeah, so where am I? Leon completely despaired and opened his mouth wide, screaming miserably. Alright, shut up. Right at this moment, Karen poked her head down from the roof of the carriage, smiling and announcing, Leon, we have arrived. Elsid looked at her and replied thanks. Leon also joyfully clenched his fist. Really? Outside, their carriage convoy was heading towards the city gate. Karen replied, we have arrived at the Lubina territory. The carriages were getting closer to the city gate. Karen was still introducing. Although this place cannot compare to a stronghold like Van, Cast it is still large for a wall, located near the border like this, or inside the carriage. Leon looked out with curiosity, then was stunned on the spot. He saw the castle, in front, wrapped by a layer of shiny screen, and blankly asked himself, only I can see it. The castle is sparkling. Elsid also stared outside. While saying it is a trap, Leon heard the two words, it just uttered, and his face immediately became alert. Elsid explained to him, they used a large amount of silver, just to create this formation, and magic applied on the walls, just to chase away vampires. He narrowed his eyes, speculating. I think maybe they have other plans, but I cannot guess what it is. Leon wondered to himself, is that a vampire trap? Is it different from what we think? In his head he silently raised a suspicious description. If Lord Lubina controls vampires, then why would he do that? When Leon's group carriage arrived in front of the city gate, a guard raised his hand to signal. Hey, stand still. The leading soldier asked, which merchant group is this? Arnold stepped down from the carriage, telling him about his identity. I am Arnold, from Storm Machenchi. The soldier, having received the information, replied, finally, you guys have arrived. The Lord has been waiting for you for days. After that, the city gate was opened. The leading soldier waved his hand towards the inside. Hurry and go in. Arnold's reply rang in the space. Yes. The carriage convoy slowly moved, passing through the screen, created by magic, to enter the city. The magic layer shone on Leon. He sat cross-legged upright, whispering, is this the power of the trap? It is completely different from divine power. Karen's face was slightly purple, and she was sweating a lot. She worriedly asked, what is it? I have a bad feeling on the opposite side. Leon was using a voice that only two people could hear to ask Elsid, what would happen if we were vampires? He answered him with a question. Would we be burned? Elsid repeated once more. Anyway, the guards at the gate, they are not hybrids, nor are they vampires. Leon looked at the person standing in front of him, praising him really. Nice job, Elsid. He sternly reminded. From now on, we should act more carefully. We won't know when the enemy will attack. Elsid observed a man walking on the street, then concluded no. He moved his glowing eyes again. Two girls standing together. Also a word, no. Elsid's voice rang out again. No. Leon felt puzzled. Why is everyone not one? He rolled his eyes thinking, what the hell? From the city gate to the capital, there is not a single hybrid or vampire. Leon pondered again by himself. Could the news about vampires in Lubina be fake? Ah no. The sun is still up, so of course it is not easy to find them. They did not know how long they had been running. Finally the carriage arrived. In front of the gate of a mansion, the guard stepped forward, blocking the front of their carriage. Stop. The soldier introduced himself. I am Brad, high-ranking knight. From here on, except for merchants, only adventurers of rank B or higher and mercenaries are allowed to enter. This is the Lord's order. The curtain of the carriage was pulled open. Karen smiled and asked us to. Leon also continued her words, asking, they are all precious goods ordered for delivery. Why not let everyone bring them in? Inside the mansion, sunlight from outside shone into the room. Leon thought with satisfaction. Very good, we can answer the questions. On the wooden podiums on both sides of the corridor, a sculpture was displayed. Gold-plated, looking extremely exquisite. Someone exclaimed, so majestic. Leon asked hesitantly. This is the first time I have set foot in a place like this. May I ask how he is? Hansen, walking behind, spoke up, ordering silence. Going to meet the Lord. Your head will automatically bow down to greet him, so noisy. All of them stopped their footsteps in front of a room. Brad reached out, signaling the others to be quiet. He turned and knocked a few times on the door, then called, Sir Storm. Machenchi and the escorts have arrived. From inside the room came a voice, come in. After receiving approval, the door was also slowly pulled open. Inside the room, Andre was standing, leaning against the window frame, calmly looking at the people entering, as if he had been waiting here for a long time. Arnold represented them, stepping forward. He closed his eyes, respectfully kneeling on one knee on the ground. Leon bowed his head low, using a silent voice in his mouth to call El Cid. El Cid understood and squinted, looking ahead for a while, then gave an answer. No, the Lord is not a vampire. Leon was stunned, and his face was covered in cold sweat, asking back, the Lord is not a vampire. El Cid looked at Andre's half-lit, half-dark face, confirming once again. Yeah. He curled his lips, speaking meaningfully. He is something more troublesome. His voice transmitted to Leon's ears. The guards in this room are the same. Leon secretly felt puzzled. If Lord Lubina and his people are not vampires, so the information about vampires hiding here is fake. Andre signaled, come here Mr. Arnold, of Storm Machenchi. Arnold, hearing his call, nodded once. As a response, Leon silently commented, in the way he speaks, I do not feel the arrogance of a noble, and his eyes are strangely warm and kind. Usually, anyway, he does not look like a bad guy. Andre made a request before talking. I want to receive the item I ordered safely. Careful, using 2 hands to bring the box in front of him. Yes, here sir. Inside the box was a black-purple crystal block. Shining, sparkling. A hand reached out, directly holding the crystal block in the box. Andre raised the crystal, parallel to his gaze, attentively observing. Excellent, very satisfying. As promised, 1,000 gold bars on that day. At the same time, every item you buy in this territory is discounted by 20%. Arnold kept his kneeling posture, eyes closed, bowing his head, answering, thank you, sir. Andre laughed a few times. Ha ha ha, no need to thank me. If so, then he stopped halfway, making Arnold open his eyes and look up anxiously. Andre's eyes became dangerous, looking down from above. Now let us put business aside. Leon and the others standing behind were somewhat tense, listening to him continue. The things I say next, I hope you will not be too surprised. Andre's face seriously announced. There is a vampire hiding here, in Lubina. Leon and El Cid, hearing his words, both their faces became surprised. Gustav clenched his teeth tightly with force. Karen was also stunned by the words she had just heard. Hamel and Hansen were no different. Their whole bodies froze, speechless. Only Arnold had a reaction. He seemed extremely panicked, holding his head and screaming, eh. But just a second later, Arnold hurriedly waved his hands, explaining to Andre, I apologize. Please forgive my impoliteness. Leon, standing on this side, whispered to himself, it is right that he is surprised. Who would have thought he would say it out of his own mouth? Andre slowly recounted the situation. We have patrolled day and night, but just my force is not enough, because vampires are very good at hiding, and I am also very worried, because my soldiers have never seen vampires. He shifted his gaze to a direction and asked, so I want to ask for your help to hunt down vampires. What do you think? Leon was standing with the others. He just silently looked at him, without immediately agreeing to the request just now. Andre's voice continued to echo in the space, transmitting to everyone's ears, I guarantee to reward money for your efforts, and will provide silver weapons and holy water. Leon narrowed his eyes and had secretly calculated in his head, cannot just watch like this. Anyway, we only have one way. In the evening at the room upstairs of the mansion, the light from inside shone out. Someone spoke up. He arranged for us to stay in the guest mansion. I have a feeling he is plotting something. Karen sat on the sofa, speculating. He wants to monitor all our actions. Arnold rested his chin, thinking, apart from choosing to accept, we have no other choice. Gustav closed his eyes, rubbing his chin, raising a doubt. I do not know if the Lord is telling the truth. He is the one who dragged us into the vampire topic. There was another member analyzing, making both. Leon and Karen turned their faces at the same time. I think he is a suspicious guy, but I have no evidence proving that. Arnold saw the situation seemed to go a bit far, so he quickly waved his hands, reminding, please, I hope what you say is the truth. What will happen if he discovers us, investigating him out of suspicion? El Cid remained silent. All this time spoke up now. If Storm Machenchi is a great merchant guild that can dominate an entire kingdom, then everything will be fine. In his eyes, mid-tier merchants are just ordinary rich guys, so using them as bait to lure vampires, without needing us works too. Anyway, this is Lubina territory. We cannot investigate him without evidence. Even if we have it, we cannot make him open his mouth to confess. Leon used a voice only the two of them could hear to ask him, so considering Lubina an ally is the best way. Next, he glanced vaguely and uttered a few words. But Lord Lubina, El Cid directly announced, the Lord is not a vampire. He is a high-level mage. Leon's face was covered in cold sweat, asking him back. High-level mage, El Cid answered him. About the formation, I am not very knowledgeable, but it was definitely created by him. His killing intent and magic are exactly the same. Leon did not reply to his words, just put a finger on his lips. El Cid felt suspicious. If the Lord considers vampires as enemies, then he does not need our help either. If he cast the formation at the city gate slightly differently, it would be able to burn all vampires in the city. Definitely, there is a reason why he wants to keep the vampires alive or with the mission to destroy all vampires. He wants to prevent Storm Machenchi from interfering in this matter. Leon gradually pieced the details together, like what Elsid said. I am sure the Lord is plotting something in the territory. He is hiding the fact that he is a high-level mage, so it makes sense that he listed Storm Machenchi on the list of those possibly involved in this matter. Separating the escort force from the merchant is also part of his plot. If the mercenaries get caught in a hybrid trap, then Karen and the others definitely cannot ensure safety. Leon's hand clenched tight into a fist. Secretly determined, I will not let that happen. But the biggest problem now is, Elsid calmly concluded a sentence. The Lord is our enemy. He quickly flew to the place where Arnold was sitting and muttered 2 words. Enemy next. Elsid went next to Gustav again, whispering that old guy is our enemy. Leon could only exclaim to himself, if not only me, knowing the existence of Elsid, I would not be able to know the truth about Lord Lubina. Karen is the only one who believes. She is the only one who trusts me. Karen on this side also helplessly let out a long breath. She glanced at a group of people with pensive looks, standing in front. Karen suddenly loudly suggested, let's go to sleep. I want to rest. Discuss again tomorrow. Continuing, like this won't do anything. Everyone was startled, turning their eyes towards her. Arnold also agreed, exclaiming, quite right. The moon in the sky was still emitting shimmering light. Finally, people in Leon's group had to say goodbye to each other, returning to their own rooms. Good night, everyone. Good night. In the corridor, Karen's face was slightly stunned, using an extremely small volume to ask the person walking next to her. What Lord Lubena is a mage, Leon answered her confidently. Not only that, but he is also high level. Karen watched the surroundings warily, while saying, truly dangerous. If he has reached a realm level that even I cannot recognize, then he deserves to be a special target, she whispered, calculating. With our current attack ability, I cannot be sure of winning. We need more time. Leon nodded in agreement. I am glad that before coming here, I used the divine necklace that the Pope bestowed to ask for help from the Knights of the Holy Iron Chain Order, he continued, speaking. Anyway, I am still a bit worried, because I am not sure how many knights, and when they will arrive here. Leon also began to predict, maybe we will confront the entire capital, so we need at least 3 people. Suddenly, Karen tilted her head again, intently looking behind her back. Seeing that Leon curiously asked her what is wrong, Karen walked to the next room, waving her hand. Nothing. Rest well, see you tomorrow. Leon also greeted back. Yes, good night, senior. When Leon entered his room, he was taking off the cloak on his body and hanging it on the coat rack, without noticing. The room door was not fully closed yet. The doorknob was twisted and locked by a woman's hand. Leon also sensed something strange, so he glanced slightly behind, not sure since when Karen had appeared in the room. Leon bewilderedly called her senior. Karen did not speak. 2 arms suddenly reached out towards him. Her legs also pressed close to Leon's place, making him unable to stand firm. The sound of collision rang out. Leon's whole body was pushed down by Karen. Both of them lay directly on the bed. Leon's face blushed a patch of embarrassment, face to face with her, calling out, Karen, and she smiled. Her mouth just made a scoffing sound. At night, the sky was completely covered by darkness. In a room on the first floor of the mansion, the yellow light was still turned on. Outside the window, there was a figure wearing a black cloak, covering their entire face, looking extremely sneaky. He seemed a bit nervous, as he observed what was happening inside the room. At this moment, there was a figure on the bed. Their 2 hands were pressed down, holding a prone position. Inside the room it was almost pitch black, but thanks to the moonlight shining in, one could faintly see 2 figures on the bed pressing their lips together. Looking from the outside, it was a scene where Leon lay underneath and Karen was the one on top. The 2 of them looked like a couple, doing things that could not be shown to others to see. The black-cloaked guy hiding outside the window also blushed. His whole face dropped, his jaw witnessing that. Unknown how much time had passed. Finally he decided to jump, using extremely high speed to launch into the air, and leave at the same time inside the room. Leon did not move an inch, just kept the position lying on the bed, his whole body frozen like stone on the spot. Karen was exactly the same as him, her body stiff, staring at the person she was pinning down. When they regained their composure, the 2 of them quickly separated. Sitting down right next to the wooden bed, Karen turned her face away, and spoke up to break the awkward atmosphere. Hey, it is fine, he is gone. knew something was off. There is no way they would not monitor us. She acted naturally as if nothing happened. Winked, asking, "What do you think I am? Right, aren't I?" Leon's face was still slightly pink, asking her back. "Ah, how would I know?" Karen gave a silly smile, continuing, "Really? Actually, I do not know either." Elsid on the side, seeing the two of them embarrassed, narrowed his eyes, uttering the words, "These idiots." Karen stood up, her hand clenched into a fist, smiling, and suggested, "Okay, we should start with the surveillance first. Right?" Leon looked at her confused. "Right now inside the room." Karen's voice echoed, "Well, they were watching us after all, just returning the favor." She pointed her finger extremely confidently, analyzing. "Since we created that illusion, they definitely will not think we went out." Leon was still a bit skeptical, so he asked, "There are guards everywhere. Are you sure we won't get caught?" Karen put her two hands on her hips, replying very smugly, "What? Did you forget?" As soon as she finished speaking, the coffin keeper's shell appeared. It bowed, greeting, "Hello, boss." The coffin keeper's shell was surrounding Karen. She raised one hand to her forehead, making a salute gesture. "Where do you want me to take you?" At night, the big round moon was high above, radiating shimmering white light. Around it were countless twinkling stars. The coffin keeper's eyes glowed, its whole body was soaring in the air. Finally, the black shadow of the coffin keeper landed on the roof of a building. The black smoke dissipated. Leon and Karen were standing up, high, looking down at the city. Leon gazed at the scenery of the whole city, praising the view is really beautiful. Have to admit, this place is really developed. So this place is called the city that never sleeps, because the night is more beautiful than the day. Karen, standing next to him, continued, "Even though it is not late, yet, the streets are silent. Far away, there was a room still lit up." Leon assessed, standing far away. "Yet I can clearly feel the presence of people inside the buildings." Here he made a deduction. "Is it because of the rumors about vampires?" Karen stood beside him thinking, then replied, "Possibly." She suddenly called out, "Look over there, the patrol squad." Leon felt puzzled, asking, "Why do they look more like civilians than a patrol squad?" Elsid also appeared at this moment. He looked at the stakes, hanging on the patrol soldiers, judging silver weapons. Obviously they intend to fight vampires. Leon narrowed his eyes, raising a question. "I do not know, according to you, what is the relationship between the vampires and the Lord? Calling them enemies is a bit careless, but I do not understand why he wants to capture them alive." El Cid, while directing his gaze intently forward, replied in a vague manner, "You already have the answer." Leon still did not understand the hidden meaning in his words, so he tilted his head, looking over. El Cid continued speaking. "The world is not always divided into two sides, allies and hostile forces." Leon was startled, but thought of something, and asked him so. "Vampires are not allies, and not enemies either." El Cid closed his two eyes, denying impossible. Leon lowered his head slightly, thinking to himself, "Not allies, nor enemies. I have to reconsider this sentence. Think about it. Right from the start, we concluded vampires belong to the hostile side, without a reason." He calculated in his head again. Vampires and Lord Lubana, so does that not mean both of them are enemies? Or should we ally with one of those two? Karen called out from behind. Leon heard his name, so Leon turned his head back to answer her. "Yes." Karen pointed her hand into a dark alley, and recounted. "I tried looking around. It seems ahead is the slums. What now?" Leon used a voice only the two of them. He and Elsid could hear, asking, "Maybe the vampires are hiding here." Elsid bluntly rejected his guess. Vampires live very luxuriously and wastefully, so they are often called night nobles. And they are also known for despising humans greatly, because of their pride. So I do not think they would hide here. He smirked with interest. If that is true, then this situation is quite dangerous. Two pairs of feet, wearing high-top boots, black in color, were walking fast forward. Leon's voice echoed in the space. "Let's go, senior. Go." Karen looked around and exclaimed, "So gloomy. Why is this place so moldy?" She looked at the dark houses on both sides of the street, wondering. Strange. There are no footprints, or anyone living here at all. Karen felt confused. Even if I spread my aura further to sense, the result is still the same. No matter how wealthy Lubana's territory is, it is impossible for this place to have no poor people. In Leon's head he silently confirmed. There is definitely something weird here. Even if this place has many rich people, there must be poor people too. If rich people live in large mansions, then surely the poor would live in one-room housing areas. However, there are no poor people here. Only traces of existence remain, but there are no new clues about them. Think about it. That Lord Lubana, what devilish things did he do to the poor people in his territory to turn this place into a ghost town? As if having the same thought, both of them Leon and Karen shouted in unison. Do not like this place at all. Then both of them decided, let's go back. But having only moved a few steps, a black mist flew in, blocking in front of them. Leon's eyes widened, sensing danger. Karen, beside him, was just like him, wide-eyed and alert. Both of them moved backward with lightning speed, to dodge the black mist. Leon gripped the sword in his hand tightly, thinking to himself, an ambush senior could not even see it coming. Karen on this side also drew the dagger, hidden on her person, getting into a combat stance. Inside the black mist appeared two mysterious figures, and a pair of glowing red eyes looking at the two of them. Leon gritted his teeth, wondering silently, do they move under the mist, mages, or assassins like Senior? Elsid glanced into the black mist, confirming to him these guys are vampires. Leon froze slightly, looking at him, repeating the word he just heard, vampires. Tepes in front had no intention of hiding, introducing himself. You know where I am the last heir of the Nosferatu clan, Walasia Tepes. Leon said nothing, just staring intently at the person standing opposite. He began to reanalyze what had happened since just now, under his pressure. He could have ambushed me very quickly, but he did not do that. Leon wondered, are these guys friends or foes? Leon looked at Tepes in front, thinking in his head, anyway, it is a relief. I do not see much malice in them. He skipped the chance to ambush me just to talk. He tilted his head, glancing at Karen beside him, silently decided, gamble a little. She seemed to know Leon's thoughts, so she nodded once, showing she understood. Next, Leon pulled his hand back, sheathing the sword back into the scabbard hanging at his waist high in the sky. The round moon was obscured by dark clouds, but still emitted glittering light. A voice rang out in the space. So then, Leon demanded sternly, why did you appear? Surely not to fight, right? If you want to talk, then please prove your presence first. Tepes gave an amused smile, revealing sharp fangs, uttering a sentence as expected, remembering a scene seen in the past, then said, let me ask you something. Tepes frowned directly, asking the half-blood, I saw you use divine power. Are you from the church, Karen? And Leon still kept a wary face. He asked himself, what is this? Leon felt confused inside. He knows well, I am from the church, but why still reveal himself to me? Elsid, who had been silent until now rubbed his chin and spoke up. If he was a sinister vampire, he would avoid you seeing the holy power. Leon suddenly realized, before I impersonated them, when being with, he immediately waved his hand, admitting to the person in front. Yeah, that is correct. Elsid, on the side, could only scold. You really have some nerve. Tepes' hands, with sharp black fingernails, grabbed Leon's hand lightning fast. Oh, his face looked extremely excited, as he exclaimed, knew it, we have been waiting for you for a long time. Leon's face was dripping with sweat, completely bewildered by Tepes' enthusiastic attitude. Finally the whole space fell into silence. A very strange scene took place. Roman standing nearby stroked his chest, sighing a long breath, while Tepes held Leon's hand tightly, not letting go. Only two people, Leon and Karen, were frozen with the current situation. The next morning, the sky was blue and clear. In Leon's room upstairs in the mansion, Hamel and Leonik had the same expression, staring thoughtfully. Gustav bowed his head slightly, grinding his teeth with force, while Aaron said nothing at all. His eyes just silently turned to the side. A large fist slammed hard onto the table surface, accompanied by a silly shout. Veins popped out on Gustav's forehead. Angrily roaring, the Lord raises dozens of vampires, and feeds them poor people. Karen leaned her back against the wall, arms crossed, closing her eyes, confirming to him, yeah, that is the first piece of information we received. Leon looked at the person standing next to him, thinking it as good Senior went with me. After all, the words of an A-rank adventurer are still more credible. Leonik's face turned purple, worriedly asking, Lord Lubina is a high-level mage, so his power is far superior to others. Are your words all heard from that vampire? Hamel also felt suspicious. Sounds not credible at all. But anyway, it is intelligence from Karen. Sounds unreliable, but it is definitely true. Gustav rested his chin, starting to ponder. So in summary, Lord Lubena sacrifices the poor crowd to feed the vampires. He tamed the vampires to threaten others, so he kept us here to silence us, meaning no matter what the result is, as long as we are in his territory, he can monitor and force us to surrender. Karen continued his words. Yeah, so we must be quick. I am sure he knows that even if he forces us to surrender at most, it will take 10 days. All three people, Hamel, Hansen and Leonik, listened tensely as Karen continued. Besides that, surely, many things will happen during that time. Gustav still did not trust, so he asked, what if the information you received is a scam? How can we trust that damn bloodsucker? Unknown, when Tep's image had appeared, his voice also rang out. Same for us. Tep's black shadow floated next to Gustav, his eyes red, lips whispering. Living on blood is not that fun either. Gustav jumped, turned around, and jumped, sitting straight up on the table, stammering vampire. How did he? Teps patted his chest, introducing himself to him. Hello, this is my real body. So I cannot move during the day. I did not come here to fight, so do not worry. He seriously affirmed. I know it is hard to believe, but what they say is true. Gustav frowned, suggesting, just with your words, I can not place my entire life, and my .com raids on it. I need proof. Teps held up a yellowed piece of paper. True then. Look, this is a certificate from the church, and this is proof showing the Wallachia clan was exterminated. Both Leonic and Hamel widened their eyes, repeating the phrase Tepes mentioned. Vampire clan. Ah, Tepes slowly recounted. 300 years ago, a part of us became the Demon King's forces. They gave up living with humans, and committed a grave sin against the goddess. As a result, the majority of vampires were slaughtered by hero Roderick, and even the Wallachia clan. Those who never joined the Demon King's army were facing the risk of execution. A priest blessed us. In return, we had to spend 200 years serving the church, and one of us lives to maintain the bloodline. Leon shifted his gaze, saying to himself, this is exactly what Elcid told me. Elcid contemptuously remarked, 255, different from humans. That period of time is nothing compared to the immortals. Whining brats, he listed again, except for contact with sunlight, and getting heavily injured. If their hearts and brains are not touched by silver, then they are a race that can live for 1,000 years. Tepes continued speaking. After completing the duty, the clan and I set out to find a place to settle. Then we planned to settle down in Lubina. However, Gustav stared at him, asking, you mean Lord Lubina stabbed you in the back? Tepes faced his gaze, answering, yeah. Gustav closed his two eyes, rubbing his chin, thinking, now seeing the church certificate, there is no reason for me to doubt you anymore. But we are stuck here. He suddenly turned his head, calling out, Leon, you asked for help from the Knights of the Chain. Holy Iron. Right. Right, when will they arrive? Leon looked at him, answering completely vaguely. I do not know. Gustav twitched his lip, suggesting, if that is the case, we have no other choice but to use our own forces to confront the Lord. Karen closed her eyes, crossing her two arms, directly rejecting his idea. No way. Tep's skills are about the same as ours. Moreover, currently he is in a state where he cannot confront the Lord, she analyzed. In their own territory, mages have the ability to cast stronger magic. Above all, there is no opponent more terrifying than a mage who has prepared everything ready. Karen's words echoed in the room. If a mage has lived in their territory for many decades, even if it is a skilled swordsman, victory is still uncertain. She gave a conclusion. We should fight slowly to drain their forces, or when our forces are superior, we will win. Gustav curiously repeated superior forces. Karen confirmed to him certainly. She continued. We need divine power. Aaron rested his chin, thinking so then. What we can do now is to wait for the knights from the Holy Iron Chain Squad to arrive. Gustav proposed again. If so, while waiting for them, let's deplete the Lord's forces as best as possible. Hamel, standing behind, reminded him. Leader, we have been watched for an hour. How can you say we can do that while our activities are restricted? Although today we were lucky to lose them. Gustav, hearing his words, suddenly remembered. After a while of discussion, the space suddenly became quiet. Everyone fell into a state of contemplation, thinking. Unknown how long passed, Aaron raised a hand. How about we pretend to fight? Tepes looked up, uttering one word from his mouth. Pre. Gustav also continued his words, saying. Tend. Leonic, standing behind, said the next word. To finally the two people. Karen and Leon blankly said the word fight, while the scene suddenly turned into chaos. A cry rang out. Is this an ambush? One of them blurted out a voice. Angry. What is this? A figure with a calm aura appeared. That person's voice gently asked Han. Feeling better, Leon stood tall in front of him. That soldier reacted with full alertness. Cold, suspicious eyes swept over Leon once. Who are you? He replied with a sharp voice. I am Merchant Leon from Storm Bay, Chenchi. I am currently in the process of experimental search for vampires as requested by Lord Lubina. When the sense of danger rushed in, someone's voice rang out. Move away. The unusual appearance made those present stunned. Then someone screamed like witnessing a nightmare. Him, vampire over there. Vampire, huh? After that moment, Leon's calm voice rang out. Leave it to me. That soldier could only accept his help, all right. Leon stepped forward, drawing the sword at his side, pointing straight at Tepes. He looked at Leon and gave a terrifying smile. In an unpredictable situation, Gustav was forced to find a way to cope, more subtle than a direct confrontation. We should pretend to fight, that is true. No one had really thought of this choice. Hamel and Leonik added a few sentences. That lord, how could we trick him? Who would guess we would cooperate with vampires? Through Karen's words, a bold plan was quickly sketched out. If we put on this act together, then we can take the initiative regarding the place and time this battle takes place, and when the decision is made, the game truly begins. In other words, we can stage the play anywhere in Lubina. Everything is considered agreed upon. Let's speak up and seal the deal. Okay now, let's show Lord Lubina a play. Right after that, the silhouette of Gustav holding a blade stepped into the deadly darkness. He shouted powerfully, slashing the blade decisively. That glowing red aura was knocked back, forming a beautiful arc. Gustav's gaze met Roman's. A thought flashed through his mind. Karen and Leon were right. In that train of thought of Gustav, a purple mark appeared in the darkness. Proof that Lord Lubina is a mage. Clues about magic appeared everywhere. In this land, making the suspicion even sharper. They are everywhere in the territory. The architectural structures that everyone knows. But only the Lord is allowed to enter. And the towers created by matrices to protect the territory. Karen pointed out the suspicious points. If he is a mage, then surely there will be some architectural structures containing matrices created by him in this territory, and matrices to enhance the effectiveness of those structures too, like those two towers over there. A bold opinion from Gustav appeared, cutting through the speculation. How about we destroy them? However, Leon still had a higher degree of caution. One of them might be fake towers, to deceive human vision. Hamel's voice lowered. You mean we need to destroy the right tower? Caution was reminded by him when acting. But if we try to destroy the original tower, the Lord will suspect us immediately. Finally the decision was made, so we should create an accidental situation. Leon whispered to Elsid. Leader Gustav and Roman are doing quite well. Every scenario has been calculated carefully, at least a few days, and at most 10 days. Everything will end when the Lord finds out. We will pretend to fight, and secretly choose a tower to destroy. Leon replied to Elsid, but his eyes were still focused on Tepes. Yeah, got it. Tepes summoned a red sphere of power, and the target was Leon. Then take this. Immediately after, Elsid uttered a sentence that stunned him, shattering his inherent confidence. You are not allowed to use aura. Okay, Leon exclaimed in surprise. What did you say? At this moment he only had the option to try to dodge that attack as much as possible. Fortunately, Leon was not injured, but he knew full well that if he was hit by that move right now, he would only remain as a dry husk. As Leon turned his head to look back, his face drained of a single drop of blood. How can I defeat such a strong opponent without using aura? But the answer from Elsid was absolutely firm, leaving him no room to negotiate. Of course, Leon shouted. Anxiety, and the near impossibility of fighting back against Tepes, appeared in his eyes. Doing that does not look like fake fighting at all. The move he unleashed is real power. Elsid helplessly warned. That is because your aura can kill vampires, even with just a light slash. He would turn into dust. That put Leon in an almost impossible situation. I have to face a strong enemy without using aura, and accidentally destroy the tower. Ah, crazy. It is extremely difficult. I have to pretend to fight a high-level vampire, with only physical strength, and my normal sword. Ah, he was helpless, and could only scream loudly to relieve his anger. Crazy regardless of how Leon was. Tepes just continued to attack him, because he could not use aura. Leon could only try to dodge each attack of his. From Tepes' perspective, down below was full of smoke, dust, and shattered rocks. He seemed to have just seen something unexpected. Leon's figure rushed out from the smoke and dust, arriving in front of Tepes. Although the attack movement was very fast, he still could not hit Tepes. Leon's face was distorted, his whole body tense. He turned to counterattack Tepes' assault. The blade slashed through, and immediately that place exploded. Two giant crystal pillars shattered, covered by magical lightning, standing out amidst the dark and foggy scene. Leon, after blocking that attack from Tepes, was panting heavily. Elsid, not knowing when he appeared behind his back, spoke up. This can also be considered a training session. Suspicion immediately rose within him. Hey, don't tell me it is not. Elsid stared at Leon with doubtful eyes. Why not? He was dissatisfied. Are you kidding me? Around that place, explosions rang in the sky. It is too dangerous. Leon could only grit his teeth and endure. Damn sword. Finally, he was forced to accept reality. 6 days in a row already. Elsid looked at him with calm eyes as if examining. Things seem easier now. Elsid looked into the distance, where the city was in a dangerous situation, At least 10 magic towers have been destroyed. The matrix has also become weaker. The target is gradually weakening. That image appeared under the perspective of another person. That person's hand clenched so tight that veins popped out. His nobility could be seen. Through the rings worn on his hands, Andrei gritted his teeth. Anger accompanied by contempt appeared in his voice. These bastards. A sunny and windy morning scene appeared. Gustav glanced slightly at the magic towers that were gradually weakening, and whispered, "It seems everything is going quite smoothly." But immediately after, Leon frowned. The feeling of uneasiness was still there. Strange. The Lord does not even care. He crossed his arms, his voice deepening. The fact that he has not revealed his true nature is probably because he needs more time. But things will gradually get worse if we leave it longer. Gustav asked quietly, "Any news from the Iron Chain Knight's side?" He replied briefly, "No, but they need to get here soon." A figure rushed over. She ran while calling his name Leon. "Gustav." And Leon immediately turned towards the direction of the call. Karen spoke with a voice full of excitement. "They are here, the knights. From the Iron Chain Order." The night sky scene gradually covered everywhere. The scene changed. Leon and Karen went to another place. He sighed helplessly at this ironic situation. A table at a restaurant. Huh, strange senior. In his voice a bit of embarrassment could be seen, appearing within it. But even though he felt a bit conflicted inside, he still asked again to confirm, "Do we really have to do this?" Karen just smiled gently, explaining in a half-joking, half-secretive tone, "It is just acting. Just acting. I told the maid we would have dinner in town. They won't monitor a couple going on a date. We can also make the Lord less suspicious." A male waiter approached with a smile on his lips. "Under whose name did you two book the table?" Karen smiled brightly and replied, "Noel." Leon was startled. "What that is?" Leon's name spelled backwards. The three people had a short time to exchange words. "Welcome. Your room is on the 4th floor. Would you two like to order anything? We want to order the special of the day, 4 portions. Correct. Then please enjoy your meal." When Leon and Karen entered the room, there were already 2 people sitting at the table. Damien's murderous-looking face appeared, and the person sitting next to him was Angela. Leon silently observed the 2 people appearing before his eyes, feeling the sharpness hidden under their appearance. Although they look quite young, they look quite experienced. Indeed, just as expected, they do not need to carry weapons, but both of them exude a type of aura that overwhelms others. Elsid glanced at Leon, giving him a compliment. "Your ability to observe others seems better than before. Ever since traveling with Karen, although they are not on the same level as Cesare, they are quite strong." Leon took the initiative to introduce, showing politeness. "Nice to meet you. I am Leon, the one who asked for help from everyone." Damien replied with a sincere greeting. "Hello, I heard Bishop Cesare. Tell me about you." "I am Damien, and this is..." His eyes shifted to the girl next to him. "Angela, she cannot speak, so I hope you will be understanding for us." When getting into the main topic, Leon asked again to confirm the situation. "What do you know about what is happening here?" Damien hesitated. Well, he mentioned the problem they were facing directly. "You are carrying out a campaign to destroy magic towers by pretending to fight with Prince Tepes." Leon's next question carried a bit of curiosity. "So you know Tepes?" Damien nodded. "Yeah, the Wallachian clan was quite famous in the past." He wanted to be sure he did not miss anything important. Who would have thought that after 255 years of hard work, they would get involved in this matter? Truly unlucky. "I think there are a few things I missed, so please tell me from the beginning." And Leon replied briefly, "All right." Outside the window frame, the sky had darkened to a gloomy color. When hearing about the plan to imprison and raise the whole clan as a resource, Damien froze. Imprisoning the entire vampire clan and raising them like livestock. Only one type of magic can do that. A glint appeared in his eyes. "Definitely, that is dark magic. I know what the Lord is plotting." Damien's understanding made Leon believe even more that the case was more complex than imagined. Based on his reaction, it seems things are not simple at all. Elsid nodded in agreement. "Exactly. It seems he is quite knowledgeable about this situation." Damien explained the special nature of that race. Vampires are a race that cannot clearly distinguish between body and soul. They take advantage of that to make themselves stronger. He spoke about the limits of dark magic. Dark magic, draining vitality, has no effect on the physical body. They use poor people as food for vampires, then drain their vitality dry. Barbaric images appeared one after another in Damien's mind. Hearing this, Leon could not stay calm like at the beginning anymore. "Is that even possible?" Damien replied. "Usually no." He pointed out the taboo reason, causing vampires unable to live that way. They use poor people as food for vampires, then drain their vitality dry. They would have taken over the world long ago. Consuming a large amount of blood is a taboo for them, so it will lead to death. However, he clarified the crazy ambition of that powerful man. The life of vampires has nothing to do with the Lord. His goal is to absorb all the power of the vampires, to become the ruler of the world. So the fact that vampires die from drinking too much blood, he does not care either. Suddenly, Angela raised 3 fingers as if pointing something out. This made both Leon and Karen look confused. Damien sighed helplessly. This action means the risk assessment is 3. That is why I want everyone to cooperate. Sincerely. Deep down, Leon was still suspicious. 3 levels of risk. Damien's explanation rang out like the disaster in the city, the disaster where darkness swallowed everything, that Leon handled, was at level 3. In his words, the comparison of danger levels was also expressed. Level 2 is a national disaster, and Level 1 is a disaster threatening the whole world. Except for the Demon King incident, no disaster has reached that level yet. Every single word Damien uttered carried meaning, so danger is only assessed at 3 levels. If it is at level 2, then more than half of the Iron Chain Knights will handle it. At the same time, we will also ask for help from other countries. He warned about the consequences if this became common. If things like that happen, frequently, the world will become chaotic. Sweat had soaked Leon's face. Finally, Damien finalized the plan when the truth was clear enough. So if it has come to this, then tonight, let us go ask Lord Lubina directly. If he refuses to answer, then we will deliver judgment upon him ourselves. In the name of the church. The scene shifted to the Lubina prison. Angela appeared in the darkness. Someone spoke from behind her back. Angela, on the outside it looks like ordinary prisons, but actually this is a secret place, imprisoning vampires. Tepes appeared with a cloud of dark, gloomy smoke. Honored to meet you. Miss Angela? Angela glanced slightly. His voice continued to echo. We have heard the story. Our mission is to help you, by helping prisoners escape, and joining Leon's team. Tepes' eyes became cold. We have observed this place carefully. Roman exposed the defensive structure, unexpectedly set up by that lord. The Lord created a matrix here, acting like sunlight, so we cannot attack. The old man looked towards Angela, expecting her ability. If you can destroy that matrix, we can approach that place. However, you must destroy that matrix yourself. Without waiting for anyone to react, Angela let herself fly down. Tepes saw the scene just now and was stunned. Miss Angela. When they got closer, they saw Angela standing by the edge of the abyss, doing something. She unleashed her power. Bright golden electric sparks appeared. Angela muttered in her head, then clenched her holy fist. Without waiting for anyone to understand her next action, Angela immediately delivered a punch to the wall. A huge explosion occurred. The stone wall cracked. Tepes and Roman, observing from above, were heavily shocked, unable to believe their eyes. Perhaps because of Angela's holy punch just now. Everywhere around there shook. Leon recognized that familiar power immediately, whispering that tremor. Damien spoke slowly, as if to emphasize the disparity of unbelievable power between them. Angela did that. That is her power. She is twice as strong as me. She is stronger than most seniors too. He frowned slightly. Angela alone is enough to handle the matter at the prison. But what really worried him lay elsewhere. The problem here is that the people going to talk to the Lord are us, Damien said. While his eyes turned towards the group of people present here, Gustav frowned slightly at him, because it sounded like an ominous prediction. We are the problem. Anyway, there are 5 people at rank B, and 1 person at rank A, and the Knight of the Iron Chain Order. Is that still not enough? In Damien's eyes appeared the biggest worry, that had not been fully spoken yet. If we do well, we are just evenly matched with the Lord, but if later on someone dies, or is no longer capable of fighting, then I am not sure we will win on the other side. A shouting voice echoed. Who is that? Right when the group approached the mansion, 2 gate guards immediately stopped them. Coming to find the Lord at midnight like this. If you know what is good for you, go back quickly. The tension immediately increased when the reply rang out sharply. You guys on the opposite side are the ones who should go back. Damien stepped forward without beating around the bush, stating his purpose decisively. I am Damien, the 38th Knight of the Iron Chain Order of the Church. I came here to investigate a few things. Immediately, the atmosphere on both sides sank. The 2 guards could not believe what they just heard. What? The Church Knights of the Iron Chain Order. A command rang out. Put your weapons down. A butler walked slowly closer. Butler. Then he invited them deep inside. Please forgive this rudeness. The Lord invites you in. Please follow me. Elcid was a bit sarcastic, sending a butler out to welcome people from the church. Seems like he is serious too. The room inside the building, only a flickering patch of light could be seen. stone statues placed in the luxurious room. Light shone gently, creating a classic and mysterious feeling. They looked around, feeling the atmosphere was much darker than during the day. The atmosphere is completely different from when we came here this morning. Huh. Yeah, it is gloomier. A member warned softly, because of a bad premonition. Maybe this is a trap. Anyway, hurry up and come. Gustav spoke up slowly, his voice firm. Now that we are here, there is no way back. He looked at Leon, accepting that truth with resilience. Right, Leon, he gently replied. Yes. Then the whole group let's step inside. The door slowly opened gently. Welcoming word rang out from deep within the room, making the room become even weirder welcome. Andre smiled slightly. Words that were half polite, half sarcastic flowed out. Please forgive me for not welcoming you warmly. Since you came here to investigate, you probably do not want to drink any tea, right? Knight Damien. Damien spoke straight without reservation. Stop beating around the bush. I am not here to joke. His eyes were sharp like blades. You are suspected of using the Wallachian clan for your own purposes, after they served the church, and using their power to rule the world. Andre laughed contemptuously, accepting everything as if there was no need to hide. How do you know that? It seems you know everything. Even if I deny it, you will surely still choose to believe them, so I do not want to explain anything either. He glanced towards a direction, and that direction was where Leon was standing. Andre mocked as if he knew the whole plan. You guys are pretty good too, secretly helping those bats destroy my towers. Seems like you are quite skilled. His voice lowered threateningly, his face crazy. I swear I will not let you die easily. Gustav's voice rang out, not funny. He looked askance at him, not afraid to retort. What? Gustav continued sarcastically, pushing the opponent into a position of self-confession. If you call vampires bats, then how are you different from a leech when drinking that pile of blood? So you admitted your guilt yourself. Looks like you are honest. Andre whispered a sentence full of sarcasm. Compared to the ignorant commoners, seems like you speak well. Gustav did not hesitate to diss him back. Understood, huh? So basically, you are not much different from me. Leon appeared behind with a helpless look. Oh, actually he is good at arguing. Andre's anger finally exploded. Do you want to die? But Gustav calmly replied as if teasing. His hot temper said you would not let us die easily. Why do you have to threaten like that? Are you senile because of old age? That very sentence made him tremble. His eyes wide open, his voice showed anger, no longer able to keep calm. You bastard, trouble comes from the mouth. Andre held out the hand holding the purple gemstone, then he suddenly crushed it in his hand, and right after that he uttered a cold sentence. Now I will kill you. Andre unleashed his power, causing a massive explosion. A shout rang out, dodge it. Leon held his sword and rushed forward. In front of him was the figure of Andre, floating in the air. Surrounding him were waves of gloomy power radiating outwards. A magic circle was summoned. Karen gritted her teeth. That massive amount of magic is indeed surprising. Considering that aspect, he must be at least at level 7. That damn old man kept hiding it from Damien. Looking at the necklace that Andre is holding, it must be because of that necklace, right? If we destroy that pendant, we will win. His eyes glowed red and his voice was gloomy. If you know nothing, then do not stand before me and babble. Let me help you die in what is called your glory. Andre stepped forward, pointing at the very first target. Then his voice hardened, colder than any magic. It is you. Gustav held his blade, his eyes sharp, cold, and furious. The scene at this moment was extremely chaotic. The attack just now caused Leon and Karen faces to become tense with sweat beading, showing their anxiety. Even the eyes of Damien and the other two were as tense as strings, making the atmosphere thicken in an instant. Shouts rang out simultaneously. Leader Damien shouted, anger surging within him, unleashing attacks without even thinking. Huh. He gritted his teeth. Did you really sacrifice? Using the blood and souls of the poor, just for your own personal gain. In contrast, Andre's attitude was extremely relaxed. So what? Leon approached Gustav's motionless body. Veins popped out on his face. His eyes had changed, becoming sharp, cold, and indignant. Andre looked at Damien Group and softly cursed. Truly dogs of the church. There are things I have wanted to ask you for a long time. He growled. Why, oh why is dark magic so powerful, considered forbidden magic? Damien and Hansen looked at him warily, rambling on endlessly. Watch closely. The magic that you people forbid was created by me by draining vitality and sacrificing others. At the same time, Gustav, who was knocked unconscious, was lying on the floor. Andre wondered, why is this magnificent magic forbidden? He did not see Leon grinding his teeth in fury as he heard him speak. Thanks to those tiny lives, those pieces of trash, I was able to shorten the time. Thinking about it, their sacrifice was not in vain. Why did God forbid this magic? Hearing this, Damien was so angry that veins popped out all over his face. He looked at Andre. Are you asking me? He laughed coldly and said, No. He laughed maniacally. I will help you realize your own stupidity. Finishing his words, a magic formation was formed right above the church. Thunder roared, causing the building to shake. Hamel and his teammates were startled by the tremor, unexpectedly bringing a gloomy atmosphere flooding the space. Damien tried to stand firm, gritting his teeth to endure the vibration that made his insides churn. Suddenly, a figure walked quickly forward, cloak fluttering. That person was none other than Leon. He swung the holy sword in his hand, slashing a powerful stroke. The power from the holy sword was extremely strong, making Andre startle and step back a pace. Damien looked at Leon in utter astonishment, thinking to himself, he dispelled all the gloomy atmosphere in this room. Is this what His Holiness mentioned? After helping everyone stabilize their spirits, Leon coldly spoke up. Let us begin. Damien understood. He was the first to react, immediately raising his hands to recite a prayer. O Lord, please grant light to this cold, dark place, so everyone can see your mercy, so they can see their betrayal. Please grant light to me. Immediately blinding light appeared along with his prayer. The halo of light flew out of the building, aiming straight for the crimson magic formation in mid-air. Next, the light flashed, dispelling the formation. At the same time, Andre raised his hand as if something had just been lost. He glanced at his hand in surprise. Is my power disappearing? Shame turned into anger. He raised his hand and blasted a powerful stream of energy. Do not talk nonsense in front of me, you insects. Your power is nothing compared to me. Hansen looked at his teammate Leonic, who understood and nodded. Got it. Then Hansen stomped his foot hard on the ground, as if creating a stance to stand firm. Leonic patted his shoulder, as if transferring energy to his teammate. Hansen slammed his shield onto the ground powerfully, almost embedding it deep into the earth. Then both of them hid behind the shield. They had just finished preparing, when the gloomy, dark red energy stream struck. The powerful dark energy was blocked by the shield. However, the two hiding behind the shield still had to suffer some impact from the power of the dark energy. By some miraculous way, the shield was not corroded by the dark energy. On the contrary, it caused the dark energy to drift off to the sides. A few seconds later, the attack from Andre ended, and the shield remained intact. But the surrounding ground was not so lucky. The area in front of and on both sides of the shield had been corroded by the dark energy deep enough to form a large pit. Leon anxiously asked about the two over there. Leonic Hansen. They had no energy left to answer. Both of them looked like they had just returned from exploring a volcano, bodies smoking. Luckily, they were not severely burned. Andre arrogantly mocked. You think you can survive by hiding behind a shield, like little mice? Is that it, idiots? But as soon as he finished speaking, an arrow flew straight towards his eye. Thwack! The arrow hit the target. The momentum of the arrow made Andre tilt his head back. Leon was extremely surprised, while Damien smiled slightly as if he had predicted this. Hamel curled his lips in mockery. Say something now, you bastard. He was the one who shot the arrow, taking advantage of, when Andre was not paying attention, hiding behind Leonic and Hansen, to strike got him. Leon, both happy and worried, asked, Is everyone okay? All three smiled, raising their thumbs to reassure him. We are fine. But looking at their faces, he dared not believe it. They did not look fine at all. Suddenly, Andre spoke up, making the group wary. You people. The red ring on his hand had now shattered. Black smoke rose up, yet his eyes remained unharmed. Evidently the magic from the red ring had nullified the attack just now. He was furious. Bunch of ignorant peasants. How dare you destroy my ring? Hamel was in disbelief. He is still fine. Impossible. Clearly I shot him right in the eye. Clearly that was also a guided fire arrow. Impossible to dodge. Damien suddenly realized. I know that ring is a high-tier item that nullifies physical damage. We lost a precious arrow. Seeing his eyes redder, he assessed. Looks like he is even angrier. Andre raised his hand, summoning quite a few magic circles, and roared. You bastards will not live in peace. He was frenzied. No, even when you die, your souls will not rest in peace either. You will be my slaves. Energy surged out. Wind blew fiercely, causing Leon and Damien to grit their teeth to resist. Hansen Group hurriedly hid behind the shield, eyes watchful. From the crimson magic formations, Andre summoned dark souls. Damien shouted loudly. Is he summoning souls from hell? That high-level magic is about level 5. Hamel fired arrows passing through the hell souls. He could not help but curse. Damn it. My attacks do nothing. Leonic slashed an axe through the body of a hell soul, but could not destroy it. Our weapons are ineffective. From within, a jet-black hand reached out, grabbing Leon's cloak. Immediately, a hissing sound of corrosion rang out. Black smoke appeared. He quickly stepped back. The cloak had a black hole burned through it as if charred. Countless souls from hell poured out, surrounding the 5 of them in one spot. El Cid suddenly spoke up at this moment. Even if you use aura weapons, destroying this lot will be a bit tough. Hearing that, Leon frowned slightly. Really? Find a way. Then, what if I attack, like when I fought the Death Knights? How about that back then? Leon used the holy sword to purify the opponent. The Death Knights were blinded by the holy light, losing their fighting ability. However, El Cid warned, no, you must be careful when using the holy sword. It looked at the remaining 2 rings with high vigilance. He might pull some trick with those rings. Right at that critical moment from above, a dart pierced through a hell soul, sticking into the ground. Damien was surprised. Leon, seeing the dart, was also slightly surprised. Then countless darts rained down, piercing through the hell souls, tearing them into pieces. An agile figure leaped down from the roof. Leon was overjoyed. Karen? She landed softly, walking to everyone's side. Hell souls really are persistent. Their bodies are gradually regenerating. It just takes a little time. Just a moment later, it restored to its original form, as if never injured. Karen rested her chin and complained. Knew it would not have any effect. Do not want to fight these ugly things at all. She placed her hand on the ground. Guess I have to, since everyone is in danger. Karen smiled. Let me show off my skills, saying that she spread her shadow all around. Hands sprouted up like mushrooms. Then the hands, as if having sentience, wrapped around the hell souls and squeezed them tight. Leonic sighed in relief. They are not moving anymore. The shadows are hindering them. Hamel praised, not in vain, waiting for Karen. El Cid smiled. This battle seems more reasonable now. She uses shadows to obstruct the souls. Damien stepped forward, taking the initiative. Now it is my turn. He raised his hands, reciting a prayer. Light, please illuminate those who have lost their way. A beam of light flew up above everyone's heads, before Hamel, curious eyes. Immediately after that, his arrow glowed as if blessed. The axe in Leonic hand also glowed, especially the blade part. Hansen's shield and spear tip were no exception. Leon's sword was the same, Damien explained. I have bestowed divine power into everyone. Weapons. Leon looked at him and let out an, oh, so this is divine power. He tried to suppress his pride and smiled, saying, it is normal, just the saint blessings. He was both amused and resigned, whispering to El Cid, so it is infusing divine power into weapons. It laughed, accept it, it is good. We can hide the fact that your sword is a holy sword. Hearing that, Leon nodded. He focused his mind, battle spirit, blazing great. But before he could act, a blade slashed down from somewhere, splitting a hell soul in half vertically. That was a large blade. The person holding the blade had firm arms and healthy tanned skin. That person was no stranger. It was Gustav. He had woken up and joined the fight. You idiots! Why are you not fighting? Leon was overjoyed. Captain Gustav. Thank God. Luckily, the wound is not serious. Conversely, his team members were indifferent. Hansen asked, did you not die, Leonic? Even taunted so much for being proud of your stamina, when one hit knocked you out. Gustav smiled, looking at his companions in hardship. Between them, there were no cheesy greetings, only provocative taunts, but that showed they understood each other very well. Gustav turned his head to look at the hell souls, being controlled by the shadows. That attack actually was nothing to me, just playing dead. Thanks to that, I saw how you guys fight pretty good. Immediately after that, he commanded, charge, brave warriors. Following Gustav's order, he and Leon took the vanguard. Everyone behind, supported. Damien stood at the back, boosting blessings for everyone. Andre was so angry, his eyes bulged. You bastards. And when he was not paying attention, Karen suddenly appeared, attacking right from behind. Her hand held a sharp dart. If the hit is successful, they will save a lot of effort. But obviously life is not like a dream. Andre quickly raised his hand to block. A magic circle appeared, acting as a shield, blocking her attack. Although not successful, Karen still smiled mockingly. He is green, saying that she threw a smoke bomb. White smoke billowed up, obscuring his vision, while she turned into a shadow hiding in the darkness. Andre cautiously looked around. That wretched bitch, distracting me. The next second, an arrow tore through the wind, shooting straight towards him. Already having the magic shield, he raised his hand to block it. The arrow snapped in two. Andre broke into a cold sweat. Another arrow. You think I will? However, before he finished speaking, the smoke faded. He did not see the hell souls anywhere. What? Where are the dead ones? That place only remained a group of 6 people appearing in the thin smoke. Suddenly the dust and smoke completely cleared. The thing he had to face was the battle-hungry eyes of Leon, Hamel, and Damien. Andre was angry, veins bulging on his face. Incompetent fools. You forced me to do this. Saying that, he spread his hand, pinching 3 fingers together and snapping his fingers pop, like a signal for some ritual. Immediately, dark magic flared up right behind him. Dark magic like an erupting volcano, but also like sentient chains, spreading throughout the building. Damien looked at the streams of dark magic. A bad premonition rose in his heart. Dark magic spilled out, seeking fat prey. Under Andre's command. The prey they aimed for was, actually, the gatekeepers. In this place, dark magic flooded into the guards' mouths, like parasites, draining their life. The other group of guards, hearing the commotion, immediately ran to check, only to see 2 people falling to the ground. What is this? 2 guards lying on the ground suddenly stirred, mouths softly moaning twice. They stood up, moving stiffly like zombies, eyes losing focus. Brad and the guards, who were still conscious, swallowed their saliva in fear. What is that? But in the very next second, he was startled to see dark magic flooding into the noses and mouths of 2 people behind him. This time, Brad witnessed with his own eyes what happened to his teammates. Inside the building, Andre smiled. Very good. You have arrived, my slaves. Rigid footsteps rang out. The soulless zombie bodies of the guards gradually appeared in front of the group. Leon, his pupils contracted, voice trembling. Wait, these people. Leon recognized Brad. Although currently, he no longer had the sharpness he had when alive. He is the senior swordsman I met last time. Rage burned his reason. I will not forgive you. What did you do to them? Suddenly, Damien beside him gritted his teeth, uttering one word, frenzy. He was also angry. That is one of the forms of dark magic, causing the latent power in the living to explode, turning them into powerful temporary monsters. Looking at Brad, who now had no life left, Damien exclaimed, I did not expect him to be so cruel to his protector. As soon as he finished speaking, the soldiers jumped up to attack. Gustav quickly swung his blade to block, but even he was startled by the weight. What the hell? So strong. Attack failed. The opponent mechanically retreated. Gustav also stepped back a few steps. Damien behind warned loudly, be careful. These frenzied people will not know pain, and their strength is superior to normal, because now, they are in a state of lost control. If it is not a fatal blow, they will not die. Moreover, their aura will also increase. As if proving his words, a zombie soldier roared. Energy on his body skyrocketed. Then the opponent rushed to attack Gustav again. He blocked the attack while cursing, damn it. Then the only way is to take their heads. Hansen used his shield to block. Despite the opponent attacking continuously, suddenly he twisted his ankle, his body staggering. Hansen turned pale dead. Earlier, when fighting those souls, I must have used too much strength. In front, the zombie soldier held a spear, preparing to stab at him. Thud. Hansen staggered, exposing himself from the shield, taking a full spear strike from the opponent. Leonic anxiously turned his head, screaming Hansen, not knowing that he himself was also in danger. The next second, Leonic saw the world spin. He was punched down to the ground. The punch was quite heavy. He was almost unconscious on the spot. Leon was fighting a soldier. His body trembled continuously. Everyone, Damien, at this moment was also trying to block damage from other slave soldiers. Leon assessed the situation. Where did Senior Karen disappear to again? Then having to face the Lord. Perhaps she is busy. He was having to fight Brad. His heart confused, powerless. Even if he wanted to contribute a little strength, damn it, he could not move. Right then, Elsid spoke up, reassuring, calm down. Leon, you startled, huh? It suggested pay attention to their movement. Elsid explained more specifically. Even if they are in a brainless state, they are still just normal swordsmen. So fighting 2 people at once will be easier. Leon stared at it in disbelief. Fighting 2 at once. What are you saying? Would that not be worse? Elsid asked back. Do you remember the battle in the forest? If you face a swordsman, who moves unconsciously, then you will be more proactive than them, through thinking and movement. If it is a duel, their strength will surely be superior. But if fighting 2 at the same time, you can make them collide with each other. Leon understood. He regained his calm and smiled. Yeah, teachable child. Elsid nodded in satisfaction. That is it. So Leon stopped fighting Brad head-on. He immediately turned and ran. He rushed into the 2 soldiers attacking, Damien pushing them away. 2 soldiers rolled on the ground, scrambling to get up. Leon also fell because of that. Damien was protecting the injured Hansen. Both looked at Leon in confusion. He did not explain but shouted provocatively, Hey idiots, come fight me. 2 zombie soldiers growled, standing up. They jumped up together, attacking towards Leon. But because they stood too close, both collided with each other. Then they both staggered, losing balance in mid-air. Everything happened according to Leon calculation. He smiled. Now he stepped back, gaining momentum for the attack. Whoosh, he glided very fast, leaving dust trails on the floor. Leon powerfully rushed towards the two soldiers swinging, his sword very fast very hard slashing across both of them. Leon had finished off the ones blocking his way. Right at that moment, suddenly Damien screamed in panic, "Leon behind you." Hearing his warning, Leon immediately turned his head back. By now, Brad had been turned into a monster, not knowing since when had stood in front of Leon. His sudden appearance startled him, hurriedly drawing his sword and exclaiming, "Damn it," but it was all too late, because he had quickly caught the hand intending to swing his sword. Then he even grabbed his collar and lifted him up like lifting a little chick. At this moment, even though Leon tried to resist, he could not struggle out of Brad's restraint. Suddenly from afar, something was approaching them. Leon noticed that sudden attack and was scared, stiff, and then amidst Damien's anxious scream, Leon was submerged along with Brad in a sea of red fire. The fire burned everything it passed through, and imprisoned things covered by it. In the distance, someone curled his lips in a delighted smile. At this moment, the divine power on the holy sword of Leon was still trying to resist the burning of the red fire. Finally, it shattered, at the same time, dispelling the fire surrounding Leon. In his disbelief, the holy power that Sir Damien bestowed upon the weapon can resist dark magic. If not for that, perhaps I would have been burned up. Right at that moment, his eyes became amazed when seeing something. So it turns out, he saw Brad had been burned out of shape in that fire. That made him furious. Did he plan to kill me with the guard of his? That bastard. Right then, a voice full of annoyance rang out. "You were not destroyed by me, and this A-rank bitch distracted me. Truly annoying." The words and the scene in front made Leon widen his eyes in panic. It seemed the companion of his had been caught by the owner of this place, and hung up like a tasty bait, preparing to be butchered. Leon looked at Karen, captured, and her whole body had no intact spot. He shouted with worry mixed with a bit of horror. Senior. Anger reached its peak, making him want to risk his life. Damn old man. But before he could act, that person had growled, requesting to stop. Moreover, he even controlled his tentacles, squeezing Karen tighter to threaten Leon. Andre smiled slyly, proposing, "I want to negotiate with you. If you accept, I will spare her." Although Leon's eyes looking at him were still murderous, but he still tried to suppress his voice to mock. "Did not expect that you also wanted to negotiate with me." Hearing that, he smiled, saying, "You are smart. I like smart people." Andre rated Leon's ability quite high. "Few young people have high skills like you. You are also more respectable than those mercenaries." Therefore he wanted Leon on his side. "So I give you a chance. Join my force and join me in fighting against the mercenaries and the bastards from the church." However, he uttered a warning. "Then I will guarantee the lives of her and you. If refused, she will die immediately." Andre finished asking, then smiled again. "What do you think? This offer is not too difficult, right?" Leon silently thought for a moment. Right then, Elsid appeared, and it knew exactly what the hell he was thinking in his head. "You were planning to say no right away, right? Do not pretend to think anymore." Obviously lying. After that, it suggested to Leon how to handle Andre pretend to agree to his offer, then use Morak to defeat him when he lets down his guard. The reason it came up with this plan was because it realized, first, because you have not mastered Morak. He already realized when you were in the stance. Moreover, do you think the Lord cares about your actions? As a high-rank mage also using dark magic, surely he will bind you with a vow. Especially, it is quite dangerous. Leon heard that, and was extremely impatient, screaming loudly, "Damn it. So, what should I do now? Karen is in danger. There is no time. The only thing I can think of now is, since no one saw Elsid, so now people only saw." Suddenly talking crazily alone with the air. Andre, seeing that, felt itchy. Wondering, is he crazy? Arguing back and forth for a while, Elsid lowered its voice, saying, "Calm down, Leon." But Leon growled, thinking, "How can I be calm? This is clearly a serious situation." Suddenly Elsid smiled smugly, reminding, "Did you forget something?" These words made Leon feel confused. "Me? Forget what, right?" At that time, suddenly, there was a rumbling sound, attracting the attention of Andre. Leon also looked up, looking at the ceiling, experiencing aftershocks, shaking violently. Then an unexpected scene happened. The ceiling suddenly exploded. From the hole on the ceiling, there was a figure of someone, making Leon surprised enough to exclaim, "The roof." Elsid smiled arrogantly. When seeing someone landed next to Leon, perfect timing, Leon recognized the person who just appeared beside him, and could not help showing joy. He cheerfully called out, "Miss Angela." Still a cold, emotionless face. Angela glanced over at Damien, responding to her with an excited smile. With the sentence a bit late, Angela only replied with a meaningful nod. Suddenly, a monster rushed towards Angela from somewhere. The mercenary group, quickly detected this move, and simultaneously, shouted Angela, "Careful!" Despite two monsters rushing towards her, Angela still calmly stood watching. She leisurely gathered strength into her punch, and when the strength was gathered enough, two powerful punches were thrown, and accurately, hit the two monsters. That scene made Andre unable to imagine. He stammered, "What is she?" Suddenly Angela's thumb extended. She aimed at Andre, and made a provocative gesture. Her disdain made Andre angry to the point of gritting his teeth. "Cursing you, bastard." Finished fighting, Angela let out a breath. The two monsters, after taking a punch from her, went to heaven, lying flat on the ground. Leon was stunned by that scene, only able to force a smile. A few moments later, he had to admit that, "Now I understand why Angela chose to do that mission alone." Finally, he was a bit speechless at the scene of Angela flying down from the roof. Seems she is quite strong, although the appearance was a bit right then. El Cid also explained how Angela used her power. She channeled aura through her body and released it in the form of physical impact. Very well done. Moreover, it also pointed out the harm if Angela was not careful when channeling aura into the body. If making a small mistake, then the power in her body could cause her death. Besides a strong body, her spirit is also quite extraordinary. Leon heard and was so surprised, he shouted loudly, "That dangerous." His naive attitude made El Cid helpless, saying, "Then think about it. Focus miracle aura through your body instead of transferring through weapons. A large amount of that aura is no different from gunpowder. If it moves in your body, its voice deep, but still forceful, and you accidentally make a mistake, no need for it to say the next sentence." Leon also knew. Would your body explode like a balloon? Seeing, he realized the problem. It also uttered a sound, confirming, At this time both of them just stared at Angela. While Angela was panting from exhaustion, her way of fighting made Leon admire, daring to use that way in battle. Indeed, in this world, there are still many people stronger than me. Thinking that also added motivation for him. Me too. I will not lose. Back to the scene of Angela declaring war on Andre. Her appearance and arrogance made Andre feel curious. Who is she? At this moment, Angela's index finger was still pointing out as usual. Then from there, a stream of aura appeared flowing out. It seemed that provoked Andre, making him roar, "How dare you, I will kill you." Not caring about his fury, Angela calmly clasped her two hands together. Then she took another step forward, and then she suddenly appeared in front of Andre. A powerful punch was thrown. Realizing the danger of that punch, Andre quickly opened a magic barrier. Immediately the fist and the barrier collided, creating a loud echoing boom, while Andre smiled smugly and thought that, no matter how many times you punch, you cannot break this shield. Suddenly, cracks appeared on his magic barrier. The cracks gradually spread all over that barrier. That made Andre unable to anticipate. How can that be? And so without spending too much time, the magic barrier he was most confident in finally shattered. Contrary to Andre's horror, everyone present in this battle, everyone exclaimed in joy. That shield broke. At this time, Andre had been sent flying high and far by a punch from Angela. Right at the moment he stopped in time, there was a shout. "Surrender," Damien shouted loudly. Andre Lubena, obviously Andre would not surrender easily. His stubbornness made Damien feel annoyed, gritting his teeth, saying, "So stubborn the knights you enchanted, and now you must pay the price for the crimes you committed." Andre was not afraid of those words, but arrogantly said, "You think I will surrender?" Forgot already. The reason, he was so arrogant because he thought he had caught Karen. I have a hostage. But that huge misconception pushed him into the deep pit of death. Karen, not knowing since when, had escaped and approached him, then asked, "Talking about me?" Because he was still immersed in self-satisfaction, so he blurted out, "That person," but immediately he felt wrong, so he turned around in panic and cried out, not giving Andre a chance to resist. Karen held a knife in her hand and sinisterly said, "Let me end this, okay?" Just finishing the sentence, she gave Andre a stab right in the nape, making him scream in pain. Her escape made him unable to believe. What the hell, he remembered catching Karen. Clearly I tied her up. But when he looked back at the person he tied, it was only Karen's shadow. By now, Karen had quietly retreated to a safe corner. Seeing her, Leon hurriedly asked, "Senior, are you okay? What happened?" Karen calmly explained what just happened. "Clearly he caught me, but he did not kill me, but chose to keep me as a hostage. So I swapped places with my shadow. If not for Angela, probably could not have done it." Talking normally, suddenly Leon screamed, "So, are you okay?" His scream startled Karen, stammering, Okay." Then she timidly asked, "Are you angry?" Leon did not bother answering. He turned around and coldly said, Senior, step back. Karen, scared by his attitude, so had to obey. Huh, alright. On Andre's side, after taking a stab from Karen, he painfully tried to sit up and angrily said, "You bastards, I will get revenge." However, before he could do anything, a sharp sword point pointed straight at his face. Leon coldly ordered surrender, Lord Lubina. This situation of being cornered made Andre angry enough to grit his teeth, but suddenly he laughed in a crazy way, then raised the hand, missing a finger, and roared, "I still have a trump card." Right when Leon planned to step back to keep distance, he suddenly noticed Andre's missing finger, and exclaimed, "Damn it, that ring, are you sure?" These words of his made Andre have to hurriedly look back at his hand, and surprised to see the ring and the finger wearing it disappear, huh? Right then someone held that ring up. Karen was the one who took the ring. She smiled, saying, "You mean this precious thing? Hard for me to let a villain like you continue using it. Thanks, I will use it well." Having her unknowingly take away his trump card, Andre, mad with anger, howling like a wild beast. "Bastards, one day, I will take revenge on all of you." Right then there was someone else, appearing in front of him, and speaking coldly, saying, "Give up. Now is the time to turn yourself in." That was none other than Tepes and Roman. With a low tone, like coming from hell, Tepes called out to Andre. Tepes' appearance made Andre seem to want to say something but before doing anything, Tepes acted first. His hand with bulging red veins reached up. At the same time, his cold voice rang out, ordering surrender. Andre Lubena. In the scene where the moon outside was perfectly round, Andre devilish laughter rang out, "Surrender." Not knowing since when his hand held something, and looking extremely smug, he said, "Fine. Trash the appearance of that thing made." Leon and Tepes speechless. The thing that Andre held in his hand was emitting a stream of power that could not be underestimated, and then suddenly someone's voice exclaimed that, recalling that day, Arnott came to Count Andre Palace. He offered Andre a box, and inside was the thing carrying unimaginable power, and it is called black quartz. At this moment, Andre wanted to swallow that black quartz. That scene made Leon, a bit unexpected, turned pale and stammered. He swallowed the black quartz. Right after eating that thing, Andre's power flared up violently. A crazy smile bloomed on his lips, and then he started howling like a wild beast. His scream made everyone hurriedly cover their ears. Karen even gasped, "My ears." Even Tepes could not stand it, and had to hurriedly cover his ears. After a sound torture session, finally, that terrifying scream stopped. Suddenly, Tepes' trembling voice rang out, "Impossible this way." He widened his eyes, full of amazement, when seeing Andre's newly transformed form, one of the three great bloodlines of Nosferatu, the vampire species capable of controlling sound. Wings appeared on Andre, making him realize the vampire lineage, having the power of the Elizabeth clan. At this time Andre had successfully transformed. Looking at him, at this moment, he had turned into a young man. His voice full of smugness rang out, "Now you know how carefully I prepared." He spoke out, how he got this power, and bluntly declared, "I found the Nosferatu bloodline, and turned that power into mine. Now you must die. It is you guys." At the same time, everyone, hands holding swords, became trembling, and they asked themselves, "What the hell is going on?" Leonic, trembling, exclaimed, "Why am I trembling like this?" Hamel, although also scared to trembling, but still in the mood to mock, "Idiot. You scared." Leonic, being teased angrily, cursed, "Damn it." Leon himself was a bit scared, but he still tried to calmly assess the situation. His aura is gradually increasing, so breathing ability is also gradually decreasing. In this situation, Andre arrogantly declared himself king. "I planned not to do so because I was not fully prepared, but you forced me to do so. Now I am the Lord of the Night," he smugly affirmed. "This world is mine." Everyone put on a stiff face, standing silently listening to him screaming and shouting, "Your final moments are also mine. I will drain all your vitality, and turn you into nutritious food, serving the path of being a vampire, of mine." Damien tried to grit his teeth to endure the pressure descending on him. Right then, there was a horrified scream, when they saw the moon was no longer the same. The moon also turned blood-colored. Tepes now spoke up, saying that is the blood moon. Moreover, he also said the blood moon turns everything. It illuminates into an object and governs everything in its affected area. Finally, he also affirmed its unexpected effect, that is the characteristic power of vampires, to rule all vampires. In that tense moment, suddenly Angela flew straight to Andre from nowhere. This time she still punched straight into Andre's face. Everyone below, seeing that, excitedly shouted, "Great, this is just the beginning." But they did not know that Angela could not make Andre injured like before anymore, but on the contrary, he coldly exclaimed, "How pitiful." Finishing that sentence, he suddenly grabbed Angela's head. Without hesitation, he burned Angela with ghostly fire. That fire caused Angela serious injury. She helplessly fell to the ground. Damien, seeing that, screamed in horror. Angela finished destroying one, then Andre, prepared to destroy the remaining ones. Now it is your turn. Right at that moment, everyone suddenly realized the change on their bodies. They screamed in panic. What? Blood vessels? Knowing the situation was not good, Damien turned back and shouted, "Everyone run." Under the night sky, ghostly flames burned brightly. On a silent ancient building, the destructive fire earlier had condensed, creating glowing red beams, thorny like a magic barrier, plugging straight into the darkness. Suddenly a fierce red column of light struck down powerfully from the sky, making the ground crumble into pieces. Amidst the dim dust and smoke, someone's figure collapsed. In a corner, a bloody hand painfully reached out. On this side, Gustav was no exception. Blood flowed on his face. Gustav just opened his mouth in pain, unable to utter any sound. All around, everyone had collapsed amidst the bloody rubble, their soulless eyes still opened, looking straight, sharing a tragic fate, under the destructive power, unable to resist. Fortunately, Karen was still alive, but her body was still full of wounds. She hesitantly exclaimed, "What?" on the ground, currently dripping with blood. Right then, someone's voice full of worry rang out. "Senior, are you okay?" Hearing that familiar call, Karen turned back and called Leon. The reason Karen was fine was because Leon used his body to shield her. Seeing she had no major wounds, he was relieved, exclaiming, "Thank God." Looking at him full of injuries collapsing on her shoulder, Karen heartbrokenly shouted, "Idiot. What am I supposed to do if you are hurt?" Summoning the little remaining strength, Leon put his hand on her shoulder and softly asked, "There is something more important. I need you to help take Tepes and Roman out of here as fast as possible." However, Karen disagreed, and even thought, What are you saying? No way. How can you take care of yourself in this condition?" Replying to her objection was a reassuring smile, full of confidence from Leon, that made Karen stunned and confused, so she reluctantly agreed with Leon, but with a condition attached. "All right, but Leon," she coldly told him, "if you die, I will hate you for the rest of my life. Understand?" Regarding those words from Karen, Leon just gave a smile, then uttered a very affirming, "Yes." Andre slowly descended, radiating a gloomy, murderous aura around him. He held out his hand full of fiery blood veins to admire it himself. After a while, Andre spoke up, "Wonderful, isn't it? Finally, I can successfully turn into a vampire thanks to the black quartz. The power of life accumulated over many decades finally belongs to me." He continued confidently, "The vampire king who disappeared 300 years ago has now returned in this body." Finishing his words, a pair of strong legs stepped inside. Andre turned his face in surprise as if he could not believe it, saying, "Huh, there is still someone who can move." Leon, with a body covered in wounds, still firmly gripped the sword, as if able to be ready to fight at any moment. His eyes looked straight ahead, without fear or wavering. Leon declared, "I will be your opponent, Lord Lubina." Andre let out a cold snort of disdain. "Humph, stop talking nonsense." He glanced at the spreading pool of blood behind him, and continued, "But I have to admit, you are quite persistent. What do you intend to do next?" Andre smirked sarcastically. "You cannot do anything." In a corner of the battlefield, Chloe summoned a source of dark power to form a protective cocoon, wrapping around the teammates nearby. Immediately after that, the energy source withdrew, causing those protected inside to disappear mysteriously. The old man realized the issue and widened his eyes. "Ah, I understand." Andre laughed excitedly. "You were stalling for time for that girl to run away, huh? Even if she runs, it is meaningless. Lubina is all in my hands now, no matter what you do. You cannot escape this place." As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, Leon coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood, his eyes filled with panic. Andre achieved his goal and chimed in, Right, that is it. Suffer, be terrified, before me cry. I am sure when you die, you will feel regret. Just wait and see." Leon let out a breath and whispered, "Why is this so annoying?" He put his hands on his hips, frowned at Andre and shouted, "Does being able to use dark magic mean your mouth never stops yapping?" "Ah, I was just stalling for a little time, but your mouth just keeps running non-stop." He did not think Leon would say that, so he replied with a skeptical look, "What did you say?" Finishing his words, Andre gave a ghostly smile. He raised his two hands, high summoning power. Andre roared a sentence. "Are you kidding me? You stupid bastard. Coming to the end already yet? You still dare to challenge my patience?" Damien, lying on the ground, tried to force himself up to observe the situation, his voice trembling, uttering such terrible power. No, if this land sees Andre about to attack, Leon glanced, thinking to himself. The senior has gone far. Then I can no longer locate her aura. Great. His two eyes brightened, standing in a preparatory stance. The sword in his hand gripped tight, ready to fight. Elsid looked at Andre, smirking sarcastically, truly stupid. Why sacrifice oneself to become a vampire? In the dark setting, Leon raised the sword high. The sword blade emitted a brilliant light, and tiny rays of light, flying around. He shouted, "Get ready, Lubena." A blinding light flashed. Someone suddenly screamed, "Oh, the light!" With determined, fiery eyes, Leon gripped the sword tightly, which was radiating a blinding glow, illuminating the whole space. Andre's face, reflecting the light from the sword, showed panic. A brilliant yellow light flared up, wrapping around everything, occupying completely and blurring everything in sight. In a terrifying moment, he seemed to catch fire. White flames were engulfing and burning everything on Andre's body. On the other side, Hansen suddenly opened his eyes wide, looking at the wound on his shoulder. Hamel also realized the miracle. He raised his hand to observe, and whispered, "What is this?" The wound healed itself. Damien bowed his head, touching the spreading bloodstains. He was stunned, thinking impossible. That light belongs to the Sword Saint. In the blinding aura, Leon looked straight ahead, his eyes sharp and determined, facing Leon. Andre was being corroded by the light. His body screamed in pain and agony. After a while of struggling, finally, Andre collapsed onto the floor. His screams echoed in every corner. Andre's body gradually disintegrated, turning into black smoke, then evaporating completely into the air. Elsid observed from beginning to end, then spoke up to evaluate. A devil giving up being human to possess superhuman power. The choice was also a bit wise. The light from the holy sword made him live a life worse than death. Besides vampires having superior strength, their life experience is also quite important, and also the knowledge to make humans fear them. Leon, beside him, asked it. So, turns out, Lubina does not have those things, huh? Suddenly, a cloud of dark smoke flew in, covering everything. Elsid agreed with his opinion. It continued speaking. Exactly, suddenly becoming a vampire, he cannot control the energy source inside him. Finishing its words, Elsid seemed to realize a problem. It glanced in a direction, then cried out, "Oh crap!" With a pitch-black, ghostly body, terrifying, red eyes and teeth. Andre approached, closing in on Leon. He still did not know, turning his face wondering, before he could react. He opened his sharp jaws, bending down to bite hard into Leon's shoulder. In his astonishment, Elsid panicked, calling out Leon. Scene change under the dark night sky. The blood-red moon hung suspended, dyeing a mournful and mysterious color. Over the whole scenery, there was a voice of someone shouting, echoing in the air, "Miss Karen, please let us go." Tepes and Roman were tied tight in the corner of the wall. He continued to scream, "I want to destroy Andre with my own hands." Karen, covered in injuries, sitting to one side, replied, "No." She pointed at them, asking, "You two want to die together, you vampires. You going back will only get in Leon's way. I will release you two on the condition that both stay here." A mysterious force wrapped around Tepe's wrists. He replied, "The enemy who harmed my whole clan is right in front, yet I cannot do anything. Truly humiliating." From beginning to end, Roman just listened without chiming in. Suddenly, Tepe's two eyes glowed, emitting lightning. He looked at his hand, acting surprised. "Ah, here. Only now did the old man. Speak up, Lord Tepes, your power." He pointed toward the door, hurriedly saying, "That door." Tepes tensed his face, offering a thought. "Is someone behind the door calling me?" Roman lowered his eyes, explaining, "If your power is reacting, then..." The three people stood up together, walking toward the door. The old man concluded, "Yeah, behind that door is a vampire." Karen, walking behind, intervened. "Wait, Tepes. If you go in there, will a bunch of vampires appear?" He did not turn his head coldly, replying, "Go in, and we will know." And the tightly closed door was gradually opened. The three people followed each other carefully, walking inside. Karen looked around once, reassuringly said, "Ah, I think there is no one." Finishing her words, Tepes interrupted, making her a bit surprised. "Are you the one calling me?" Karen did not understand what was happening, immediately turned around with a skeptical face. Suddenly, her eyes opened wide, looking forward. The person appearing in front of them was a mysterious figure. He gripped his hands, standing behind the iron bars, red eyes darting out, looking extremely spooky. In the air, a questioning voice echoed, "What is that? A vampire or a half-blood?" Karen squinted, blinking, offering a thought. "Looks kind of like a dead person." The hand gripping the iron bars suddenly trembled. She stammered, "It moved. Look." The mysterious person reached his hand outside. He just moaned as if begging for help over here. Tepes did not hesitate to walk straight there. He crouched down, reaching out to grasp the hands of the mysterious person. The red pupils suddenly dilated, flashing lightning. His eyes turned glowing red, and radiated a spooky light, as if the entire blood moon had been shrunk, and existed inside. Memories suddenly flashed by the warm, hand-holding with someone important. Outside, the rain had started pouring. Raindrops pattered against the window frame. In the dark room, Andre held a syringe containing glowing red liquid. Without hesitation, he used that thing to inject directly into his wrist, as if having achieved the goal. Andre smiled monstrously on his lips. His hand immediately transformed in an instant, emerging with glowing red blood veins like a spider web. Sharp fingernails gradually became visible. In the battle just now, taking advantage of the moment of inattention, Andre had bowed down, directly biting Leon a critical bite. At the spot he bit, a stream of orange-yellow energy, violently blinding like an electric shock, suddenly erupted. Andre in pain immediately let go and screamed madly. Leon gritted his teeth, looking at the wound on his shoulder, saying, "Ouch. Is it due to the light earlier reacting?" Seizing the opportunity, he swung the sword up, directly striking down at his position. He shouted, "Once my chance is here." Realizing he was in danger, Andre opened his mouth wide, roaring. From inside his mouth, shot out a beam of white energy light, blinding and full of power. Amidst the smoke and surging energy, the sound Andre emitted had terrible destructive power. Coming into direct contact with the radiating power, Leon's body seemed to tense up, eyes bulged out, mouth wide open. In the air, thick dust, smoke flew everywhere. Leon propped the sword down to steady his body, his person trembling. Blood from Leon's nose gushed out. His voice hoarsely spoke up. "Sound waves I cannot hear." After a while, Leon stabilized his body and silently calculated. "If I had not created a shield at my neck and head with aura earlier, maybe when I was bitten I would have died, or maybe my head would have exploded." Elcid suddenly appeared beside him, glancing to ask, "Well done, Leon, are you okay?" He whispered back, "As you see, I am fine." Elcid observed Andre's devilish form, growling ferociously right in front, continuing to evaluate. "Anyway, appearing suddenly like that really scared me. Right now, he is in a frenzied state, so now only survival instinct remains, but he will be more dangerous than before. He cannot use magic anymore, but can use vampire skills. Careful." Leon's eyes still firmly looking at him, he hurriedly reassured, "It is fine." Elcid interrupted, reminding, "Do not underestimate him. The power of the three clans Wallachia, Elizabeth Blood Stego Sound Phantom." It continued to speak its thoughts. "But the Wallachia clan cannot use skills on you. Easiest to see is when you fought Tepes, and you blocked the Elizabeth clan's skill with aura. Only the Stego clan remains that you have not met yet, right?" Leon did not care much. He thrust the sword forward, gripping it tight, and said, "Anyway, the Lord is weak now. I just need to use another 80% of my own aura to destroy him. Prolonging this battle is of no benefit to me either, ending it soon." Elcid glanced back, replying, "But if attacking now, he will know immediately that if he touches it, he will die." "He will not let you approach him," Leon calmly answered. "I know." Then he smirked confidently, "But I have to do it." Seeing the determination in Leon, it smiled encouragingly, saying, "Very good." But facing Andre's demonized body, emitting a series of pitch-black tentacles, gloomy rushing together straight toward the position of Leon with terrifying speed. After a violent collision, his body was pushed back and started bleeding. However, that could not stop Leon. He clenched his teeth, continuing to move forward. Leon's eyes filled with stubbornness. Not distracted for a second, he silently calculated. He can still control phantoms. Is it because it is not harmed by light aura? Damn it. If I had known beforehand, I would have asked Senior Karen for instructions. With the sword emitting blinding lightning bolts, Leon rushed forward like a flash of lightning, leaving behind streaks of fresh red blood on the ground. He continued thinking, "Just making one small mistake. I will die too. I have poured all my physical strength into this already, so have to try my best." The face seemingly exhausted, head of Leon suddenly lit up, eyes shining like lightning, shouting loud in anger, not submitting. Andre, with a wide-open mouth, full of pale fangs and glowing red eyes, also roared a sound, responding full of challenge. Before he could react, Leon unleashed a slash. Powerful, the sword blade emitting blinding lightning, cutting through the air, slashing straight into Andre's body. The slash tore him apart like a scrap of paper. Andre screamed miserably in pain. Suddenly around him started emitting murderous aura, red as blood. Andre was still growling, wanting to counterattack. He paused, full of surprise. Leon whispered, "Huh. Even though I used the holy sword to slash him, he is still alive." Finishing the words from Andres' ghostly form, erupted a terrible black-red power source, creating a series of fiery energy beams, rushing straight at him. After the fatal collision, blood from Leon's body splashed everywhere, splattering on his face, which was screaming in pain. In the sky, the weird, glowing red moon not only shone, but also emitted countless tentacles black as spider silk covering a corner of the space. The skin on Andre's body began to blister, turning into a glowing red sphere, shiny with strange black and red veins. His whole person transformed into a black, red sphere being inflated, simultaneously connecting with the power source emitting from the moon. Leon's face suddenly stiffened due to surprise. Amidst the gloomy space, buzzing chatter sounds rang out. Huh, why are you guys out here? Look at the moon, that is a blood moon. All rushed in one direction. Someone said, I heard an explosion coming from the castle. Behind the man looking up to observe, a gigantic pitch-black phantom had appeared. It opened its mouth wide, revealing glowing red fangs, as if ready to swallow. Someone panicked, speaking up. What is happening? Squelched the smell of fresh blood spread through the air. Miserable screams rang out. What is this? Help me. Ouch. Ghost tentacles plunged sharp teeth into shoulders, as if wanting to eat fresh. Swallow alive, Damien. Gritting his teeth, hissing in pain. Blood. It is sucking my blood. At the same time, it also took away our shadows, to restrict our movement. Gustav was no exception. He was wrapped around by 2 to 3 tentacles attacking all. Those present at the scene fell into a state of being drained of blood. Up high from the weird glowing red moon, poured out countless thin black tentacles covering the space. Those black strings carrying gloomy power connected directly and pierced through Andre's body, which was stretched round, blistered like a sphere. Red blood transmitted terrifying energy into him. Damien tried to glance to observe the situation, see what was happening. He exclaimed in disbelief. This is looking at Andre's monstrous and inflated body. Leon gave a conclusion. He is sucking the blood of everyone in the city. Does he plan to turn back into a vampire? He is performing a recovery ritual. The person creating this ritual also felt it was dangerous, so sealed it already. For an incomplete vampire, the consequences of this are quite huge, silently enduring until now. Elcid finally spoke up. It said, that is a forbidden skill, activating his survival instinct, and if he spreads it everywhere, then all people in this city will disappear without a trace. He sterned his face, asking coldly, in other words, the whole city is swallowed. Huh. Just finishing the words, countless glowing red mouths from tentacles rushed straight toward Leon. He agilely lay down, rolled over to dodge the attack. Unexpectedly, they continued to chase, mouths wide open like seeing delicious prey. This time, Leon just stood still, gripping the sword tight in hand, accepting all. Elcid panicked, shouting. Leon standing inside the inflated skin layer. Andre raised his sharp hand to admire. He gave a satisfied smile, saying, my body has gradually recovered. You will be honored to sacrifice for my recovery. Ahead was Leon, being surrounded by strings, like a cocoon with no way out. He thought inside, damn it, I cannot move. Leon gritted his teeth tight, calculating I used the remaining aura to protect myself. But that is just a temporary solution. I lost too much blood. I do not even have enough ability to move, let alone collecting more aura. While pondering, there were weak begging voices ringing out, making him gradually alert. Please help Theo. After that, many miserable, crying sounds of innocent people began to echo in the air, urging action. So painful. Save me. Please save me. Someone save me, please. I do not want to die. I want to live. Leon determinedly gripped the sword tight in hand. From it radiated energy like lightning bolts. He made a decision, no choice. I have to do that. Is that the reason I want to become a hero? To save innocent people, harmed by devils. From the shell covering Leon suddenly flashed rays of power inside, blinding light rays of the sword suddenly erupted, as if wanting to tear everything apart. With a loud explosion, terrible power shot out to the ground, cracking into many pieces, along with blinding yellow lightning bolts. Andre, standing inside, observing from beginning to end, uncomfortably spoke up. You, truly annoying. He roared, a sound like declaring, I will use all my power to take you down. So the tentacles continued to flock in, and Andre affirmed firmly, now go die. Karen's face suddenly appeared in Leon's mind. She said, Leon, I will hate you if you die. Finishing the thought, he smiled as if just given more courage. Leon, full of determination, told himself, if I die, it will be very troublesome. He coldly summoned the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper. Many brilliant yellow stars suddenly appeared on the dark background, connected to each other by zag lines. Light connected the divine technique, true mechanism. From there, a brilliant yellow energy source, gigantic and blinding, was released powerfully. Leon, like a gust of wind, rushed in, closing in on Andre's shell. In a split second, him standing inside, could see his silhouette getting closer. Leon did not hesitate to speak up. "This is your end, devil, Lubena." A powerful sword strike was brought down by him, cutting off the protective shield that Andre, always proud of the power from Leon's sword, cutting right through the layer of defense. Andre's swollen, blistered skin, causing bright red blood to splatter, creating a gap between the two of them. His powerful slash tore Andre's sphere in half, creating a beam of light reaching straight to the sky. At that moment, he could only widen his two eyes in surprise, unable to resist. The old face of Andre exuded panic and disbelief. Memories suddenly flashed through his mind. A cute and warm little girl softly calling father. Andre gently held the little girl in his arms affectionately. "Leah is waiting for father, right?" The little girl replied. "Yes, today father can play with me, right?" He did not hesitate to agree immediately, of course. Then Andre placed Leah on his shoulder and played with the little girl, all the way down a long road. Leah exclaimed in delight, "I love you, father. Father, I love you." Andre happily replied, "Father loves you too." Leah, the precious time, vanished. Andre was standing in front of a room door, with a painful look, his voice trembling. How could this be? In the room was the fragile body of the little girl with a pool of bright red blood. He screamed immediately. Andre rushed over. Echoing in the air was the fearful voice of his heart. "Wait, father, father, father will save you." He hugged Leah tightly in his arms, continuing to reassure himself. "Father will help you." Darkness covered everything. Outside the window, rain was pouring down. Andre frantically pulled his hair, muttering, "That terminal illness took the life of my wife and my daughter. Even though I am a high-level mage, I cannot find a cure. I have tried every way possible. I cannot lose Leah, even if I have to sell my own soul." That is right. A giant and complex circular magic crest, glowing bright red, appeared, radiating energy lightning bolts surrounding it, creating a mysterious and powerful scene. As if he had thought of a solution, he whispered, "Dark magic." Outside, the soldiers received orders. Were escorting many people inside. One of them shouted, "Take the poor people away." Veiny hands were tied tightly to the bed. Someone walked over, holding a syringe with dark red fluid, injected it into the person on the bed. "Resisting, huh?" Then he rolled his eyes and screamed miserably. Groans echoed in the air. "It hurts too much, save me." Andre smiled bizarrely, saying, "I see it." The close subordinate, standing behind, asked respectfully, "You found the method?" "Master," he smirked, saying, "Black quartz is the key. I have increased my vampire power. With black quartz, I will have the vampire power that I have desired for so long." Hearing that, the old man had tears in his eyes, really happy. "Now you can cure Miss Lia's illness." Andre seemed to have just received new information. He asked skeptically, Leah?" A haggard face turned back. He wondered, is there such a thing in the world? Back to reality. Andre's skin is dripping like a liquid. His body began to decompose horribly. Flesh deformed and melted, revealing bright red muscles, and an expression of pain mixed with sorrow. Suddenly, someone walked up and stopped in front of Andre. He slowly looked up. A familiar, somewhat old teddy bear appeared. A familiar voice rang out. "I will always wait for father." "Father." Tepes held out the bear, revealing his face. He said, "That is what she said when she gave this to me." Andre remembered when he picked up the syringe himself. Then without hesitation, Andre injected them into his arm. He growled, being chained in a corner of the cell. Next to him was the teddy bear. A thought appeared in Andre's mind. Did I forget something? Did power blind me? What was my original purpose? The image of Leah appeared, smiling, calling father. He seemed to remember everything. Hot tears rolled down. Andre painfully blamed himself. "It is my daughter." He screamed, "Leah!" Night had completely fallen, covering the entire space, covering the city in a deep blue, with rare yellow lights flickering from the windows. Hansel, Leonic, and the others were bewildered, observing the surroundings. "Over here." Damien also raised his hand to look, his eyes showing confusion. Andre's body gradually evaporated. He painfully called out, "Leah," as soon as he finished speaking. The whole thing turned into dust flying into the air, then disappeared. Tepes calmly spoke. "Vampires are a species that does not distinguish between body and soul. When we die, the soul will not leave the body, but will vanish with the body." He looked at the remaining ruins and continued, "This is the punishment for what you have done, Andre Lubena." The giant blood moon gradually faded. The gloomy red streaks around quickly evaporated, leaving a bright, full, and pristine moon in the night sky. Gustav raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He spoke up, asking, "Is it over?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hamel and Leonic panicked, ran over and shouted, "Ah, leader, do not say such unlucky things. Do not you remember when you said that Ak came back to life? Even though he was beheaded." The following sentences made Gustav stiffen. "Why do you like helping the dead come back to life? If you say things like that, they will come back to life. You just need to do as we say. Do not make the problem serious." Remembering something, he wondered anyway, "Where is Leon?" Hamel pointed back and replied, "Ah, over there." Leon was sitting leaning against a wall corner. He was being treated by Angela and Damien with their powers. Temporarily. A bright energy flow covered Leon's body. He looked at the two people and whispered, "Thank you, I feel better. I am fine. You guys heal yourselves." However, no one responded or changed their actions. Leon was a bit confused. He continued to make sounds, signaling, but it seemed nothing changed. Damien laughed to reassure, "Even if we die, we are still fine." Leon smiled, whispering, "They ignore me, even though I do not need it." Ah. Elsie appeared, answering the question, I guess, anyway, they are people ready to sacrifice, to exchange for a good life for us." Suddenly he looked straight at Leon's face, voice trembling. "You are amazing, Leon. Before I wondered why Senior Sega kept advising us to try our best to help you. Now I understand." He glanced in another direction, answering, "Ah, I am sorry for not telling you before." Damien lowered his eyes, speaking very understandingly. "It is normal. Anyway, you also want to keep your identity secret. We respect your decision." His face showed seriousness. Damien made a sincere commitment. "Angela and I will help you keep this secret. Rest. Do not worry anymore." Leon froze, not understanding anything. He continued to cut in. "Because there is nothing stopping you anymore." Behind the two of them appeared a figure. Damien was unaware, and kept rambling on. "We will try our best not to cause conflict with the royal side." Karen walked up and interrupted. She looked at Leon asking, "Did you almost die as soon as she finished?" Karen got angry, rushed over and shouted, "You were so sure, so I listened to you and left. But look at yourself. What is this?" He backed away hastily, reconciling, "Well, Senior." She did not give him a chance to explain, annoyed. "Blame me. I was really stupid to trust you. You almost died. Leon, that is the reason why." Karen suddenly stopped at his next action. Leon leaned forward, leaning into her embrace. Karen widened her eyes in surprise. She let out a breath, then Karen swallowed her frustration, raised her hands to hug him, whispering, "Idiot." Lying in the warm arms, Leon slowly closed his eyes. Not long after, the royal family heard the announcement about Lubina. The next day, lords are considered people with real money and power in the kingdom. If one of them passes away, suddenly due to unnatural causes, there will be a big fluctuation not only at the royal level, but also affecting high-ranking nobles. But the Wallachia clan, those who have merit with the church, and innocent people arrested for blood, are considered witnesses, proving the crimes that Lord Lubina caused. Damien stood on the podium, serious tone, announcing, "Lord Lubina is convicted as a heretic, and will be sentenced to death. Although we were helped by adventurers and mercenaries this time, but they did not help much." The people present below pondered. He continued speaking, "So if everyone summons them as witnesses, they will not know much to say, thanks to the two Iron Chain Knights resolving it. So the kingdom is gradually returning to the way it was." A convoy of carriages followed each other. Echoing in the air was the sound of discussion. "We still have a long way ahead, and the nobles are also quite interested in this matter, so it is possible they will use this as a reason to hinder us in many different ways." Karen smiled, saying, "So I borrowed the authority of the church, and secretly slipped away. Finally, you are awake." Leon looked at her innocently, replying, "Yes." Then he thought, "Maybe that day, I fell asleep in Senior's arms, and I cannot believe it. It has been 4 days already." Hazen, Hamel, and Leonic put their arms around each other, shouting in unison, "Wonderful, we survived," he whispered, continuing, "Everyone in the group is fine too." Suddenly Leon saw the bandage wrapped around Karen's stomach. He paused. "Relieved? Right. Huh." Leon worriedly asked Senior, "Are you okay? You are injured." She touched her stomach and laughed to reassure. "Ah. It is better. It did not hit my vital organs, so it just bled. So it heals quite fast." Hearing Karen's explanation, finally, he breathed a sigh of relief. "Understood." She was silent for a while, then Karen spoke up. "Leon, I am sorry." Leon was surprised. He turned around, wondering, for what? She recalled when she was tied tight, with a body full of injuries. Karen asked, "You were very angry, right?" "When I swapped positions, actually, I calculated it all." Karen lowered her voice. "At that time, I wanted to surprise you, so I did it on my own. Next time I promise to tell you beforehand what I intend to do. Suddenly, Leon smiled. Ah. Seeing your expression, she turned around, confused. What do you mean? Leon gently replied, I am not mad at you. It is just that I blame myself for not being able to solve anything outside of my calculations. Leon's eyes contained sincerity, seriously explaining, so just do what you want, senior. Next time, even if you do not say it, I will understand. Karen stared at him unblinkingly. Her cheeks suddenly turned red. Then Karen hurriedly ran away. She dropped a sentence, leaving him in amazement. I am going to get some fresh air. Elsid appeared behind Leon. It spoke up. You have really become a hero. That is right. Karen's power comes from tactics, unique, and agility in thinking and action. By apologizing and hoping for sympathy, from you making that become her weakness. He nodded in agreement. If my lack of understanding limits my teammates, then I cannot call myself a hero yet. Over there, Karen with a bright red face sat still in one place, eyes closed, tight, not sure what she was thinking. Elsid continued the story. Well said. You are more mature. Your next destination is the Titan mountain range. Leon pondered, then replied, people say that is where King Roderick left his will, a place ruled by giants. As if discovering something, he rushed to Elsid, wondering, but how do we get there? Do you have a plan for finding the will of King Roderick yet? It honestly replied, no. Leon froze for a moment. Elsid found it strange. Turned around. What? What is wrong? Leon leaned his hand on the carriage door. He spoke, his thoughts. Once there we will find out. I just need to believe in my skills, my teammates and the Sword Saint. It looked wise, saying, you saying that makes me remember a few things. A very long time ago. Leon reached his hand forward, thinking, we still have a long journey ahead. I cannot see the end of the stairs I am climbing anymore. Then he clenched his fist, full of determination. But Leon told himself, if I do not give up, then tomorrow is the day I am stronger. He shouted, full of expectation. Let us go to the Titan Mountains, the desert city of Chernuk. A city with no lords, laws, or order. A city harboring illegals. A loud noise came from inside, causing debris from the house to be torn apart and scattered. Pieces of brick and stone fell in the air. A man was thrown, slamming his body to the ground. A muscular figure slowly walked out from the door. Odin clenched his fist, roaring, idiot. How dare you attack me, Odin Tier A? Then he turned inside generously, saying, let us go. I will pay for the water today, so be comfortable. The people present excitedly praised Odin. Very good, so generous, true to being Odin. Nearby, a group of people gathered in a corner whispering, so scary. Really scary. Seok sneered, saying, did you see that? Do you know where this is? God, so scary. I told you, this is not a place for innocent girls. Like you. Shizu placed a hand to corner Elahan inside. He spoke up, very dangerous. Don't excitedly turned to say to Seok, hey, she smiles quite prettily. The guy agreed, immediately joined in. How about we take you with us? She remained silent, not answering. Shizu continued to tease, go, serve me, saying that he reached out to lift her chin, proposing, or should I take you to the red light district? Do it quickly, and I will sell you probably for a high price. Over here, T and Seok suddenly changed their expressions. The guy asked Shizu, hey, are you okay? He bared his yellow-stained teeth. Still not understanding what was happening naturally, replied, what? T repeated, your hand. The hand touching Elahan was bent down. Shizu was still unaware, wondering, is there something wrong? Then a miserable scream rang out. Ouch, my hand. Over here. She raised her hand to touch the brim of her hat, interrupting. Everyone, the three of them stood huddled together, their faces full of tension, looking forward. Elahan with two glittering eyes whispered, do you want to atone? In the thick dust, the sound of steady footsteps rang out. In the sky, a giant dark black dragon was spreading its wings, flying majestically, in front of Karen and Leon. Right now this is a high mountain. Standing tall at the peak is a red stone. She exclaimed, oh, Karen said to Leon, full of wyverns. Rank B and the Titan Mountains. Just standing near makes me scared. He nodded in agreement. She hugged her body. Face full of seriousness continued, and the demon energy in that forest is overflowing too. Feels like, if not careful, then we'll be killed by that energy. So, the reason guilds do not accept requests related to Titan Mountains is this reason. This place has abundant herbal resources, and many rare resources, so quite a few adventurers come here. Just a pity, not many people have the ability to return. Karen suddenly became serious, giving an opinion. So it means Leon also has the same thought as her. he continued saying, "This place is dangerous." Saying that Elsis appeared. It smirked, a hellish place ruled by the giant king. Even dragons know better than to mess with it. Karen looked over to the other side. Hesitant. My instinct is refusing to go over there. Leon stopped. Turned to hear Elsid's thoughts. This mountain range is the world of giants and monsters, not humans. No place is better for training than here. And of course if you can survive, that is. The demon sword saw his expression. It asked, "Are you scared?" Leon restored his state, frankly replied. "A funny joke. I came here already, should I turn back?" He called out. "Karen." She broke out in cold sweat, answering, "Huh?" The glittering eyes of Leon made Karen unable to refuse. She lowered her eyes, exhaling a breath. "I knew it, all right, let us go." The three of them looked in one direction. He shouted, "If so, then let us go together." Scene change. A loud noise rang out from the peak of the snow-covered mountain. A ear-piercing scream echoed in the air. Punishment. On the ground, a man was hit on the head by an iron mace. He collapsed on the ground. Bright red blood splattered, finishing cleaning up the mess. Elahan raised her hand to wipe the sweat on her forehead. She whispered like this. Countless thugs were defeated, lying scattered. Elahan glanced over, once, then concluded, "Done." Khan stood hiding in a corner of the wall, witnessing from beginning to end. The guy worriedly thought, "What is this? Who is she looking so dangerous?" Looking at Elahan's back, he continued to comment, "A former soldier became a criminal just because accidentally shot off her boss head, like a rank and knight who was fired. She killed that whole group by herself. Did she really defeat that group alone? Really strange. Who exactly is she?" Just snapping out of the train of thought, the mace rushed forward, smashing the wall. Khan was standing. The guy was scared, quickly ran away. Elahan chased after, closed in on Khan, saying, "I saw you." The guy turned back to look at her, shouting, "Wait." She did not care, swung the mace, declaring, "Stop." Khan screamed miserably, waving his hands hastily, explaining, "Wait, hey wait. Not fair at all. I just arrived." Elahan, cold voice, asked, "Unfair? Perverts like you also dare to say that?" The guy stopped her. "Do not listen to me first." Elahan emphasized each word. Hand kept smashing. "The mace down, I do not want to hear." Khan nimbly dodged to the side. He continued, "Hey, you were deployed here by the church, right?" Then Khan screamed, "I am the rat of the slums, but was recognized by your side, damn it. If you do not believe it, go ask Bishop Kizara." The mace was only a few centimeters from his face, then suddenly stopped. Time seemed to stop at this moment. Dust blinded, flying all over the air. Suddenly at the position, Elahan and Khan were standing. The ground cracked. The guy seemed to hold his breath, staring without blinking. Finally, she spoke up, "Rat of the slums." "Huh." Elahan sat down opposite Khan, saying, "Ah, so you are Khan." The guy frowned, voice trembling. "Asked, you know me?" As soon as she finished, over there, Shizu suddenly sprang up, crying out, "Ouch." Khan pointed at him. "What? Why is he still alive?" "I am sure I saw you break his neck and use that mace to break his bones. Buried him already." Elahan calmly explained when hitting him. "I quickly covered it with holy magic. Even if bones are broken, then their bones will heal and they also come back to life, even though they cannot move anymore. And just like dying, they will still be fine as if nothing happened." The thugs woke up, all holding their heads. Eyes not sober. Khan thought, this bunch of sickos, if just killing them is not enough, but her holy power is enough to cure, heal the wounds for them. Looking at Elahan's calm face, he pondered, who is she exactly? Although the Crimson Knight Order is very strong, she is not like this. If she comes from the church, and is this strong, then there is only one person. Do not say that I am deep in thought. She spoke up, interrupting. Ah, right. Do you know the person called Sir Leon who participated in that conquest? Khan replied calmly. Sir Leon. Oh, that brat. She tilted her head, repeating his words, a brat. Behind the ancient building, an ear-piercing scream of rage echoed punishment. After a struggle, she sat down, offering terms. If you see him, or know anything about him, then tell me. After speaking, Elahan's face turned red. She explained shyly. Wait, you do not need to tell me about his hobbies, or his sleeping habits. That would be very impolite. Although I am a bit curious looking at Elahan's expression. Khan made a confused sound, huh? Then she clapped her hands, looking at him with sparkling eyes, demanding, all right. Now, take me to Ben from start to finish. Khan did not have a chance to speak out loud. In his heart he continued to be surprised, huh? Elahan put her hand on Khan's shoulder, urging, let us go. He continued, huh? Khan leaned back for a moment, thinking to himself, what is happening? What the hell? Not wasting time. She grabbed his shirt, pulling him up, moving forward. Elahan excitedly shouted, all right, head straight to Ben. Khan did not resist. He just pondered. Is life being a bit too cruel to me? Titan Mountains. A large purple-gray dragon collapsed on the ground. A large axe was driven straight into its neck. Dark purple blood splattered all over its body. Juru lowered his voice, glancing over asking, "Can you still fight?" Uga gritted his teeth answering, "I broke my ribs, and my left collarbone is broken too." He retracted the axe on his shoulder, giving an assessment. "Then it is difficult." Up high, Drake bared its sharp fangs towards the two of them. Juru continued in this case. "Fighting Drake will be a bit hard." He raised his axe, making a decision. "If it does not kill us." Uga roared, swinging his axe, rushing forward. Right behind him, Juru continued shouting, "Then I will kill it." The powerful attack of the two of them tore through the air with red streaks of light, causing a loud boom. Karen and Leon were hiding in a corner observing. She spoke up, "Those giants. Surely they come from the Titan tribe." He nodded, expressing his thoughts. "Yeah, and they are fighting Drake without flinching." Drake roared in anger, preparing to counterattack. Leon looked at its actions, analyzing, but Drake is stronger than them. In a split second, Drake swung its giant tail with speed, terrifying. Wanting to knock away Uga and Juru, he continued saying, "It looks more like it is playing with them than fighting. Is it really a monster?" Else it explained its behavior, clearly proves it is a monster, because it has terrible strength, so it is not afraid and toys with our lives. Leon replied, silently understood. It shared further, its perception ability is also quite good. Within 3 kilometers, it can know of our existence, and we are its next target. What do you plan to do, help them or run away? Karen held her forehead helplessly, chiming in, "Ha." Analyzing the Titan Mountains, saying that it is the dominant animal here. Just the first day, and we already met a Drake, and it is even rank. It's with intelligence equal to humans. Is this a nightmare or what? Then she was startled, turning to ask, "Leon, what are you planning to do?" His eyes were determined as if about to act. She hurriedly. I stopped him. "Wait. Why did I ask such a stupid question?" But Juru swung his axe, preparing to strike down. He bent down, throwing the axe hard forward. Following the force, it rushed towards Drake. The axe flew whizzing at high speed, creating a purple streak of light and embedding straight into its body. He confidently smirked, asking, "How is that?" Before finishing the sentence, Drake's tail had closed in on Juru. He glanced over, just having uttered 2 words, "I am done." Its shocking blow created a shockwave, intense, sweeping away everything and cracking the ground. Juru's body was thrown into the air, dropping the axe out of reach. Uga was no exception. He was the same. After the collision, the two of them fell freely in the white space. Once again, Drake used its tail to crush Juru and Uga down onto the crumbling stone floor. The two were in so much pain their eyes rolled back. Blood spurted out from their esophagus. Finished, it looked up at the sky with glowing yellow eyes, and roared a sound full of victory. Uga trembled, opening his mouth. "Damn it," Juru spoke up. Answering, "This time we might actually die." Just as everything seemed to end, a familiar voice spoke up, breaking the atmosphere. 7 stars begin. In the darkness, a strip of stars appeared, connecting to each other. From there, releasing a stream of power like lightning, striking straight at Drake. Divine War Body attacked suddenly. It turned its head, looking in the direction of the sound. Leon, a body full of power, fearlessly facing its gaze. He shouted Karen amid the cold rain of flying swords. Her agile figure rushed down, aiming straight at Drake's position. The beam of light pierced down, embedding deep into its shoulder. Drake screamed wildly in pain, its mouth wide open, revealing sharp teeth. Karen smirked, saying the deadly poison has permeated its body. Angry to the extreme, it roared, a earth-shattering sound, as if wanting to tear apart anything that dared to block its way. Where the skin was pierced by needles, it was gradually swelling. From the dark red scales, countless shurikens, sharp and cold, shot out like rain. Drake seemed unaffected. Its eyes looked straight towards Karen and Leon. She broke out in cold sweat, saying, "We are dead." Beside her, he was not too surprised, replying just as expected. Leon took out something. He continued saying, "Knew it would not be easy at all. Please keep this." Juru and Uga reached out to take it. Leon reminded, "Although it is small, it is very effective." The two of them were still bewildered, not understanding anything. He intended to ask, but Leon did not want to waste time. Immediately glancing over, cutting him off. Uga intended to say, "Kill that lizard first, then talk later. You can fight, right?" Juru smirked, muttering, still asking if we can fight. "Right, is that what you mean?" He sprang up, roaring beside him. Uga shouted in agreement. "Is that a question?" Leon just silently observed, not saying more. Seeing their actions and expressions, Karen could not help but smile. Then the group gathered together, moving forward. Uga and Juru affirmed firmly, "We will definitely take that lizard's head at any cost." Any cost. All drew their weapons, holding them tight, rushing towards Drake. Leon spoke up, "Then let us move." As if sensing danger, Drake roared, showing its power. Juru swung the axe in his hand, reminding everyone, "Let us do it." Leon's eyes flashed with light like lightning. He whispered, "Activate." Leon's eyes flashed a ring of light, like intense needles piercing through the night. "Ready to fight," he said. Max vision. Suddenly, the scene before Leon's eyes turned into black and white. He stopped asking, why is the color gone?" Elsid beside him quickly reassured. "Do not be afraid, Leon." It explained carefully for him to understand. "This phenomenon only happens temporarily, because your brain has not caught up with the speed you are moving. So now you see time as if it is passing slowly. If you do not train your vision, then now you would not be able to see anything. Now is not the time to talk. Focus." Leon seemed to understand somewhat. He nodded. Okay." In front of Leon, Drake was bowing down, its mouth wide open ferociously, and sharp claws threatening. Elsid reminded, "Use this time to find a way to attack." He observed its neck once. Then Leon looked down at Drake's legs. He gritted his teeth, calculating. It has very high defense capabilities. Both I and Karen must hit it critically to have a chance, damn it. Where is it? Surely it also has a weakness. There was a spot that caught Leon's attention. He whispered, "High probability is the skin on its wings." Leon continued moving up, continuing, and the eyes still had not made a decision. Drake used force to whip its tail towards them. The tail was about to swing. He shouted, reminding first dodge its attack. Everyone dodge, receiving the order. The whole group jumped out of the dangerous position simultaneously. Uga smirked, "That was dangerous." Behind Juru agreed, "Yeah, if that kid did not warn us." Karen let out a breath, expressing her thoughts. "It is too fast. I could not see its movement direction." "Thank you, Leon." Seeing everyone was a distance away, Drake jumped onto the rock it was guarding. In the thick smoke, Drake turned its head, its sharp eyes scanning towards Leon's group. He was alert, realizing the problem. Leon spoke up, "It is different. From playing to wanting to kill us now." Beside him, suddenly a source of energy exploded. Karen was murderous. Covering her body were fierce lightning bolts. She said that dragon changed its mind. Leon broke out in cold sweat, thinking, she changed too. Amidst the white smoke and bright purple lightning, Karen accelerated, running towards Drake. With cold eyes, she channeled power, summoning sharp swords surrounding her body. Under her powerful hand, a strong sword path poured out. Aiming straight at it, Drake opened its eyes wide, looking in the direction of the sound. Immediately after, its eyes were pierced by countless needles. Drake opened its mouth, screaming in pain. Uga witnessed, from start to finish. He remarked, "What? She is so strong." Juru also had the same thought. He chimed in, "Finish it before the critical hit." Drake closed its eyes tight. From there, still emitting misty smoke. A moment later, it regained its composure. Its glowing pupils darted towards them, wanting to eat them fresh. "Swallow the whole bunch alive." Karen got angry, pointing at Drake, lecturing, "Hey you, even if you are rank S, then you should reconsider. See if you are being too excessive." "Right." Juru looked at her expression, and his cheeks suddenly blushed. He said, "Oh, your girlfriend is quite attractive." Uga, similar. He put his hand on his chin, his eyes wanting to express, "Looks like you can do a lot of things." Not finished teasing. Uga laughed confidently, "But we know where to attack now." Juru understood, giving a commitment. "We will protect you." Seeing their determination, Leon nodded, replying, "Yeah." Drake did not understand what was happening. Immediately shifted its eyes to look at the purple knives containing power embedded around its position. Drake suddenly trembled, taking the opportunity. Uga and Juru held weapons, jumping up, swinging their hands ready to deal the finishing blow. The two of them each aimed at one of its legs, slashing down hard. The giant body shook violently. Drake tilted its head, screaming in extreme pain. Its mouth opened wide to let out a roar. Echoing while in rage, it suddenly stopped. Far away, a dazzling lightning of power covered Leon's body, making Drake pay attention. He held the sword tight in his hand, dragging along bright yellow electric currents, like lightning tearing through space. Drake paused, as if realizing lurking danger. Immediately after, it created a bright purple energy ball, spewing it out. The ball collided with the ground, creating a vibration circle, spreading across the battlefield. Leon was enveloped inside. He worriedly said, "What? I cannot see anything anymore." He panicked, continued calling out, "What is happening?" Elsid, Karen, Mr. Giant, everyone. Elsid spoke, asking, "It is shadow attribute. This is troublesome." Leon looked around, calling Elsid. Where are you? It reassured Leon. Do not panic in the darkness. Everything seems to turn into a pitch-black color. Only the sword in your hand is still shining bright. Elsid continued instructing, open the path, and create light. As if understanding the problem, he smirked, letting out a sentence. Do whatever you can, Leon shouted. Divine War Body. Third form, 7 stars begin, focusing attack. Not knowing how it unfolded, but currently, we have been taken to another place. Behind the window, warm sun rays pierced through. Leon lay weakly on the bed. He slowly opened his eyes after the dream. The first thing hitting his eyes was a domed ceiling, where sunlight shone brilliantly through the ventilation vents. He confusedly spoke. This is, as if sensing something pressing against his body. Leon cried out, huh? Then he slowly glanced down. Lying next to Leon was Karen. She was quietly deep in sleep, looking closely who was lying with him. Leon stammered, shouting, Karen. On the spacious double bed, he lay in a corner with a bandage wrapped around his stomach, prominent on his bare skin. Right next was Karen, sleeping soundly, not knowing anything. Leon dizzy lamented. And where are we? What is happening? Woken by his noise, she slowly woke up, asking, Ah, Leon, you are up. He jumped up, covering his body, saying, No, I can but not right now. But, about that I do not remember anything. Karen calmly sat answering, Oh, really? You do not remember what happened yesterday? That is a bit sad. Her cheeks suddenly blushed. Karen glanced in another direction, shyly uttering a sentence. About yesterday. Leon, you were a bit intense. Leon froze, asking again. Intense? What did I do? Seeing his expression, she could not help holding her stomach laughing. What are you thinking? Karen teased you, dummy. Yesterday you had a fever of 40 degrees. Leon broke out in cold sweat, wondering. Oh, did you take care of me? She nodded. Yeah, I took care of you alone all last night. Saying that, Karen frowned, annoyed. Damn that Drake. You do not remember anything. His face did not change color, seeming to remember nothing, so just hummed. Then she slowly recounted for Leon to hear. After being hit by you, Drake threw its head back, roaring wildly. Its wide-open mouth flashed with bright yellow lightning, while a small black shadow, after colliding with it, flew up into the sky. Then it scanned its eyes towards Leon's group as if wanting to eat them fresh. Swallow everyone alive, Karen said. Do not know if it was because its survival instinct rose up or not, but it looked more aggressive than initially. After the rage, Drake spewed out a stream of hot fire, creating a storm of fire covering the surrounding scene. She continued giving an assessment. No. It seems after venting its anger it flew elsewhere. Sounds more accurate. Finishing the sentence, Karen walked over, draping her arm around his neck, squeezing tight, then raising her voice. Besides that little hero, she made a fist, rubbing his head, complaining. Do you know? After using the skill, how long you fainted for? Did you realize that? You had a possibility of falling from that high place, so Leon being strangled could only grit his teeth hissing. I am sorry, Karen, grumpily shouted. You almost died. Do you know that? Hearing the story, Leon blanked out as if discovering something. In the sea of fire, Karen did not fear danger rushing forward. Uga reached out, shouting to stop. Young girl rushing into the fire. Like that is very reckless. Leon silently recalled, the only person, her face filled with worry. Karen called out loud, Leon. He remembered that moment, thinking further, running to save me. She spread her arms, hugging Leon tight into her lap. When seeing him, Leon whispered, remember now. He smiled sincerely, expressing thanks, Karen. She blushed, stuttering naturally. What are you saying? That is obvious. A loud noise rang out, cutting the atmosphere. Juru pushed the door, entering excitedly, saying, Thank you, Karen. Uga beside chimed in. That kid woke up. In front of the two, Leon and Karen were close to each other on the bed, looking very shady. He turned his face away, shyly speaking up. I told you they are in love. Juru nodded. Understood. He and she knew they misunderstood, and shouted to explain. Hey, wait. Misunderstood. Amidst the layers of clouds, sunlight suddenly became blinding and brilliant. Karen excitedly introduced. Yesterday we got to know each other. This is Uga, he praised Leon. You were great, kid. She continued, changing direction. This guy is Juru. He reached his hand towards him, saying, Nice to meet you. Leon also happily reached his hand out, greeting. Nice to meet you. I am Leon. Juru's hand held as if wanting to crush his hand. Leon broke out in cold sweat, smiling awkwardly. That day, after finishing Drake, Juru carried Leon on his shoulder, walking very lightly. Karen eagerly told him, These guys are very strong. The giant wolves and trolls see them and hide. On the way here, we saw no traces of demons either. Leon faced pale, thinking to himself makes sense. Finding out, the group went inside to sit. Uga started the story. According to Miss Karen. It seems you are looking for the giant king, right? He softly replied, yes. He put his hand on his chin, pondering, then gave an opinion. If you want to know about the king, I think you should go meet the head chef of the village. Finishing, Uga looked straight at his face, asking, but are you okay now? Juru bared his teeth, smiling, continuing. I think you should rest a bit. Seeing the expressions of the two, Leon felt a bit confused. Finally he answered, honestly, I am fine. Uga and Juru continued baring their teeth simultaneously, saying, really? Leon shrank back, pondering. What is this feeling? Uga and Juru asked, then let us go. He nodded, agreeing immediately. Yeah. Amidst the misty smoke, Leon and Karen intently watched the scene. Ahead in front of them was an ancient town, lying precariously on a steep cliff, standing with square-roofed houses stacked on each other, each close together, immersed in pale sunlight, creating a majestic and unique landscape. Going deep inside, an exclamation rang out. Uga met an acquaintance, immediately reaching out to greet. Hello, the other person replied, Uga Juru. Leon glanced around once, whispering, they are so big. Karen agreed, Titan Village, walking and sightseeing. He panicked, stopped, shouting that is, a black wolf lying on the ground, its eyes rolled white, mouth wide open, with tongue lolling out. Leon assessed giant wolf. Far away was another animal, like a lizard, he thought. Wyvern too. A lot of monsters were lying dead in a corner. Leon pondered, and trolls too. Monsters capable of single-handedly destroying a small territory. It claimed more than 10 lives, even up to 100 lives. I faced many rank A and rank S monsters. Karen suddenly trembled, looking down at Leon's feet. She reminded the mushroom you stepped on. To buy it would cost 2 magic swords. Indeed, El Cid appeared. Contributing titans are all very strong. Leon silently replied, I did not expect them to be this strong. Although, it spoke up, explaining, their physique is like rank A and rank A plus goblins. They also have intelligence and artistic talent. They are all warriors and hunters, able to self-destroy monsters below rank S. After a while of moving, in the dark and blood-red cave, a giant beast skull with sharp teeth lying fallen. Inside its mouth cavity is a raging fire, burning fiercely. Uga and Juru introduce, we are here. This is the training ground of the Titans' Hell Hall. As soon as they finish speaking, that monster roars again, earth-shattering, spewing out red-hot fire. Juru clenches his fist and speaks. Now let us go in. The chef is waiting for us. Leon's face stiffens as he says to Karen, seems like there was a scream, right? Looking at this place, I do not want to enter at all. When the raging fire explodes from within, a person is thrown up into the air in a chaotic posture. Then they slam their body hard onto the ground, right in front of where Leon and Karen are standing. He grits his teeth, considering, an enemy or not. Cutting off the train of thought, a figure appears, slowly stepping out. That person speaks. Are you 2 guests of the village? Leon and Karen break out in a cold sweat, looking towards the source of the noise. Vulcan puts 2 hands on her hips, confidently saying, I am the chef of the village. Vulcan. She is just like everyone else in this area. The massive Vulcan bends down to look at Leon and Karen. He purses his lips, watching her without blinking. Evaluating Vulcan appearance, Leon comes to the conclusion, I cannot defeat her. I cannot defeat her. Vulcan reaches out, clenching her fist, her arm. With bulging muscles inflated, she says, this muscle, the other hand. Vulcan does the same. She looks down and speaks. And this one too. Finally, Vulcan raises both up with a serious face. Leon whispers, asking, what is it? It seems she wants to tell us something. Beside him, Karen whispers back, Leon, I do not know either. Should we ask her directly? As soon as she finishes speaking, the background erupts in chaos and noise. Just as expected, you are the best. Vulcan muscles are the best. I want to touch them so bad. She walks over, pressing her body close to Leon. Invitingly want to touch, he waves his hand, refusing immediately. No thank you. Vulcan grits her teeth in annoyance, repeating Leon's words. Thank you. He still has no clue, and nods. She changes her state, sharp eyes scanning. Vulcan interrogates. You came here to find Roderick Will, right? Leon does not hide it, and shares, if you know anything. Vulcan interrupts bluntly, saying, I do not work for free. Leon keeps a straight face, humming a few words. Suddenly she smiles, a smirk full of challenge and madness, revealing sharp teeth. Leon is startled and confused by that expression of hers. On the round arena, surrounded by a fiery lava abyss, echoing in the air are enthusiastic cheering sounds. Let us fight, muscles, muscles. Vulcan spreads 2 arms, powerfully introducing. This is Leon, the person visiting our village. He is a strong man, who dared to confront Drake. Deaf surprise shouts. Drake Bao, beside him, is equally surprised, chiming in. Really that tiny boy? John responds with interest, looks interesting. Vulcan reaches out, continuing to speak. He said he wants a match. The surroundings buzz. What? Truly brave. Leon is stunned, not thinking she would speak like that. He asks again a bit awkwardly. I have not finished explaining yet. Vulcan continues. Alright, let me help you find a worthy opponent. Someone excitedly shouts. A true hero. She glances, stating the condition. If you want an answer, then accept the match. Elsid appears, giving advice. Good opportunity here. Learn more while fighting. Sparring with them will not kill you. Leon replies silently. Ah, really? His face is full of determination. Leon gives the answer. Damn it, alright. I accept. The crowd cheers. Brave human. I like it. Karen stands in a corner with Uga voicing her thoughts. Titans love fighting so much, huh? He crosses two arms, explaining. No, that is just the hobby of every chef. As he finishes speaking, a powerful voice rings out. Me. I will be his first opponent in the arena. Leon and Ko stand opposite each other. Vulcan announces, then your opponent is Ko. He smirks confidently, saying, brave, I will take good care of you. His eyes emit lightning. Leon does not hesitate to accept immediately. Truly an honor. Def has a bit of disdain. That kid face has changed. Bao raises his hand high, shouting, do not lose before it is our turn. Over here. Vulcan suddenly speaks up as if asking Karen, bet, let us see who is the winner. Without thinking, she makes a choice immediately. I bet on Leon. She interestingly smirks and teases, oh ho. Then Vulcan approaches, offering her bicep, asking, also, do you want to touch? Karen startles, she refuses. No, she continues, proposing, or on the arena. Ko swings an attack, preparing to strike down on Leon. Only then does he ask for opinion. Starting now with a critical strike from above, creating an explosion of dust, causing everything around to crack and scatter. Leon holds his sword in front to block the attack. He surprisingly makes a judgment. Hits really hard. Amazing power. Lost in thought. When Leon realizes Ko has already closed in from behind, without knowing when, he, with the muscular arm carefully bandaged, throws a punch with terrifying speed. He has to try hard to dodge it. Leon speculates this feeling. Aura, a stream of energy, dark and sharp like thorns, tears apart the ground and rushes straight into the wall behind. Overwhelmed by that source of power, Leon sits down on the floor, pondering. This is observing Ko. Once he comes to the conclusion, Titan power. Why he acts as if victory is certain, then boasts, fight properly. Karen is quite surprised by the situation. She says to Uga, I did not expect Titans could also use aura. He calmly explains, Juru and I are new. If we could use aura like them. Uga recalls the battle with Drake, he continues. Then we could have killed that Drake, in one hit. Juru interrupts Uga, then gives his thought. No Titans find it harder to control aura than humans. Like today, I also had to take 35 years to learn aura. Your body must regularly absorb enough aura, but with this massive body, we need quite a lot of aura to call it enough. So compared to humans, training is useless. It might take up to 15 years or longer. Finishing the story, it is also time for the result. Uga speaks up. Oh, there is a winner. In the middle of the arena, sweat, a thick white smoke rises, covering a figure kneeling down, while the red fire of the arena still shines through the steel grid. Leon holds the sword firmly in his hand. Ko is knocked down to the floor. He tremblingly speaks, lost. Already outside, Vulcan announces Leon wins. Ko jumps up, throwing his arm around Leon's neck, praising profusely. You are so good. What is that skill? Tell me on the stands. The audience also does not run out of praise. Excellent, fought very well. Looking like that, yet he could make Ko lie down. Small but skilled, huh? Then he speaks. Do you want to rest a bit? My turn? He does not understand, asking. Again, turn. In front of Leon is a crowd of people. They are warming up their joints. Knowing something bad is about to happen, he sweats profusely. Panicked, Leon widens his eyes, stopping them. Wait. From the cave, an ear-piercing scream echoes through the air. Night falls. The starry sky covers the town. On the cliff, weak lights from the large dome and houses have lit up, breaking the cold darkness in the room. Leon lies on the bed, limbs trembling all over. Ouch, Elsid. You said 1-2, lost 7. The winning rate looks very low. Titans are not used to the distance you created, and you do not need to do that anymore. Understood? It comes closer, angrily scolding. Remember your weakness. Is won 6 matches. He frustratedly shouts, this demon sword is really annoying. Elsid raises its voice. What? Leon and it confront. He shouts that body size is cheating. Who is the one that got me into these things, huh? Suddenly El stops it, calmly asks, "Huh, I have not told you yet." Seeing its expression, he is curious what. El smirks, recounting. This story was 300 years ago. The person who taught skills to titans. It puts a hand on its chin confidently, introducing it was me. Leon is silent for a moment, as if not yet digesting it. Then he screams in shock. What? Several hundred years ago, among the orcs, there was one who did not accept being a monster. So it asked the gods to help it. If you agree to this proposal of mine, I offer this life, and volunteer to subdue all monsters. The goddess agreed to that request. The goddess granted them giant bodies, and gave them the ability to speak and think like humans, finally granting abundant physical strength, and they were called Titans. Hearing the story El told, Leon shares the Titan legend. I learned it at the academy, but the part about you teaching them is the first time I hear it. El but why is it so coincidental? From it emits fierce lightning bolts. El suddenly lowers its voice that matter. Its expression seems a few degrees colder. El replies, it is all because of that goddess, that idiot. Not expecting it to say that. Leon repeats in shock, idiot. Old memories suddenly flash by. Roderick speaks coldly. What is this wait? He points to the opposite side, cursing loudly. Hey, despicable goddess you created this mess. Why brush off your hands? As if nothing happened. A pair of massive legs with bulging muscles steps into Roderick's view. He is a bit tense, whispering, really you guys? One guy points at his face, speaking an incomprehensible language, the guy next to him mumbling along. Roderick screams helplessly, I have to teach them, ending the train of thought. El continues the story, but it looks like they are doing quite well now. At first, they did not even understand what I said. Annoying to death, she said the rest depends on you, and left me there. Truly no good deed goes unpunished. Leon grimaces as if understanding very well. Indeed, there is no way you would voluntarily do that. It breathes out a sigh. Anyway, I taught them quite well. It proudly puts a hand on its chin. It's because he was not granted wisdom by the goddess. In the human world, you can call him a genius. His sharp and serious eyes suddenly become highly focused, like a lightning bolt just flashed in his mind, drawing an undeniable conclusion. The birth of Titans. El agrees. His name is Kasim King, of Titans after being taught by me. His skills are quite good after a few hundred years. He surpassed even the Swordmaster level. Leon interestedly smirks, saying, a Titan reaching Swordmaster level. That is too overpowered. It seriously reminds, now focus on confronting the Titans. Anyway, you do not have much experience yet. Leon raises his hand to observe once speaking true. What I can do now is he drifts into thought. Before meeting him, I have ceaselessly practiced to improve the ability of myself. The will of Roderick is being kept by the Titan King. Pass it back to me. I need to prove that I am worthy. Leon clenches his fist, determined, telling himself, worthy here means physical strength. Scene change amidst the dense forest. There are flashing lightning bolts shooting around. A voice speaks up these hasty men. Elahan frowns in annoyance, complaining having to chop trees to find food. Instead of robbing the poor, Khan stands still, listening to her nagging. He chimes in on the ground. A group of people handled by Elahan lies scattered. She shouts, feel ashamed for creating a mess at the city gate. Remembering something, Elahan turns her head, asking him, earlier you said we are here, right? Where is this? Khan points back, saying, go and look. Her two eyes light up, walking towards the direction. He points happily, speaking. Finally arrived. Before their eyes is a large ancient city, surrounded by massive stone walls, standing out under the morning light. Elahan cheers Free City Burn. Walking a segment, two people step up to the solid city gate, where there is a symbol of a golden eagle wearing a crown, majestic, occupying the upper part, admiring the scenery inside. She interestingly says, oh, this place is so crowded. Then Elahan speaks her thoughts. So fun. If the city swallowing phenomenon happens here, then this crowded place will be destroyed severely. You will see, luckily there is Sir Leon stopping this. Truly a huge contribution. Khan replies dejectedly, oh, I understand. Suddenly, she proposes an idea. How about going to the slums first? He wonders, slums, why go there? Are we not going to meet Cesare? Elahan, two eyes sparkling, rubs her hands, begging, him. We can meet any time. I want to go to the place Sir Leon saved more. Finally, Khan can only go along all right. My authority is enough so we can go there quickly. Under the vast blue sky, a glorious light suddenly flares up, shining on everything. He lowers his eyes, sharing with her. That place brings back many memories for me, even though now I am like this. When remembering, engrossed in talking, the guy stops and exclaims, red tiled houses and walls, gray stone of the city, appear clearly. Flags printed with wings and crowns fly. In the wind, Khan does not believe his eyes. Are these the slums? Recalls the scene of a filthy man sitting leaning by the road, judging this dark and gloomy place. There were also hooligans and thugs gathered. Now everyone is comfortable, happily walking together in every corner. Khan wonders why does it look so bright. Walking around once he screams in panic. My hideout. In front of him is a building painted with colorful patterns. Khan says, why did it become an orphanage? He dejectedly turns in the opposite direction. Let us go back. Elahan hurriedly runs after shouting, Khan, wait for me. Under the brilliant sunlight and sparkling dust particles in the air, an ancient brick building, with pointed roof architecture and a flag, bearing the golden wing symbol appears, majestic, hidden among the green canopy. Cesare holds a teacup, with two hands, lifting it, to sip a swallow. He smiles, relaxedly sharing. Truly a peaceful and elegant afternoon. Suddenly, a noise comes from outside, making Cesare pay attention. He glances, asking who comes at this time. He walks towards the door, slowly opening it to check the situation. Cesare pokes his head out, greeting hello. Khan replies with a cold face, hello, long time no see. He keeps the posture and expression, showing nothing outside. Then Cesare quickly runs inside, slamming the door, leaving him outside. Khan points, shouting, hey, do you have to be so disrespectful? He bangs on the door continuously. Khan calls, open the door now. What the hell? He presses close to the door, grimacing, whispering, I do not want this peaceful afternoon to be ruined at all, breaking the noisy atmosphere. A voice speaks up, making Cesare freeze. Cesare. Elahan is here without hesitation. He hurriedly pushes the door out, knocking away Khan's muscular body. She tilts her head, smiling. Been a long time, huh? Cesare stares blankly at Elahan for a moment. Khan chimes in saying, hey you. Cesare holds his head, breathing out a sigh. Oh God. Finally, he roars angrily. Why do you keep wandering around Saintess? Unexpectedly he would be like that. She leans back with a frozen expression. Cesare grumpily roars. Saintess Elahan, leaving without permission. Do you know what you have done? He slams his hand on the table, speaking loudly. The main church and the Iron Chain Knights had to go out to look for you. How dare you go without permission? Finished speaking, Cesare suddenly stops as if remembering something. He sighs. Memories flood back Elahan. As a child climbing up the city wall, she walks and happily shows Cesare look. He frowns, reminding Saintess dangerous. As soon as spoken, Elahan ignores Cesare words. She lets go, falling freely from above. He screams in fear. Saintess, or when she used crayons to draw on the wall. Cesare had to raise his voice again. Saintess. Elahan seemed very happy about that. Her two cheeks blushing, looking at him smiling, cutting off the train of thought. Returning to reality. Cesare holds his head helplessly, saying, you have not changed a bit. Suddenly, Khan speaks up, interrupting. But what is the relationship between you two? She shares honestly for him to hear. Cesare is from the main church, and at the same time, the person who took care of me since I was 3. He glances over, replying understood. Under the clear blue sky, with harsh sunlight, Elahan asks more importantly, you know why I came here, right? She seriously continues the story. Cesare, I want to know more about the day of prophecy. Cesare frowns, pondering as if thinking. The apocalypse prophecy day, it will let us know in advance what is about to happen to the world. In other words, that day will predict the day the hero appears, and the Saint Sword has also revealed itself to the world, so it seems that day is coming soon. Warm sunlight gently shines through the window. His voice steady. Evil phenomena have occurred in many places around the world, disasters that citizens cannot handle themselves. The hero will go to solve those matters, but the city-swallowing phenomenon and exploiting vampires are part of these omens. Khan nervously speaks his thoughts. The city-swallowing phenomenon is also a part, although I do not understand what you guys are saying, but if so, then this world will be in danger, right? Cesare does not refute. He nods. Chaos is about to come to us, so prepare yourself gradually. Saintess finished speaking. Elahan stands up, answering immediately, I am ready. Elahan puts her hand on her chest, saying sincerely, for the past 300 years, 7 generations of saintesses have only waited for the hero to continue their mission. She clenches her fist. Elahan declares with determination, I, Saintess of the 8th generation, Elahan, promise to save the world together with the hero. Then she turns around, covering her face shyly. Sir Hero, wait for me. Khan grimaces, asking, has she seen his face yet? Cesare replies, not yet. Scene change. Cheering sounds echo through the air. Bach excitedly says, good physical condition. A powerful punch aims at Leon. He agilely ducks, dodging a blow. Outside, someone shouts, He broke Rugo's defense. Rugo punches air, then freezes for a moment. A guy on the stands is excited. Wonderful. He seems much stronger than last week. The guy next to him happily responds. I think it is because Rugo is weaker. Leon does not hesitate to swing his sword at the guy. Rugo uses 2 hands to block the attack in front. The bracelet on his hand breaks under the sharp blade. Rugo punches repeatedly forward, he shouts. This little brat. Leon's eyes focus, emitting bright lightning. He grips the sword in his hand tightly. A stream of power covers the blade. Body rushing fast like an abscess. Arrow tearing the wind. Leon crouched down and swung his sword with terrifying power, creating waves of energy. Sharp yellow electricity tearing through the surrounding space. Without anyone noticing, Rugo had closed in on him from behind. He smirked and said confidently, Got you. Rugo smashed his 2 hands together, crushing the spot where Leon was standing, and shouted in excitement. He caught him. People beside him cheered exactly. Way to go, Rugo, after that powerful attack. Rugo stopped and looked down. His 2 hands were touching each other. Aside from that, there was nothing else. Rugo said in confusion, Where is he? From high above, Leon dove down like a ghost, wrapped in his cloak, preparing to deal the decisive blow. A punch like thunder struck right in the middle of Rugo's head, making his eyes roll back in pain. He slowly pulled the sword hilt away from Rugo. Leon jumped back to keep his distance from him finally. Rugo dizzy collapsed on the arena floor. A loud voice rang out, declaring, Leon is the winner. One guy praised wholeheartedly, Wonderful. Young man, the guy, beside him, agreed and shouted loudly. I could not even see his movement direction. Everyone present had the same thought. They all clamored and shouted, Me too. I did not see it either. Karen was stunned for a moment. She thought to herself, observing Leon silently. Me too, I did not see it either. That speed. Karen recalled the time she trained with him and silently evaluated. Although I do not want to admit that, but who knows if we fought against each other, who would win, who on the running away, chasing while calling. Come back here, Karen. It is time for training. Great. She let out a breath. You do not know how busy I am from start to finish. Leon quietly looked at her, listening to her share. Over there, Kasim faintly heard the conversation. He clenched, his hands growling. I thought they were sitting there, reminiscing about the past all this time. Exploding with rage. Continuing, he said, cannot ignore this disciple. I am losing my temper. Karen was still speaking slowly. I planned to become a master and show off to you when you returned, but I could not do it. So I stopped developing myself. If I tried to practice a little more, maybe I would reach that level, but I feel like I am weaker than before. So I lost all direction. Leon sympathized with Karen. Me too, Karen. My body and thoughts are the same. Not knowing when Kasim had arrived, he interrupted, making the two startle. That is called the barrier phenomenon. She screamed, Titan King. He called Master. Kasim sat down, speaking his thoughts with disappointment. I thought you two going out, privately, would have some wonderful time together. But you two are talking about training, truly doing something no one expects. He gritted his teeth, glancing at Leon, shouting, Idiot. He still blankly replied, Yes, as if wondering about something. Karen tilted her head, asking, What is the barrier phenomenon? Kasim pondered, then he slowly explained. You probably also realize you are a high-level existence, but the path to becoming a master has nothing to do with talent or effort, but it also leans towards luck. If someone has spent decades, yet still cannot reach that level, for others, it only takes one day. That is the opportunity to become a master. In other words, recognizing the opportunity is very important. Karen heard that, and froze for a moment. Leon grasped the key point, muttering, Opportunity. Seeing him confused, Kasim said again after finishing training, If you feel any abnormality in your body, you need to spend time adjusting yourself. This process takes about 6 months. Leon hesitated. 6 months, that is too long. He pointed his hand, laughing. That is why I am giving you that opportunity. Leon silently thought. Opportunity, seemingly having regained confidence. He clenched his hand, shouting, Perfect. Leon boldly declared, I will seize that opportunity. No matter what happens, I will not give up. We will overcome it. Kasim raised his hand, saying, I will give you a chance. Leon, standing next to Karen, seriously replied, Yes, for the opportunity I will do anything. She chimed in, Say it. Seeing the determination of the two, he smirked, Very good, defeat Drake. From the back of Leon's hand, a wing-shaped symbol appeared, emitting lightning bolts around. The system appeared, announcing defeat, Drake. Difficulty S+. Trait, Cyclops. Leon observed attentively. He excitedly said, Defeat Drake. Karen shared the same thought. She whispered, Truly interesting. Is that the hero ability over there? Elsid witnessed from start to finish, silently calculating. Good, it is in a rage. Because last time you dared to take one of its eyes, Leon. And right now, it is attacking everything. Humans and monsters at the cliff. Kill it, Leon. In front of them was a deep, bottomless abyss, with no end. Elsid continued. We are in the canyon. Karen smiled. Great. Leon agreed with her. Yeah, we will hunt Drake here, although it seems a bit difficult, because it always attacks by rushing at the opponent, mostly attacking from above, and if it attacks with breath, we can dodge and run away. Hearing his deduction, he spoke up. I never taught you the importance of using terrain, but it seems you are quite sharp. He seriously shared. Fighting against an S+ rank monster cannot let guard down, because sometimes unexpected things will happen that we cannot foresee. Elsid praised good thinking. After the recent conversation, Leon raised his hand, clenching at his face, full of determination, affirming today, I will defeat Drake. Looking at its silhouette in front, Leon called out challengingly, Come here, my prey. Over there, Drake spread its wings, flying into the sky, its feet slowly leaving the ground. Drake did not hesitate, rushing towards Leon with terrifying speed. He was shocked, thinking too fast. Trying to keep up with its movement is a bit just snapping out of the train of thought. Drake opened its mouth from above, releasing a red-hot beam of fire. It unleashed a destructive beam, created from the apocalyptic violent fire stretching a line. Drake with wings spread wide, crimson body, like a ghost, standing majestically amidst the blinding sea of fire, displaying authority. Leon was engulfed by the sea of fire. Suddenly, below his neck, a wing symbol appeared, purification mark. Drake was stunned, seeing Leon unaffected by its power. He did not flinch. Leon seemed to burn in Drake's own fire, eyes glowing with determination. He swung the shining sword forward, ready to face the battle. Up above, stars connected into a long streak. Divine battle art. From there, turning into powerful beams of light striking, down to the position right between him and Drake. Ursa Major Leon gripped the sword tightly, calculating. 7 stars beginning can destroy its breath. It let out a terrifying roar, sharp teeth opening, as if wanting to swallow the whole sky. Drake rose with all its furious power. Giant body, surrounded by streams of dark purple energy. Leon, seeing it react like that, was a bit confused. Drake caused an earth-shattering shock. Dark energy beams shot out violently throughout the surrounding area. The goblins were also affected. They collapsed, lying scattered on the ground. A black dragon within range was no exception. It weakly opened its mouth, trying to tense its body, and Leon threw himself into the zone, emitting that terrible power. Then he stopped. Leon deduced, "It seems my body is slightly paralyzed." Beside him, El Cid reminded Leon, "You can endure a little. Because of your current state. If it were you from before, perhaps the body would have been paralyzed. With this energy, the living creatures near here are probably all affected by the pressure and suffer a heart attack and died." In that critical moment, from the void appeared drops of dark purple liquid, sparkling like gems. He agreed with what he said and nodded. A purple drop fell on one side of Leon's shoulder. After contacting the fabric of the cloak, it immediately evaporated, leaving a pitch-black burn mark. He startled, turned around, screaming, "Huh, what the hell is that?" Not yet over the shock. In front of him appeared something even more terrible. Right above his head, the purple energy mass immediately turned into a dark tornado, giant, surging to the sky, swallowing the whole space. Drake absorbed that power. Its body became more robust. Seeing the critical situation, Elvis hurriedly spoke up. "Do not tell me." Then he shouted, "Damn it, that is ancient magic. Get out of there, Leon." Purple liquid drops continued to fall. The ground burned under its contact. Darkness from above poured down continuously. Water droplets, creating a rain of destruction. The dark tornado turned into a wall of giant, impenetrable purple energy, with lightning bolts running crooked along the edge, creating an ultimate barrier. Below, every spot touched by the drops was corroded. Leon and El Cid hid on one side. He spoke up, explaining, "With each drop of energy, its magic becomes more concentrated." El Cid tensely continued, "It knows that this canyon makes its attack disadvantageous." Leon sternly replied, "So it used that attack." "Huh. That damn lizard." El Cid silently calculated, then gave advice. "There is no time. This rock will melt anyway. While we can still utilize this terrain to hide, destroy it quickly. Mana in the mountain ranges is infinite, so we can also utilize this feature. The longer it takes, the more disadvantaged you are." He also shared the same thought as him. Leon continued, "I do not intend to prolong this either, if it continues like this." The raindrops gradually lightened, then made no more sound. Leon looked up, observing the rain has stopped. Suddenly, the drops of purple liquid, black, started to separate and recombine in a chaotic order. Then they turned into sharp arrows, aiming in one direction. In front of him, countless arrows rushed in. Leon, sweating, whispered, "El Cid, I am not wrong. Am I? It aims at me as if it sees me." He asked a question that made him helpless. "Is this also part of your plan?" And then all the sharp, dark purple spikes were still continuing to rush towards Leon. He nimbly retreated, dodging each striking blow. They followed each other, chasing the silhouette of Leon ahead, to the abyss. He used his power to jump safely down. Leon stopped for a moment to observe the situation. He gritted his teeth, frustrated. Damn it. It does not stop. Leon did not run anymore. He swung his sword, slashing horizontally. The rushing arrows fell en masse under the hand, full of authoritative slash of Leon. After a while he panted heavily, full of fatigue. Leon complained, "If in this terrain I have an advantage, then I would die." If realizing this is an open terrain, he was still continuing to back up. Suddenly Leon's back hit hard against the rock behind. He panicked a bit, glancing to assess the situation. It seemed Leon had reached a dead end. He stood, rooted to the spot, shouting, "End of the road." Huh. Something appeared, causing Leon to pay attention and look up to examine. Drake Longneck stretched out. It stared at him from above, as if having identified the prey. Leon thought to himself, "Did it corner me?" It suddenly roared. His face kept the same expression, neither acting nor running away. Drake seemed surprised by what Leon was showing. A familiar figure suddenly appeared. Karen spoke up, "Hey ho," as if catching another target. It hurriedly turned to the direction that just emitted the sound. She appeared in brilliant purple light, determined and confident eyes. Karen reached out, revealing immense power, covering the body. Then she whispered, "Sunset Dance of the Souls." Drake silently observed her from start to finish, as if silently assessing the situation. The purple energy source swirled like a sharp drill, piercing straight down into its huge body. Sharp ghost spikes continuously spiraled down deep, causing Drake to roar in ear-piercing pain. Karen suddenly covered her mouth with her hand. Then she opened it, pouting her lips, blowing a kiss into the air. Right at that moment, it exploded under the powerful force, with purple blood drops splashing all over the air. One of Drake's wings was severed from its body. It officially fell freely from above. Karen retracted her power, looking at the rock layer below crumbling because of it. Finally, she ran to Leon cheerfully saying, "Leon, I think everything is fine. What do you think?" He turned to praise Karen. "That is truly amazing. You weaved through the dark rain and attacked it from behind. How did you do that?" Karen shared her experience. "The dark aura attribute is a low-level attribute. I used the rain to get higher." Leon two cheeks blushed. He smiled, continuing to say, "You are really great." She did not believe. Asking back, "Really?" Leon affirmed, "Of course." Seeing her talent recognized by him, Karen revealed a face full of happiness and satisfaction. Leon shared further, "Having you here, I feel much more reassured." Karen at the same time from the place. Treacherous abyss once again erupted. A giant dark tornado. The ground cracked, and a fiercely rising source of red energy, accompanied by black strands, starting to rise amidst the rubble. He cried out, "Ancient magic is concentrating in one place, so persistent." Drake fierce blood-red claws, burning in the hot energy stream. It growled resentfully, as if it could destroy anything. Leon observed, then gave a remark. "Even though it lost its wings, it still looks as scary as in the beginning." Elsid calculated, then gave him advice. "Kill it before it regenerates. Hurry up, Leon. If you cannot finish it in one hit, then do not use it, until its weakness is found." He gripped the sword in his hand, replying, "All right, understood." Karen, beside him, summoned power, saying, "Now." Leon determinedly continued, "It is our turn." In the ominous red flash, a terrifying attack tore the ground apart, causing sharp fragments like needles to shoot up into the sky. And Drake roared violently, using burning crimson claws to block the pitch-black shockwave mixed with surrounding red lightning bolts. Over there, Leon flew up into the air, dragging a lightning trail from the ground. It noticed, and immediately turned its head, turning its head to observe, continuing to calculate, with the burning eyes of one craving victory. Leon gripped the energy sword tightly, ready to launch a counterattack. He spoke up, "Here I come." In the decisive moment, under the blinding electricity tearing the night apart, Leon struck a critical lightning blow on Drake, who was screaming the sword of death. Every line of power passing through was like brutally burning its body. The drill tip was only a few centimeters from Drake's pupil. Karen spoke up, "I think I understand what that dance is." In the midst of the fateful battle, she and Leon combined together to release a finishing blow with two opposing power streams. Karen smiled, whispering, "Thank you, beloved lizard," finishing her words. Under the power of the critical hit, the burning red armor shell was mercilessly torn apart, causing the dark purple blood to spurt profusely, signaling that death had been determined. Leon watched it roar and praised, "Well done." Karen, the collision flung Drake's massive body into the cliff, causing dust to swirl and mix, with streaks of dark purple blood scattered all over the air. It tilted its neck back, opening its mouth to release a brilliant purple energy ball. The space was covered in a gloomy area. Leon tense broke into a sweat. He observed once, then said this again. Elsid gave an opinion exactly like the previous attack. Leon heard his voice and called Elsid. His pupils flashed the wing symbol. He continued to speak. "Even if you are in the darkness." A beam of light flashed and disappeared. Elsid remarked, "It is different from before." Leon nodded, replying, "Understood." He gripped the sword hilt in his hand tightly. A brilliant stream of power radiated from the blade. "Lightning bolts." Leon strained his voice, summoning 7 stars. "Begin." The stars appeared, quickly connecting into a long streak containing immense explosive power. Divine battle art, tearing space apart with terrible speed. A brilliant golden lightning bolt rushed like a giant electric snake, plowing the ground, facing the giant claws. Leon figure in the red cloak unleashed a blinding golden attack. The energy source, furious, exploded violently right next to the dragon scales, causing Drake to suffer a painful sensation. Its wound was torn apart brutally, causing dark purple blood to spurt profusely, splashing like a deadly rain, dyeing the whole space. He suddenly froze as if discovering something unusual. Leon looked down at his arm, whispering his thoughts. "What is this blood? From its belly is thick, like tree sap." Drake angrily raised its claws as if preparing to crush him beneath its powerful stomp like a sledgehammer. The ground cracked, tossing rocks into the air. Leon took that whole blow. Blood oozed from the corner of his mouth. He groaned, letting out a sound. Not stopping there, Drake continued frantically, smashing everything in sight, tearing space apart with a sharp angular trajectory. It was like a python, light plowing the ground at terrifying speed. Standing under the firelight, Drake majestically swung the remaining wing. Karen gritted her teeth, telling Leon the situation. "The darkness has been lifted. Hearing no response, she observed, once slightly anxious, speaking up. "Where is Leon over here?" El Cid hurriedly reminded her. "Even if Leon wakes up, that critical hit is still very dangerous." Carrying the weight of 1,000 pounds and rage, Drake swung its long tail up, curling it back as if about to strike down in a split second. His small body continued to bear the weight from Drake's tail. Leon opened his mouth, screaming violently, amidst the stream of fresh blood erupting from the critical wound on his distorted face. El Cid panicked, screaming, "Leon!" Karen did the same. She called out loud, "Leon!" He lay still in one place, unable to move. Leon thought to himself, "I cannot dodge." He, with golden eyes shining like lightning, opened his mouth, roaring violently. Leon made a decision. There is no other way. Deploy telekinesis beside Drake. The light from Leon power burst out, lighting up a patch of white in the air. He got up, gripping the sword in his hand tightly, as if able to launch an attack at any time. Leon reviewed the situation once, except for him. Everything turned black and white. Leon glanced in another direction, evaluating the image. Karen, with a worried face, rushing to his position, and Drake withdrew his gaze. Leon sternly bit his teeth, calculating. In front of him, it was still opening its mouth wide, roaring violently amidst the smoke and dust. Leon lowered his eyes, exhaling to gather strength. Right after that, he leaned back, gaining momentum. Thud, a decisive slash came down, cutting off Drake's huge tail in the darkness. The streak of light from the middle of the cut gradually revealed itself. Leon revealed no expression. He was calm, as if having just completed a part of the plan. However, Leon still attentively watched every development, not neglecting a second. Its tail broke in two, amidst the orange-yellow firestorm and debris splashing on the ground. At this moment, seeing the situation more optimistic, Karen cheerfully called Leon, losing a part of its body. Drake frantically screamed. An ear-piercing sound echoed throughout the space. El Cid reminded, "Even if you cut off its tail, it is still preparing for the next attack." Leon's legs trembled. He replied, "If it..." Before finishing the sentence, he suddenly realized the problem. Leon frowned, saying, "My legs have not recovered yet." He was silent for a while. Finally, Leon spoke up. "El Cid, it guessed your intention." El Cid asked, "Are you really planning to do that?" Leon did not refute, admitting that is right. He did not agree much immediately, scolding seriously. "You are truly an ungrateful child." Leon used two hands to lift the sword blade, then spoke. "Stay safe, master." Divine battle art. 7 stars began to shine. Dragon gun light, blinding white power beam shot out from the center in a spiral shape, piercing the mysterious purple sky. Drake was officially completely defeated. After the shocking counterattack, Leon calmed down and exhaled. He looked up, observing the situation in front. Drake had its head blown off under the power erupting from Leon. Immediately after, its incomplete body also crashed down, making a loud noise echoing through the air. El Cid curled his lips, commenting, "The danger level of Drake has been corrected to S+, but as for you, I found the sword even more dangerous." It recalled the details. Continuing to judge the final move was truly difficult. To find a Drake that can use ancient magic, if you did not kill it now, perhaps later when it had absorbed demonic power, it would evolve into a demon. "Drake and you would be lost," he answered honestly. "No wonder I felt it was stronger than before." Then El Cid's pupils suddenly turned red, and it shouted angrily, "That is right, but you bastard, don't you feel sorry for me?" Leon knew he acted a bit impulsively. He smiled and whispered, soothing El Cid, "Sorry for being so reckless. I knew I would not lose, so I just..." Before finishing the sentence, Karen over there hurriedly ran over, screaming, "Leon!" He was startled, turned around and called Karen. She stopped, bent down, and leaned in curiously, looking at Leon. He saw Karen acting strangely, and asked, "What is wrong, Karen?" She looked closely for a moment, then said, "You are fine." "Huh?" Leon did not understand, and responded, "Huh?" Karen recalled the scene where he passed out on her lap. She whispered, "Leon." Karen continued, "The few times you used skills you fainted." As if realizing the problem, Leon pondered, "That is true." When fighting the Drake, the symbol on his left chest glowed. Leon thought that the knight's mark had helped him recover. Truly amazing. Karen spoke up, interrupting, "But hey, hero, did you see that the final blow I threw, even though it is true that I did it? It was really interesting." Leon responded, praising it was great. She proudly shared, "It was like the Phantom, and I became one. I have never been able to control my own aura like that, ever." Finally, Karen lowered her eyes and said in a low voice, "So, Leon, I am not sure that was me." Seeing her expression, Leon did not quite understand. Karen looked at him and said honestly, "I probably became a master already." Did not expect her to say that. He was a bit stunned after hearing the story. Kasim calmly gave the answer, "Well, that is true." Karen clapped her hands happily, asking in disbelief, "Really?" He calmly explained, "Usually others know what level they have reached. Even though you just reached that level, If you have overcome the barrier, then reflect on how you overcame and perfected it. Receiving a satisfactory answer, Karen said, "Thanks, Titan King." After finished chatting with her, Kasim changed direction. He called Disciple, feeling being called by name. Leon broke into a cold sweat, a bit worried. Kasim lowered his eyes, calmly speaking his thoughts. "I do not know what to say to you anymore." He wondered, "Have I made no progress?" He shared, "Honestly, saying anything is meaningless. If you continue to train and fight like now, you will develop yourself in the direction you want, because that is the path that Roderick walked." Over there. After hearing the news about Leon, the group shouted in unison, "Amazing, you killed an S+ rank Drake." Henry sat down, praising, "Young man and Miss Karen, you two are amazing." Leon replied, "Thanks." Vankan was also present. She walked over, opening with, "Congratulations, Karen." She spoke cheerfully and loudly. "Thanks, it is all thanks to you." Finished speaking. Vankan carried Karen on her shoulder. She walked and spoke, "To remember this day, I prepared a gift. Leon, I am borrowing Karen for a bit. Let's go, I will be back before the meal." Leon mumbled before the meal, seeing him tense. Henry walked over, reassuring, "Do not worry, Leon. We boiled it with poison, so the toxins have been eliminated from its body." Uga continued, "Surely you will get to eat meat." Leon vaguely asked, "Meat?" They explained, even though Juru fainted after trying it. He held a piece of meat in his hand. Juru foamed at the mouth and rolled on the ground. Everyone around bustled about. "What a pity we cannot fry it. Just boil it." He broke into a cold sweat, gritted his teeth, and guessed, "The meat everyone is talking about. Do not tell me it is." Kasim spoke up, interrupting the Drake I killed 25 years ago was not poisonous, but it seems this one is a bit toxic. Hearing that, Leon told himself to decide to starve. Everyone was gathering to discuss and plan. Suddenly someone shouted, "All right, silence." Vankan stepped forward, shouting, "I want to introduce everyone to our new Titan warrior." Karen appeared. She raised her hand to greet everyone. "I am the new warrior." Karen, seeing her silhouette. The brothers blushed and made a fuss. She posed, looking at Leon, and asked, "What do you think, Leon?" He slightly curled his lips, answering honestly, "Suits you very well." Karen, her cheeks suddenly turned pink. Karen satisfied, "I knew it." Then she turned around, skipping and singing. Karen reminded, "Let's go eat." Leon gathered the group, everyone praised endlessly. "All right, too hot, Karen," she shyly replied. "Thanks," someone shouted. "You cannot compare with a female Titan warrior." On this side, Juru and Uga used their strength to carry a giant slab of meat. He spoke, "Here it is." Uga shouted excitedly, introducing, "This is the special boiled Drake." From the pinkish-purple slab of meat, pure white ghosts with distorted faces rose up. Leon could imagine the scene. Extremely terrible. His face was covered in a layer of sweat. Leon stuttered, "We are going to eat this. I do not think it is still poisonous." Karen held a fork of meat, her face pale, saying, "Hey hero, why don't you try it first?" He refused. "No, you go first, Karen. Because you are a poison expert." Everyone present was looking towards the two of them. Everyone was waiting for him and her to try finally. Leon and Karen silently decided to put it in their mouths. Same feeling. The meat was so tough that Karen and Leon had to use force but could not bite through. Conversely, the observers were drooling with craving. They stared at the food in the hands of the two, as if discovering something. She and he turned and shouted in unison, "It is so delicious, it is not poisonous, and very soft too. It is fragrant and soft, with just enough fat." Vankan stood out, stirring up the atmosphere. "There is still plenty, eat freely." "All right, let's eat, everyone." Echoing in the air were sounds of happy conversation. "Thanks for the meal." A trembling hand placed on a rock to steady the body. That person shouted, "Hey." Khan screamed, "Elahan, wait." She stood on the opposite side, waving and calling Khan, "Hurry up." He panted, asking, "When did you get up there?" When Elahan turned around, gazing into the distance. She judged, finally. "We can see the Titan Beast Mountain over there." Khan tried to drag his tired body. He shouted, "Idiot. I have been going as fast as I can without rest. For 4 consecutive days. Rest a bit, huh?" Khan wondered to himself, why did I come with her? She did not care. Turning back to respond. "Almost there, almost meeting the hero." Elahan's cheeks flushed pink. She whispered, "Please wait for us, beloved hero." Finished speaking, she dropped a sentence, then ran forward. "Hurry up, Khan." He rolled his eyes, calling, "Hey." Then Khan judged himself. If I am her vice commander, then my stamina is too weak. Observed the terrain and remnants of the battle that just happened, saying, besides that, she walked and destroyed these monsters. She is like a real monster. Under the magical night sky, twinkling with shooting stars, sharp black rocky peaks surrounded, a brilliant orange fireball, exploding in the dark valley. On the ground, scattered, were bones that had been cleaned of meat. A guy leaned back, saying happily, so full, the guy next to him, similarly. Whatever is harder to kill is truly more delicious. On this side, Kasim was exchanging words. He curiously went east. Why, that is where the dwarves live. The kingdom of dwarves. Why go there? Leon explained, because the saintess is coming here. Karen suddenly darkened her face, thinking saintess. Kasim crossed his arms, continuing. Roderick's comrade. Also the descendant of the saintess, huh? But did not you promise to meet her here? He placed his hand on his chest, speaking his feeling. I have a feeling she is heading east. How to say it? The next sentence Leon uttered made Karen freeze. Must be like she and I have a connection. She stiffened. Connection, Karen pondered. The saintess of the church is different from bandits, warriors, or even mages on the same team as the hero. Her status in society is extremely noble, and her power cannot be discussed. She is on a completely different level from an assassin. Like me, she nervously bit her fingernail. Seeing Karen acting strangely, Leon asked Karen what is wrong. She hurriedly waved nothing. She made a decision. Tomorrow we will depart. Go prepare. Karen did not object, nodding let's go. In her heart, there was a bit of jealousy. Karen told herself, who cares about her? I am also strong, I will never lose to the saintess. Let's go, Karen. Before leaving, Kasim instructed. I have to go continue my mission. Destroying the space rifts. You continue to perform the hero mission, given by the goddess. Leon nodded in agreement. He reached out his hand, saying final words. Next time we meet, I am sure you will be stronger. Good luck, Kasim proudly declared. My first and only disciple. He politely replied, please teach me again next time. Master, not knowing when Vankan appeared here, she walked over, flexing her arm, asking, want to touch for the last time? Without thinking, Leon and Karen answered in unison immediately, no. After the greetings, the two walked and turned back to wave. He spoke, thanks for everything. She continued, thanks to everyone, I learned a lot. Sebastian reluctantly said goodbye. You know, right? Mao spoke, interrupting. We always welcome new members into the fitness club. Beside, Edward reminded, if passing by, remember to visit us. Finally, Arthur, next time we will have a rematch. I will win. Vankan raised her hand to conclude. If you two do not die, I am sure I will see you two again. I hope we can drink together again. Echoing in the air were, farewell, words full of regret, ending a long journey. Goodbye, wonderful warrior. Drake Hunter and friend of the Titans on high. Spinning blades. Sharp knives spinning in the gray misty space. Karen caught one, turning to say to Leon, these are really sharp. She recalled old stories starting to tell. These daggers are made from drake bones and teeth. So many. It is quite light and durable. Looks like it will do the job. Karen was happy and excited. So glad, saved a bunch of money. He agreed, nodding. They gave us so many things. Leon activated his bracelet to check items inside. He shared, even though using the bracelet to store. We still had to leave more than half the gifts at the village. Karen spoke honestly. They are really nice, he nodded. That is right. As if remembering something, he asked her. But Karen, do you know anything about the dwarf kingdom? Karen's eyes lit up, turning her face. I was just waiting for you to ask this. She said, I knew you would ask, so I went to ask around. Leon smiled as expected, Karen confident. You cannot live without me, right? The dwarf kingdom. Their talent is making art, and they are famous for creating advanced weapons, especially Juden steel, something that craftsmen take 1 to 2 years to make. They are auctioned across the continent, she continued, narrating. Juden steel is all numbered. Throughout the past 355 years, only 258 pieces have been forged, so it became a rare item. Leon listened and exclaimed, oh, I see. Suddenly, Elsid appeared. It interrupted. Juden steel is just a name to deceive people. In reality, it is just trash. Leon turned pale, hurriedly stopping. Wait. Elsid, confused, what do you mean? He gritted his teeth, saying the thought in his heart. Elsid. Ah, do you have a grudge against anyone? Like with Master Kasim? It was silent. Some fragmented memories passed by. Elsid replied, secret. Leon helplessly sighed. This god sword. Suddenly the symbol on Leon's hand glowed, making him a bit surprised. System displayed. Information: destroy demon sword. Difficulty normal. Scale: 1 enemy, incomplete demon sword. Commander: none. It is created from a type of mineral contaminated with impurities, and is a demon sword, controlling the user's body. It sucks blood and life, slowing development, and turning the user into a madman. Destroy the magic sword, controlling the reason of the mercenary Galan, and save his mind. He read every word, then whispered, sudden mission, huh, over there? Karen screamed. Leon. She spoke tensely. Situation over the hill. Some people are fighting. Looks pretty bad. Elsid explained, that is the effect of the mission, let's go. Leon finished speaking. He used speed to rush forward. Leon shouted loudly. Karen understood. The two stood hiding behind a rock, scouting. Leon observed once, judging 3. carriages, and 15 people, she continued. This must be a small merchant group. Suddenly his whole body stiffened. Next to the carriage was a mysterious person in a cloak, radiating a glowing red aura. Leon pondered that is. On the cold steel blade, a glowing red eye opened wide, with pitch-black pupil and blood vessels, winding like demon veins. He guessed, demon sword, huh? Galan gripped the sword in his hand. His body radiated killing intent, hard for anyone to approach. On the ground, drops of fresh blood fell scattered, spreading a strong metallic smell into the air. Someone annoyed, cursed, damn it. An injured man was gritting his teeth, holding his shoulder, trying to endure the pain. Hamel spoke. I remember meeting you once, but cannot remember your name. Galan gripped the sword, staring at him. Finally Hamel could utter a name. Galan the Wind. He looked down coldly, baring his teeth very fearfully. Hamel panicked. What is happening? Corpses lay scattered everywhere. He silently counted the number, saying 5 C ranks. Far away a man lay on his stomach, sword thrown out of reach. Hamel continued, and me a B rank, with a weak condition, like now. He observed Galan once, then concluded, then how can we beat an A rank? Who is going berserk? Impossible. Then Hamel glanced at the trembling man in the corner. He gritted his teeth. That stingy merchant. If we had one more B rank, maybe things would have been okay. Hamel cursed, damn it. This is why the price was so good. I knew that I should not accept missions around the damn Titan Mountains. Damn it, huh? And you merchant A rank. He pointed at Galan, shouting, why are you suddenly crazy? Get away, go somewhere else. You holding that sword looks truly terrifying. Hamel reached back. He worried I have no arrows left. Opposite Galan had swung his sword, preparing to strike. Hamel thought to himself, do not want to die here at all. He recalled the moment with Hansen and Gustav, regretting, damn it, if I knew this would happen. Seems I cannot keep the promise to go drinking with them. The smell of fresh blood wafted in the air. He closed his eyes, resigning. Sorry. Gustav waiting a while, still nothing happened. Hamel slowly opened his eyes. Above his head, a sharp cold sword stuck out, blocking the attack from Galan's position. Unknown since when. Leon had appeared right in front of Hamel. He glanced, opening. Long time no see, Hamel. How are you recognizing Leon? He tearfully called out loud. Kid. Brat finished speaking. Beside Karen also poked her head out, greeting. Hello, Mr. Hamel. His cheeks blushed, responding, Karen. Hamel placed his hand on his chest, exhaling a breath. He whispered. Saved, thought I was about to die. Instantly. After the greeting, Leon spoke, reminding Karen. You take care of the merchants. Let me handle him. She agreed immediately. All right, Leon. He saw the two about to fight, then reached out to stop. Wait, brat. Are you planning to fight alone? Galan's sword suddenly evaporated into the air. He still did not know the story, immediately advised Leon. I know you are strong, but you cannot. He is rank A. He is Galan the Wind. I am not sure what drug he took, but he feels no pain, and only wants to kill. Solved. Leon turned around casually, asking, huh? What did you just say? Hamel stiffened, took back the words intending to say. He replied nothing. Galan suddenly made a sound. Leon looked down to see his situation. Galan lowered his head in disbelief, wondering, what just happened? The ancient sword, with glittering white steel blade, engraved with winding patterns, still smoking profusely in his hand. Finally, it turned to ash and dissolved into nothingness. Someone shouted in surprise. The sword disappeared. Seeing the situation was fine. The man standing hiding earlier ran out, kneeling excitedly. Thank you, my benefactor. Leon reached out, smiling widely. Nothing. I only did what I should do. His cheeks flushed, curious. But where are you planning to go? Not expecting him to ask that, he was a bit surprised. In the sky, a white space, misty like fog covering, with faint streaks of light spreading from the center. Carriages continued to follow each other, moving to the next point. Inside, Hamel crossed his arms, chatting, demon sword, no wonder. I kept feeling that sword was strange. A bit scary, but I also wanted to use that sword, try. Like being tempted. He gritted his teeth, sharing. His eyes also turned red. And after that, he felt no pain. Did not expect that rank A could also be controlled by a demon sword. Especially Galan. Are you sure we can leave him alone? What if later he goes crazy again? Leon reassured Hamel the demon sword is gone. He is fine. He continued. Importantly, he is a key witness, proving everything about the demon sword. We just need to worry about. Galan was tied tight by Karen like a cocoon. She tied his chest to the carriage. Horse. Leon, startled, shouted Karen. The noise was too loud, making him open his eyes wide. Someone spoke. He is awake. After a while, awkward atmosphere spread throughout the carriage. 4 pairs of eyes stared at each other. No one said anything. Leon's pupils turned red, staring at the guy next to him. Hamel bared sharp fangs, extremely angry. Karen was no exception. She was similar to the other two. and those images were from Galan perspective. He trembled, and hurriedly begged, "I am sorry. I will compensate for all damages, please spare me." An ear-piercing scream echoed in the air in Jugan. Galan nodded, admitting, "I bought it for 300 gold. Old memories resurfaced. He stood in front of a sword shop. Galan recounted, "It was just an ordinary smithy, but from the first time I saw that sword, I liked it. I did not feel that the sword had any demonic power at all. Then I left and accepted this mission. While I was destroying the goblins, at that moment I felt..." He in a black cloak panted heavily, his face cold and inhumane. Galan said, "Excellent, as if I had become a real swordsman." He continued the story. "But while I was killing the goblins, my mind was gradually invaded, and the bloodlust inside me began to rise." Karen pondered, then offered her thoughts. If he were an A-rank master, then he would not have been subdued, but low-level people would easily be invaded by that demonic energy. Leon speculated, "What if this is not just a demon sword? I think it could be very dangerous." After walking for a while, someone shouted an announcement. "Here it is. We have reached the entrance gate." Before his eyes was a human-shaped stone statue. Leon exclaimed, "This place is the kingdom of dwarves Jugan." Amidst ancient stone steps leading up to a gloomy temple gate, with rusty iron bars and winding dragon reliefs. Below, there were many stone steles erected. The symbol on his hand suddenly glowed, catching his attention. System display metal invader. Difficulty hard enemy size. Monster. From another dimension. Unknown level. Monster escaped from the demon land. The place called the Canyon. It is currently hiding in large mineral mines and infecting the minerals with its power. Weapons crafted from infected minerals will be corrupted and turn the user into a demon soldier. To a certain extent, before encountering blood, they will remain normal. Destroy the monsters coming from another dimension, hiding in the mineral mines. In this place, you should seek help from the predecessor. Leon pondered the mission metal invader. Hamel voice echoed in the space. This place is called the Kingdom of Dwarves. This is one of the special characteristics of Jugan. The proportion of the dwarf population is only 3/7 of the human population ratio. He introduced, instead of having cities and territories, they distinguish territories by a term called district. Inside the carriage, Hamel raised one finger to explain. If there are steel mills and ore mines in District 8, then in District 9, there will be a chain of smelting and iron processing furnaces. Each district will have a special scientific process and division of labor. Hearing that, Leon opened his eyes wide, full of amazement, exclaiming a sentence. "District, huh? Sounds really great." Right now in his ear rang out the announcement arriving at Jugan. Then Leon and Karen, also from inside the carriage, poked their heads out to observe. Leon stared ahead and cried out, "So this place is Jugan." In the distance, where their carriages were running towards, there was a giant stone gate. On two sides, there were also two tall statues wearing soldier gear standing tall. Getting off the carriage, Hamel began to guide. Next to the entrance is District 13. "Unfortunately, this is the farthest I can go. I have to go take care of this trip." A merchant stepped forward, bowing very sincerely. "Thank you, Sir Leon." He gave Leon a bulging bag of money. "Even though this amount is not much compared to the effort you put in, but I tried to put all the money I have in here. Please accept it." Leon raised his hand, wanting to refuse. It is okay." The merchant still tried to persuade. "We cannot fail to repay the person who saved our lives. On the way here, we were safe." Hamel on the side rubbed his chin, pondering. "Try thinking about it. On the way here we did not meet any monsters. Normally every 1 or 2 days we meet them strange, right?" Suddenly, someone called his name and something was thrown. Sir Hamel catch it. Karen tilted her head slightly, winked and said to him. Thereby Hamel expression was a bit confused, looking at the dagger in his hand. Finally he sat on the roof of the carriage, waving his hand while shouting, "Little brat Karen, see you next time." The merchant, standing below, was also enthusiastically saying goodbye. Leon, standing next to Karen and Galan, were constantly waving back. "Yes, Hamel. Send my regards to the leader for me." From the front came Hamel voice. "Karen, thanks for the dagger. I will keep it carefully." Leon asked, back in bewilderment. "Dagger?" Elsid beside smiled. Karen gave him a good gift. Leon glanced at him. Elsid continued, "Object made from drake bones and scales. Will still have the scent of an S+ rank creature. Within 1 month, there will not be any small monsters daring to get close to him." Leon praised. "I understand. Very good, Karen." Karen turned her head to ask the person standing behind. "Galan, where do we go next?" He frowned, answering her. "Let's go to the guild headquarters in District 13. In the space, a question rang out. Go. Now." Then someone replied, "Of course. At the District 13 guild headquarters. Someone spoke up asking, "Are you Galen benefactor?" Leon held up his rank card. "I am Leon rank B." Karen also took out her card. "I am Karen rank A." Guildmaster Ryan stroked the beard under his chin, his face showing a thoughtful look. He sat on the chair, crossing two arms. Assessing the demon sword, just touching it arouses murderous desire, huh? Sounds really scary. But Ryan's eyes suddenly changed, becoming extremely sharp, posing a question. "Where is the proof?" Galen honestly recounted. "As soon as it broke, the sword turned into ash." Ryan uttered two words. "Crazy," he frowned, calculating. "If that is true, we must tell the blacksmiths in Jugan to stop current work and contact the church. I believe your words, but without proof, it is hard to tell blacksmiths in Jugan to stop making a living." In the room echoed Ryan's voice. "This is too risky." So, on his face, a blue vein popped up, loudly demanding, "Bring the proof here." He took out a black card with wings and yellow star symbol printed, then proposed, "I will give you the guild investigation right. You can investigate facilities up to level 3. Find proof for this as soon as possible." Then all three, Leon, Karen and Galen, moved to another place. A sharp scream rang out. "What, Lombard is not here?" The blacksmith picked his ear, responding, "He is not here. Are you a guild investigator?" Galen extremely collapsed, shouting loudly, "Impossible." He clenched his hand into a fist, affirming, "I clearly bought the sword here." The blacksmith heard those words and asked, "You came here to claim compensation?" He raised one finger to instruct. "Lombard, the one who forged the sword for you, received an order to leave, and went to District 1 a week ago. If you want to claim compensation, then go find him yourself." Galen stood stunned on the spot, face full of sweat, stammering, repeating the words just heard. District 1. Right after that, the wooden door was slammed shut. The blacksmith left them with only one sentence. "I am very busy. So goodbye." Galen lamented. "We are in big trouble." Leon still did not understand, vaguely asking him, "What is wrong?" Galen gritted, his teeth answering. "District 1 is the capital of Yugen. From here to there is also about 100 kilometers. Then at the gap between two mountains, there were solid stone bridges spanning across, forming a path to move back and forth between two sides behind the glass." Leon and Karen's eyes became sparkling when seeing the scenes outside passing before their eyes at extremely high speed. The chimney, long iron, continuously releasing white smoke, the train running on the rails. An excited voice asked, "Is this a steam train inside the train?" Leon said while sightseeing, "I did not expect that. This huge thing could move by itself. Super cool." Karen turned to ask the person sitting on the seat, "Is the place we are going to the capital of Jugan?" Galen sternly answered her, "Yes. The name of that place is Iron Heart." He began to explain, "District 1 is not only far, but it is also a place hard for outsiders to enter, because this place is protected by level 1 and 2 facilities. Even if you are a resident of this city, if careless, you still cannot enter there. Just a slight misstep, and you will be deported immediately." Not sure how long it ran, Galen announced arrived. He led Leon and Karen off the train. Leon remarked, "Just being here is hot enough." Karen on the side also added, "Ugh, strong smell of metal." Both directed their eyes to the sky, scraping object in the distance. "The chimney is so big." A station staff looked at them, reminding, "Please leave when finished." Leon observed around, wondering, asked, "Why are these houses all closed?" Galen answered him while walking forward, "The workers, blacksmiths here all have very strict security regimes." Leon worriedly thought, in his head, "I feel like they are watching us." Finally, Galen took both Leon and Karen to the front of a building. On the wall was written symbol A1. Arrived at the smithy, Leon and Karen both widened their eyes, staring ahead. Galen announced to them arrived. The two of them were standing in front of a building. On the roof were two colored iron pipes, big black, constantly releasing smoke. In the ear came a voice, "Machina Forge." Galen wondered if Lombard is here. Next, he knocked on the iron door, calling loudly, "Is anyone inside?" A vibrating sound transmitted from inside the house, making both Leon and Karen startle worriedly. The iron door was pushed open, accompanied by a loud shout. "Who is it? Why so noisy in broad daylight?" From inside the house appeared an arm with muscles, huge, with blue veins bulging on top, looking a bit scary. Pedro frowned tightly, and used unfriendly eyes to look at the group standing in front of him. When all three in Leon group faced Pedro, the whole space completely sank into silence. The corner of Leon's lips curled up slightly, silently saying in his head, "Oh, really scary." Pedro glanced in one direction, then let out a sound. He noticed the card hanging on Galen's chest, asking, "Investigator from Real." Pedro closed his eyes, crossing two arms, flatly refusing them. "Get lost. I am busy." I hate those real guys to the bone. Galon hurriedly spoke up. Wait please, he loudly pleaded. I heard Lombard is at this forge. Please tell him that. Galon, the one who bought his sword, is looking for him. Pedro opened one eye, asking Lombard. That guy who just arrived a week ago. He refused once again. No, go back. Galon stepped forward, asking why. What is the reason? Pedro just did not answer, but bluntly chased them away. No need to know the reason. Get lost, Galon threatened. This is a request from Real. Pedro maintained his indifferent attitude, replying, I do not care. Said get lost means get lost. Elsid lips pursed tight, uttering a sentence. Dwarves are still as stubborn as ever. He suddenly called out Leon. He tilted his head, replying yes. Elsid's face looked like he was holding something back. He smiled, suggesting, lend me your body. Leon stared blankly at his request. Blinding rays of light appeared around him. Over here. Karen could not stand it anymore, preparing to scold. Really annoying, seriously, hey old man, hey. Before Karen continued speaking, a hand reached out from behind, placing on her shoulder. Wait, young lady. Karen froze with his way of addressing, then muttered to herself. Young lady Elsid controlled Leon's body, walking to the side, smiling gently at her. Sorry, Karen was still bewildered, watching Leon back passing her, moving forward. Her cheeks blushed, wondering Leon. Is it? Leon walked to where Pedro was standing, bowing his head without any fear to face with him. He directly knelt down, so that their faces were at the same level. Karen and Galan on the side did not understand what was happening, could only observe in silence. Leon whispered something in Pedro's ear, making his eyes darken. A second later, Pedro turned around, walking inside the house saying, Come in. Galan and Karen, stunned by the situation before them, cried out in unison. Really Elsid quickly left Leon's body. Someone curiously asked Leon, what did you do? Leon glanced, answering proposal. No, perhaps a challenge. Karen looked at him, asking back challenge. Galan stared in confusion, legs wearing black high boots, walking quickly forward. Come in. This is Machina, the best forge in District 1. Leon raised a hand to shield his face. The heat is terrifying. A shout echoed everyone's attention. The blacksmith heard the voice and looked up. The blacksmith nearby also stopped the motion of hammering in hand. Pedro announced, These guys say they will challenge that. Just as he spoke, finished the sentence, the blacksmiths inside started discussing, excitedly. Which guys? Pedro continued and, he excitedly squeezed his hands, declaring, that challenge. I, Pedro, chief blacksmith of Machina, will accept. Cheers came to the ears. Pedro crushed them. Do not expect to survive, and get out of here. All three, Leon, Karen and Galan, froze on the spot. Galan, trembling, asked Leon. Just now, you whispered. Could it be that, how do you know about it? He, sweating bullets, cried out. What have you caused? Karen looked at the two of them. What is that? Tell me, so I understand. Galan started recounting. 300 years ago, Saint King Roderick destroyed Eugenstein, the strongest metal, and the pride of dwarves, with just one blow since that event. A tradition has been passed down in the kingdom, Eugen of dwarves, that the legacy of Roderick, he continued saying, if someone can destroy a weapon made from Eugenstein, then that person can request anything from the blacksmith who created that weapon. But if failing in that challenge, Karen asked insistently, then what? Galan, pale face, replied, then must be a slave for this forge for 15 years. Leon and Karen gaped, thinking of the scene of the two, kneeling on the floor cleaning while being scolded. Get to work, slaves. Leon, frightened, used a voice only he and Elsid could hear, asking, that sword demon, why didn't you tell me this? Is that so? Elsid smiled, full of confidence, reassuring him, do not worry. Over there, Pedro took out a sparkling axe. Hand back Eugenstein. Number 007, my masterpiece. He proudly said, come here, brat. Leon also held the sword in hand, and ready to fight posture. Karen clenched her hand into a fist, cheering. Leon must destroy it at all costs. Got it, Galan? Next to her, having no hope left, said to himself, he will fail. Definitely will fail. Must be a slave here for 15 years, after Elsid instructed lesson here. Now you can freely use eye technique and footwork. I plan to teach you the next move. In Leon pupils appeared the symbol of the holy sword. Elsid was still whispering in his ear, do not just look, but mobilize all aura to feel like this. Leon seemed to see on the body of the axe handback, Eugenstein number 007, appeared key bright spots. Elsid explained. 7 parts, steel. 2 parts, adamantite. The remaining part is mithril. To increase aura conductivity, they used the Eastern metal grafting method, beating metal thin to the maximum. He asked again, do you see it? Leon observed ahead while replying, Yes, I saw it. Amazing. Did not expect to see this clearly. In front, Pedro rushed into the air attacking. Elcid spoke again. This is a special service. The image of Roderick seemed to appear next to Leon. He said, I will show you directly. Leon smilingly replied yes. Pedro's eyes flashed, launching himself into the air. Leon still stood still, bowing his head. Uttering a sentence. I have seen it all. In the space flashed blinding beams of light. Fragments of the axe blade fell, scattered in the air. Fragments flew around Pedro's face. He heard the next two words Leon said. Weak point. Pedro starred. The axe in hand was smashed by Leon, into many pieces. He just calmly spoke a sentence. Should have brought something harder here. A blacksmith gaped, face full of amazement. The blacksmith next to him was no different. His eyes stared big. Mouth also opened wide. Over here, Karen stood stunned, looking ahead. As for Galan, his chin seemed to want to drop to the ground. Pedro, hand-holding the axe, became trembling masterpiece. My greatest masterpiece. Handback. From inside Machina Forge came a scream, sounding extremely miserable. Handback Life District. 13. Chief Blacksmith. Lombard waved his hand to mediate. I will complain to him a bit. Finally, there is someone daring to challenge. Undefeated Roderick, who destroyed Eugenstein 007. A group of blacksmiths were collapsing, surrounding the axe, fragments crying. Why go to that extent? What have we done for the past 300 years? I am unworthy. Karen and Leon faces turned serious. He warned because this is an issue related to the demon sword. Lombard heard that and his face became a bit blank. Asking back demon sword. He panicked, crying out. The sword reacted to blood. Someone replied. Lombard heard and immediately waved his hands, denying what? How could I create such a thing? Leon asked further. I also do not think Mr. Lombard could make it. High possibility is the key problem. Lies in a part. Minerals used as raw materials. Can we find out the origin of the minerals used to create that sword? Lombard suggested to him. We also do not know where the supply source is. Just the amount of goods shipped every day alone is already equal to several months of a small kingdom. An agency specializing in recording and processing the transport of goods. You should go to the Records Management Bureau. At the Records Management Bureau, from inside came a questioning voice. What? Even as an investigator of the guild, I cannot access the information. Why is that? Galan asked loudly. It is just simple cargo transport records. Even with level 3 authority, I cannot view them. The female employee wearing glasses patiently explained. I do not know the reason, but that mine has been restricted to level 1 access. Only those with the highest responsibility can view it. Leon noticed the key point. Curiously asked the person with the highest responsibility. Who is that? Who? Suddenly a voice of admission rang out in the space. It is me. Leon widened his eyes, slightly startled when hearing the voice. Coming from nowhere. Karen was just like him, stunned. Eyes wide open in amazement. Galan glanced behind him, searching for the owner of the voice just now. The old man's eyes were flashing, staring at them. Karen gripped the dagger behind her back, wondering silently. This person appeared behind 3 rank. A superhumans. And no one detected him. Beside him, Leon also got into stance, preparing to draw the sword in his hand. He gritted his teeth, looking up, mentally cursing. Damn it. Too late. This guy is very strong. The man standing in front of Leon's group spoke up to introduce himself. Hello, nice to meet everyone for the first time. I am currently holding the position of Grand Master of Yugen and Cardinal of the Holy Order. My name is Alexandra Karen. Repeating the 4 words she just heard. Cardinal. Galan's face was dripping with sweat as he continued her words. Grandmaster. And Leon muttered the old man's name to himself. Alexandra, in his mind, he remembered an information board. Ore vein invader. Difficulty hard. Scale. Question mark. Target monster. From the 2nd dimension. Danger level undetermined. Person in charge Cardinal Alexandra. Monster escaped from Mirror Canyon. Demon realm. Hiding inside the Great Ore Vein. Using its power to contaminate the minerals. Weapons created from contaminated minerals have a certain probability of turning into demon weapons, corrupting the user, and it will not reveal its true nature until it absorbs blood. Destroy the unidentified monster from the 2nd dimension, currently parasitic, and expanding its influence inside the Great Ore. The Vein. Leon then realized, this is the person in charge of the mission this time. Elcid curled his lips, evaluating so strong. Perhaps this is the strongest person in Jugen currently. It explains the title, Grandmaster, symbolizing the best blacksmith in Jugen. Moreover, the old man is also the lucky one, to inherit the advantages of both humans and dwarves. Half-dwarf. Leon curiously looked towards Elcid using a voice that only the 2 of them could hear, asking, if he is a half-dwarf then? Suddenly Alexandra spoke up. Is that the sword Is it the thing that destroyed Lord Pedro's weapon? The old man's eyes focused on the sword, hanging at Leon's waist. He, at this moment, also noticed the intense gaze of Alexandra had passed for a long time, but the old man still glued his eyes to the sword on Leon's person. He directly raised his sword and asked, "Do you want to hold it?" Alexandra was slightly surprised by Leon's offer, confirming it once again. "Is it really okay?" He gave a friendly smile and answered the old man, "Yes." Elsid also felt excited. Hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once, is it? Finally, Alexandra held out one of his hands. Leon, sitting opposite, placed the sword into the old man's hand. Alexandra grasped the handle, slowly pulling the sword out of the sheath. When the old man used two hands to hold the sword tightly, it was like a stream of power was blowing directly into his face. In Alexandra's pupils, the image of the sword appeared clearly. "This is the sword that is transformed into the shape of the holy sword." The old man raised the blade high, emitting a sparkling light. Alexandra said nothing, just stood motionless on the spot, not knowing how much time had passed. The old man panted heavily while saying, "Please follow me." At an office building built hidden inside the Rocky Mountain, in front of the door there was a soldier guarding. The glaring sunlight outside penetrated through the window glass, shining inside the room. Alexandra rested two hands on the table and exclaimed, "I did not expect such things to exist. That is why you guys came here." Leon wondered and asked, "Speaking of which, Cardinal Alexandra, why did you place access restrictions on the place that we intend to investigate?" Alexandra pulled up his sleeve, revealing a glowing symbol on his bicep. "I have sensed the guide point," Leon exclaimed. "That is," Alexandra confirmed with him, "that is the mark of the guide. When I detect something unusual or evil, the mark on my left arm will glow. My daily job is to use this mark to observe the entire Eugen kingdom." The mark reacted at that ore mine. Karen speculated and asked, "So there is something there, right?" Alexandra answered her, "That is right, so I immediately placed access restrictions. But according to what Leon said, then perhaps." The old man's brows furrowed tightly as he said, "A quantity of minerals, enough to create hundreds of swords, at smithies throughout the kingdom, has been leaked out." Leon's face became stunned with the amount that he just heard. He asked again once more, "Hundreds of swords?" Outside, the glaring sunlight in the office building, Alexandra's voice rang out, like what Leon said. "It seems we arrived too late. If the ingredients to create magic swords have spread to District 13, then the old man began to analyze. At smithies across the entire kingdom, an amount enough to create hundreds of swords has leaked." Alexandra sat in the center position, two hands resting on the table, giving a conclusion. "We need to implement a fundamental solution." Leon looked at him slightly bewildered and asked, "What is the fundamental solution?" Karen, sitting in the back, seemed to have thought of something, smiled, and said, as expected. Alexandra moved his lips and uttered three words. "Yes, that is right." The old man asked seriously, "I will form an investigation team to search the contaminated ore mine. Will Leon join us?" Leon did not hesitate at all and answered immediately, "Yes, that is also what I wish for." Alexandra explained his plan. "First, I will issue a directive to all smithies throughout the kingdom. Drop a few drops of blood on all newly crafted weapons, recently to check." Leon praised, "Good idea." Alexandra continued to analyze. "Our ore mine at Eugen is the largest ore mine in the world. Just the area being mined alone is already wider than a normal territory. There are up to tens, hundreds of entrances and tunnels. Moreover, more than half the mine is where monsters live." Finally, the old man proposed a plan. "Therefore we need to have many soldiers. I will issue a general attack order to all guilds in Eugen. Pass on my name." Alexandra glanced to the side and called out. Galon understood the hint and replied, "Yes, I will quickly relay the message." After finishing the discussion, Alexandra bade them farewell. "Then see you again in 5 days." Leon also replied, "Thank you for your hard work." Galon held up 2 fingers and said to the others, "I am off. I must go inform them quickly." Leon bid him farewell. "Galon, see you later." Just as Leon and Karen were preparing to leave, a call came from behind. "Sir Leon." Not sure, since when Alexandra had respectfully knelt down on the ground. "I, servant of the goddess, Alexandra, request to greet the hero. I sincerely thank you for the visit of the guide of light." Leon ran back, wanting to help the old man up. "Archbishop, please stand up. I am not yet." The corners of Alexandra's lips curled up slightly into a gentle curve. Leon's expression was a bit bewildered. Facing the person kneeling in front of him, a sincere smile appeared on Alexandra's face, affirming, "You are the very model of a hero I have always wished for. I look forward to working with you." Leon was stunned upon hearing the old man's praise. For a long time, finally, he smiled and replied, "Yes, I look forward to working with you." A few days later, the sunlight during the day was extremely glaring. A questioning voice rang out. Have we arrived at the right place? Another voice answered. Area M. 13 tunnel number 2. All three people, Gallon, Karen and Leon, looked in one direction. He confirmed again. We have to go in there, right? In front of the three of them was a gate entering the tunnel. Above hung a sign carved with the symbol M13. 2. Karen remembered another issue and asked, one person is still missing, right? Leon looked at her and suggested, yeah, let us wait a little longer. Previously Alexandra had reported to them. All personnel have departed to their areas. Depending on the scale of the tunnel, we have divided into groups of 4 people planning to send a minimum of 3 to 5 groups into each mine. Then you, Leon, are assigned to Group 8. Karen felt curious and asked, Sir Alexandra, but you said each group has 4 people, so who is the remaining person in our group? Ending the flashback, a voice also came from behind. Hello, making all 3 people Leon. Karen and Gallon pay attention and turn their heads. A girl with long black hair, and on the bridge of her nose was a mole, extremely special, slowly walking towards them. I arrived a little late. She smiled and introduced herself. I am Hazel, rank A adventurer nicknamed Witch. Around Hazel, it was like a sparkling forest of flowers blooming. She smiled and said, looking forward to working with you. Leon politely greeted, you are here. Nice to meet you. Karen stood silently on the side, frowning. She screamed silently in her head, totally the mature woman type. As for Gallon, his face became pink and shy, introducing himself. I am Gallon, rank a mercenary, nickname is Windstorm, truly a stunning beauty. Very nice to meet you. Karen closed her 2 eyes, waved her hand and said, I am Karen, rank a no nickname. Hazel completely ignored her and walked over to, Leon asked, and you are? Leon replied to her, I'm Leon rank B. Karen over here felt annoyed seeing her attitude. Thinking silently ignored me completely, huh? Hazel covered her mouth, a look of surprise appearing on her face. Rank B. You. She brought her face close to Leon, wondering, that is strange even excluding Karen, but you are stronger than both Gallon and me. Why are you still at rank B? Leon's words became stammered. That is. He looked at her sharp eyes, silently telling himself in his head, I understand. Those eyes. Even if I ignore it, it will only make them more suspicious. Leon nervously made up an excuse. I just registered as an adventurer, for a short time only. Hazel stepped back, saying, so that is it, then it is only a matter of time. Leon scratched his head, answering her. That is right. Hazel commented again, with your abilities. Then before long you will receive the gold badge. Therefore, I will treat you equally as a teammate, without distinguishing between high or low rank. After speaking, she turned around and walked forward. Well, let us go, shall we? Karen looked at Hazel's retreating figure, silently affirming in her mind that she did not like her. Suddenly, a voice came to Leon's ear. Sir Leon, please just listen without replying. Elsa appeared at this moment and exclaimed, that guy, even at this distance, can still communicate via telepathy, as expected of an archbishop. Leon glanced at him using a voice only 2 people could hear, saying that is the voice of Sir Alexandra. And Alexandra began to report. Since 5 days ago, I issued a directive to all blacksmiths throughout the kingdom to carry out weapon testing with blood. But among that, there is bad news. It seems someone dropped blood on the weapons to check, and bought them before us. Leon widened his eyes, listening to the old man continue speaking. This information proves one single thing. Monsters intruding into the large ore mine, contaminated ore, and the spread of magic swords. There is a very high possibility that there is an underground force standing behind, that planned and directed this entire chain of events. On the other side, Alexandra's face was covered in bulging veins. According to my judgment, that underground force is... Leon heard him say, I believe it is chaos. He repeated those words, chaos. Leon glanced to the side, noticing Elsid's smile. So he spoke up and asked, Elsid knows about chaos. He gritted his teeth and replied, right. That is evil. Leon widened his eyes, asking again, evil. Why is chaos the evil faction? Elsid slowly recounted, that is right. They are the ones who tried to swallow the city over there, the main enemy of the hero. The evil faction is divided into 3 major factions, destruction, despair, and chaos. Although I do not want to distinguish, but the level of madness of theirs is the measure to distinguish. These 3 factions, first is destruction, has the simple purpose of destroying the world. The act of swallowing that city was also caused by them. Despair is even more cruel than destruction, simply because they prefer torture over death. Elsid narrowed his eyes and continued. As for chaos, they are just a bunch of lunatics. Leon felt slightly confused, and asked again, is that all? Elsid turned around, flying forward while analyzing. That is the reason they are a threat. Because one cannot predict what they will do next. What can we do now? We can only continue moving forward, he said calmly, like we always do. Leon's face at this moment was full of determination, and replied, the canyon. With rugged, towering cliffs, thick fog covering the path, under the sky with drifting white clouds. A soldier ran over in a panic, reporting to Berger. Squad 14 is ready for battle. The person above continued. Squad 8 and 11 will join forces at the central tactical center. It is too heavy. Berger observed once, then replied, all right. Squad 14 start advancing into mine number M135. Captain of Squad 14 Berger, he asked, how is Sir Alexandra? A person stepped out to report. The Archbishop has independently entered the giant mine. A 5 already. Berger was surprised into a 5. The estimated danger level is at rank S+. Even if we send 5 squads in there, we are not sure if we can win. He broke out in a cold sweat in disbelief, saying that yet he fights alone. It is also true. He walked forward, accepting it. Sir Alexandra is naturally like that. On this side, Alexandra was raising his voice. Not only are there monsters escaping from the rift, but also the production and distribution of the magic. Swords from the contamination of the great ore vein. A monster from high above opened its mouth as if to swallow. Old man, Alexandra calmly shared. I think that chaos executes them in an organized manner. The monster's body suddenly exploded, causing a loud noise. The old man put his hand on his chin, pondering, keeping his expression unchanged. The smell of blood wafted through the air. Alexandra calmly continued the story. But they do not always operate separately, even if the goals are different. In the end, they are just piles of trash. Then the old man looked straight at the person standing opposite and asked, is that right? Bishop in the corner, gloomy Kadia emitting heavy killing intent, he spoke up. You have found me. Kadia tilted his head, smiled and continued. God's dog. Scene change. Leon is gripping the sword tightly in his hand. Around him layers of earth and rock shattered and flew apart. The petrified monster body fell down and crumbled. Before the eyes of those present, Hazel ran over, praising as expected. Of Leon, you are very skilled. He politely replied, thank you. While walking, her foot suddenly tripped over a rock. Hazel was continuing to speak. Hurry up and reach rank A, okay. Hearing the scream, Gallum glanced over. Karen was also attracted by the noise she made. Hazel leaned her body forward, wrapping her arms around Leon's neck. She spoke in a weak voice. Ifel. Karen froze for a few seconds. She was trembling with anger. Over here, he still did not understand what happened, and asked, Hazel, are you okay? She replied tremblingly. It seems I sprained my ankle. Moving is very difficult. What should I do? We need to move quickly. Then Hazel got close and made a request to him. Leon, if you do not mind, can you carry me on your back? Without hesitation, he agreed, immediately. Of course, a moment later, she sat properly with a forced smile. Hazel was sitting on the shoulder of the spirit beast from Karen's power. She spoke up to thank. Karen below crossed her arms and calmly replied, you are welcome. Suddenly something made Zell pay attention and glance over. A strand of energy like a rope rushed forward. She shouted a warning. Danger, everyone dodge quickly. Leon and Karen each jumped to a side to dodge the attack. The rough rock suddenly smoked. A straight line was cut on it. Karen was tense. The rock was cut like butter. She observed the pile of newly appeared creatures and concluded, that is a mithril slime. Hazel gritted her teeth and said anxiously, that is right. It is a monster. Very troublesome. Although they look weak on the outside. But they are rank S monsters. Hearing the shocking information, she was startled and cried out, wait. Veins popped on Karen's face. She asked, again. Are you kidding me? She calmly explained. They are creatures nourished by precious minerals. Mithril, their tentacles are sharper than any sword. Need to shatter the core inside their bodies. But they are protected by mithril, so, not hearing Leon speak for a while, Hazel looked at his back and called Leon. He interrupted her, can let me handle it. I am quite proficient at destroying slimes. The 3 people, Hazel, Karen and Galan suddenly said, in unison. Expert on slimes. Huh. Recalling some past events. Elsad said that is right, past experiences of blood and tears. Leon lowered his voice, damn it. Then he confidently curled his lips, reminding everyone, wait for me. Hazel anxiously advised Leon. Even if you are rank A, but you cannot defeat them alone. Suddenly, she stopped, her purple pupils widening. Countless fragments from the body of the mithril slime flew through the air. They crumbled under Leon's sharp blade. His face did not change expression, flashing with determination and resilience. The disposal ended. Now, fragments were scattered everywhere, restoring the original silence. Leon turned back and spoke. Then let us go to the assembly point together. Galan clenched his fists excitedly, praising, you are truly excellent. Last time at the smithy I guessed the ability. Yours. But I did not expect it to exceed imagination. Looking at his expression, Karen exhaled a breath proudly, thinking, did you see that? Hazel said it was impossible, huh? For Leon it is just a small matter. Suddenly she put 2 hands on her face shyly, saying to Leon, I really like you. Behind Karen was holding a blade ready in her hand, as if she remembered something. That is right. She calmed down, radiating killing intent, reminding herself, I used to be an assassin. Alexandra spoke while walking. In the evil cult, the leader is also called he. Gave a conclusion. 9 demons. Alexandra continued. There are only 9 people in the leadership. If compared to the Holy Spirit Church, then they are equivalent to the cardinal rank. But anyway, 9. Demons are just trash in the sewer. He curled his lips asking right Kodia, the Bishop of Despair facing him. Kodia sat coldly in the corner, calculating in deep thought. Then he turned his face giving a savage smile. Really? You found me again with that injury. Kodia mocked Alexandra, the half-breed cardinal of Eugen. He raised his hand to take off his hat swearing, damn it, can you stop following me? Are you not tired of being a dog for the goddess? Alexandra's answer made him freeze, that is right. I am a dog. He reached out, summoning a hole containing weapons. Alexandra spoke up a hunting dog that bites to death, the insects invading the front yard. He held a giant axe in his hand, declaring, that is a hunting dog. Alexandra's hand clenched until veins popped, he growled. Alexandra of Janba, the 3rd cardinal of the Holy Spirit Church. He gritted his teeth, hissing a sound. Will tear apart every piece of your bones. Kodia curled his lips, not afraid. He challenged, come on. Alexandra used strength to jump. He swung the axe, striking down at the position. Of Kodia scene changed to this side. Hazel lowered her hand, creating a scorching fireball. Fireball without hesitation. She tossed it forward, creating a long trail of explosive energy. The spider-type magic beasts were incinerated under the fire. It shrieked an ear-piercing sound. Galan observed from beginning to end. Admiringly said, truly amazing. After the attack, the spider-type magic beasts burned to ash, gradually fading into the air. Hazel exhaled a breath so strange. Spider-type magic beasts in this place. Leon walked over, asking is something wrong. She explained. Spider-type magic beasts rarely appear in the mine area, except for stalactite, without insect-type magic beasts as prey. Then there is no fiber supply to weave webs. Elcid seriously gave a speculation. Something is happening. Even if thinking about it now, it is useless. Karen clenched her hand, hiding the blade behind her back. Silent, finally, seeing the situation was positive. She lowered her eyes, then put it away. Karen put her hands on her hips, making a decision. No other way. High-level mage is an irreplaceable member, must always prioritize top protection in the party. Her sharp, cold eyes scanned forward. Karen told herself this time, for the mission I will endure. Hazel suddenly staggered. She put her hand on her forehead, weakly crying too anemic. Then Hazel fell into Leon's arms. He worriedly asked, Miss Hazel, are you okay? Her cheeks blushed. She answered in a low voice, I am fine, just need to rest a bit. Looking at the scene in front, Karen summoned power. She changed her mind at the last minute. No, I decided I must kill her right now. A loud noise echoed through the cave, making everyone pay attention. Karen frowned, confused this tremor is. Galan spoke up, explaining, seems like a big battle is happening somewhere. A layer of sweat appeared on Leon's face. He guessed Sir Alexandra. In front of them now was a hole, emitting blinding light. He shouted, we must also move quickly. Now arrived at the midway assembly point. Leon's group stopped raising vigilance. Examining the surrounding situation once, they judged, could it be? No one has arrived yet? Perhaps we are the first team. While discussing, a loud voice spoke up. What, Team 14 are not? We the earliest. From the cave entrance, a group of people followed each other, slowly walking in. Berger curled his lips, speaking. Who is the insolent person who arrived before us? Recognizing him, Galan called Berger. He also recognized. Berger smacked his lips. Damn it, is Galan lost? Leon stood from afar, watching their conversation. A bit vague? Then he called Elcid, it understood, and replied, that is right. He asked, seems everyone has arrived enough. What about Team 11? Galan shared, seems they have not arrived yet. Berger nodded, but surely they will arrive soon. He wondered, did you guys encounter anything unusual? On the way here, Berger waved his hand depressingly, saying, do not ask anymore. On the way, we met a rock eater. It ate my expensive shield, then finished speaking. Then, behind Leon rushed in, swinging sword, preparing to strike. Galan discovered it, being a bit dazed, not believing his eyes. Thwack! His arm was severed under his sharp blade. Berger coldly watched it, slowly falling down, then screamed an ear-piercing sound. Karen froze, not understanding his action. Beside, Hazel also had a similar expression. She was shocked, shouting, Leon, Leon, what are you doing? Burger is our teammate. Leon reached out, pushing Galon back, saying, teammate, huh? Leon coldly said, get away, Galon, and look closely. Suddenly Burger's mouth and nose spewed out a lot of spider silk. He laughed. It hurts. From the severed position, spider silk threads reconnected the arm for Burger. He spoke up. What did you do to your teammate? Seeing Burger's true form, he turned pale. Burger observed him once, Galon asked. That is spiderweb. As if suddenly discovering something, he uttered a sentence, shaking his whole body, covered in spiderwebs. Could it be the entire team? 14 has, amidst the mysterious sparkling darkness, figures hidden in black cloaks, with glowing red eyes flashing. They smiled monstrously, full of mystery. Hazel explained. It seems they are connected by that spider web, and at the end, where they gather up high. Van Kin's spider bloated belly spraying out giant spider webs, as if wanting to cover everything. Someone suddenly cried out, what is that? It stared down, growling. Karen, suspicious, asked, what is that? Galon answered, giant spider. She frowned, saying, I hate disgusting things like that. Over there. Leon pondered, as if calculating a solution. System displayed Ore Mine Invader Van Kin Spider. Difficulty hard. S rank scale. 1 target Kalendo Spider. Person in charge Hero Leon. Destroy the extra-dimensional creature. Van Kin Spider escaped from the demonic landscape. Mirror Canyon. Kalido Spider. Or also called Kalido. Using mirrors, internal organs in the body, to catch prey, and weave their clones. With spider silk, reusing victims as bait. Lure and use as combat force. It can also move through mirror surfaces, and freely use magic with light and mirrors. Leon caught the key point. Van Kin Spider Kalido. Galon also realized the problem. He turned around. What clones? Leon nodded yes. Galon spoke what he knew so. That demon is a magic beast. From the Mirror Canyon it catches prey, and creates clones using the mirror in its belly. Right, he agreed. Yes, that is right. Hazel suddenly serious, she spoke up. If so, then Karen had the same thought as Hazel. She continued, in its belly. Burger was wrapped in spider silk like a pupa. Karen said there are still Burger and living members. Galon made a decision. Those caught in that spider web are all clones. Just need to cut that spider web. He drew the sword out. Shouted a soundstorm. Sword dance. Stormblade. Dazzling white spiral space rushing forward. Rays of light splashed violently in space. Galon ran to swing the sword, declaring, just puppets that cannot move. Elsid shouted to stop. Truly stupid spider silk is originally a very tough material. If it has thickness, it is 3 times stronger and more durable than steel. Moreover, what if it is the spider silk of a magic beast? Galon did not care. He summoned power. 2 eyes. Glowing, slashing down. Oh, red dragon. 5 elements. Suddenly Galon's body tensed up. Tough threads stretched according to the slashing force. He panicked. Cannot cut it. Suddenly Burger figure, trembling unknown since when, appeared beside. Galon frowned, turning to look. Thwack. Strong smell of fresh blood spreading everywhere. Leon shouted loud, Galon. He fell, flung to the ground. Galon painfully raised his hand to hold the wound. He tremblingly said, this movement is. Did it not just copy the outer appearance? Just finished speaking. Galon gritted his teeth, looking at the figure walking towards. Burger raised the sword, high-bearing teeth smiling, about to deal the finishing blow. Karen suddenly spoke the thought in her heart, because I was distracted by other things. So could not unleash full potential. Body is itching here, so let me handle it. He was attracted by the noise coming from her. Burger turned his face. Karen approached him. Sharp claws from the power stream. Grabbed Burger's entire body tightly. She said, if cannot cut. Mysterious purple energy storm. Billowing Karen's stance. Fighting extremely gracefully. She lowered her voice. Deciding, then tear it apart. Van Kin Spider screamed, a heaven-shaking sound. Leon retracted the sword, announcing the situation. This side is also done. A pair of long, slender legs hurriedly ran to him. Leon looked at Karen, sharing. Karen, so amazing. In a short moment arrived at Galon's place, her 2 cheeks blushed, responding. This is nothing. Finished speaking, she turned sharply towards Hazel, making her a bit confused. Finally Leon changed direction. Next is you. He pointed the sword tip straight at Van Kin, Spider shouting. Kalendo, it opened its mouth, revealing sharp teeth. Hazel, a bit awkward, spoke up. Leon, he glanced back. What? She pointed in a direction meaning for him to follow. Sound of rushing footsteps rang out, getting closer. Leon tensely asked, what is that? Very many Burger clones walking in. He shouted. Burger, there are 10s. No hundreds. Surrounding Leon's group. Right now is an army in his shape. Hazel spread her hand, summoning water mist power. A hazy smoke rose covering the space. Leon spoke, "This is in front of Burger Army. Thick fog like clouds obscuring," she explained. "I blinded it for a moment." Hazel called Leon. He turned yes. She seriously said, "If it keeps going like this, it will never end. Let me handle that giant spider for you and Miss Kara. We'll handle those puppets." Karen turned to stone after hearing Hazel mention her name, me. "Kara, huh?" Elsid curled its mouth, agreeing, "Good idea. We cannot just keep defending forever." Leon whispered, "Yes." Not wasting time. He leaped away, dropping only one sentence. "You two be careful. Leaving the back to you, Karen." She turned smiling, asking for opinion. "Then let us start right, Karen." Karen was frozen again. She thought to herself, What? Karen, huh?" Unable to suppress the anger, Karen coldly spoke up. "Hey, Miss Curly Hair." Hazel confused curly hair, her face annoyed to the point of veins popping. Karen made a suggestion. "Should we compete? See who kills the most?" Hazel knew her inner thoughts. She did not refuse. Fine. Two people stood facing, looking at each other, but deep inside was an underground fire gradually exploding. Burger effigies defeated, flying scattered high up. Hazel smiled. She bared sharp fangs full of excitement. Hazel stood amidst the glowing red flame power stream, billowing, reaching out like a demon summons. On this side, Karen, side by side with a sharp drill, piercing every defense and obstacle ahead. Van Kin Spider silently observed the situation, watching two people sweep through Burger Army, that it broke into cold sweat. Taking advantage when Van Kin Spider was not paying attention, Leon moved close to its position. Elsid raised its voice. "They are doing well. Seems like it has not discovered us yet." He drew the sharp blade out, then spoke reassuringly. "No need to think. I will attack with all my strength." Leon gripped the sword tightly, in a posture ready to attack. He spoke. Sparks covered Leon's body. Is a stream of power, like a white lightning storm, billowing. Opposite Van Kin Spider was still frantically spinning silk, not yet realizing the problem. Stars appeared connecting into a long trail. Big Dipper, he seriously prepared to unleash the ultimate skill. 7th. Luminous Transformation. Leon leaned to gain momentum. Moonpiercer Al-Qaid. He vanished in a split second. At that position only remnants of light remained. Close by the ground, cracked into deep fissures, gaping, spreading like bleeding wounds of hell. Only then did Van Kin Spider suddenly turn around. It stared as if not understanding what happened. Leon, seeing that, spoke up, calling, "Where are you looking?" before Van Kin Spider's eyes. He calmly kept balance amidst the tremor, whole body radiating brilliant aura. Leon revealed no expression, just stood still, observing. Suddenly its body shook with each beat. From its shiny skin ripped a line, exposing pure white silk rolls, tangled chaotically inside like messy guts. Other side. Karen and Hazel back-to-back panting. She complained seriously. Burger Legion continued to approach, closing in. Karen shouted, "This will never end." Hazel, tiredly reminded, "We need to kill the main body." Suddenly a noise rang out, making Karen freeze. Around only remained spider threads, gradually dissolving into the air. She guessed they disappeared. That means that immediately. Inside the cave rang out, excited cheers. "Leon, you did it." He glanced over, asking Karen. "Hazel, are you okay?" Two people sat down, answering survived. Then awkwardness enveloped Karen and Hazel. She sighed once. Beside her she was similar. Karen and Hazel did not look at each other. They reached out, hands together. She spoke first. "Not bad." Hazel replied. "You too." "Walking around the battlefield once," echoed a judgment voice. "All people of Team 14 are fine. So lucky. If we did not kill it here, it could have created a expedition and infiltration of Eugen." Gallon, sweating, shared thoughts. Hundreds of rank A warriors in a massacre. It could have been very bad. Been not relaxed for long. Leon detected something. He panicked. What? Above Leon's head, the rock layer was cracking, spreading to two sides. He seriously said, "Above us." I tried my best. Maybe because I thought the shaft might collapse. As expected, a figure full of blood falling freely, under the witness of all. Karen dazedly looked up. Galan was similar. Leon tense gritted his teeth. "That is," he shouted loud. "Sir Alexandra." His whole body hit hard, then rolled a few times. Before stopping, Leon worriedly spoke up. "Cardinal, are you okay?" Recognizing him, Alexandra looked up, greeting. "Sir." "Leon," he lowered his voice. "I wanted to personally end this, but I am also extremely ashamed from the whole." Kodia showed his face, admiring the work he just caused. Alexandra shouted, "Evil bastard up there." Kodia was not inferior to him. He had one arm cut off. Alexandra introduced. "Is one of the 9 demons in Malice. Rope of Hopelessness." Leon suddenly trembled, thinking, I can feel his disgusting energy, clearly to the point of discomfort. Veins on his face popped up. Leon judged he is the Bishop of Malice. After the battle just now, the remaining remnants were a messy chaos. Kodia gently landed on the head of Vankin Spider. He coldly glanced, observing once. Dust and smoke thrown all over the air. Kodia spoke, "You guys, and he were also defeated." "Huh, golden pupils streaked with blood," he growled. "These god-worshipping bastards seem pretty tough. I will kill all of you." Unknown since when Karen approached him, she smiled, saying that sentence should be mine. Karen's power streamed like a rope, wrapped around Kodia's body. Under the astonishment, taking the opportunity, Alexandra stood up, clenching his fist. From there, radiated fierce lightning. He swung his hand, aiming straight at his position. Striking, Kodia also reached sharp claws forward. He cursed silently. Damn it. His body seemed to be covered by something. I do not know clearly. No. Bloody arm from Alexandra clashed head-on with Kodia, shaking the whole battlefield. Suddenly, bloody bandages disintegrated, falling down as if lifeless. He stiffened his head, as if not believing what just happened. Sharp blade directed straight into Kodia's neck. Leon gripped tight, declaring, "My turn." He bared sharp fangs, casually asking, "Do you think I would let a kid I do not know cut off my head?" He interrupted, introducing. "Understood. I am Leon." Leon smirked, confident. "I am a hero." Kodia, shocked, repeated, "What?" "Hero, blinding white light. Brilliant, with exploding orange-red halo black sun. Blade with brilliant light, cutting across his shoulder area. Ice layer gradually broke following the sword path. Kodia gritted his teeth, trying to endure the pain. His body tensed up. Kodia unwillingly shouted, "Impossible." Finished speaking, his head was severed from the body, bloody, floating in the air. The head, with a wide-open yellow eye, flew off the body in a state of horror. Then it fell hard to the ground, rolling like a ball. "Galan," excited he. Hazel happily said, "He cut off that guy's head." Alexandra praised, not in vain, expecting Leon. However, he still did not relax at all. Leon thought, "Would I cut off that guy's head? But what is this uncomfortable feeling?" He turned to Karen, shouting, "Karen, dodge." Dark power stream radiated, covering the air. Leon reminded below. She glanced, screaming, "What am I merging with the Heat King?" Alexandra realized the problem. He frowned uncomfortably, speaking thoughts. "That is the origin of death." Below radiated streaks of blood and energy, patchy, glowing red. Suddenly a call rang out, "Sir Alexandra." He explained, "That is dark magic, using the death of the caster to perform the ritual." It seems he used his own death, and the body of Kalendo as a sacrifice. Leon asked for opinion. "So what if I kill it right now?" Alexandra replied, "Too late. It is like a self-detonate bomb. When he dies, then all conditions to trigger the bomb have been met." On the ground, right now, object looking like a brain and a flattened body part, wrapped in a glowing red halo, black smoke and lightning bolts shooting out. He gritted his teeth, continuing, "As long as it has been activated, then there is no way to destroy it anymore." Leon tensed up, veins popping on his face, wondering, so what to do now? Dark and scary face of Kodia opening wide, mouth full of sharp fangs, with eyes glowing red like a demon. From the glowing red pupils, shining to form a blinding cross shape, shooting straight forward. Leon dizzily warned, "Be careful. I do not have time to use any skills." On the dark ground, a large red circle like a gun sight appeared. Then a huge explosion broke out, blowing layers of earth and rock into the air. Thrown back by the force of the explosion, Hazel frowned and groaned beside him. Galan tremblingly spoke up. "What happened?" Karen covered her mouth, anxiously calling Le. On the ground, fresh blood scattered everywhere, emitting a strong metallic smell. Leon stood tall in front of everyone, blocking the attack. She shouted, "Leon." Then he, with a body full of injuries, turned back, sighed with relief, and smiled. "Everyone is okay, right? That is such a relief." Karen impatiently shouted, "Are you serious? Leon, you almost died there." On his left chest appeared a wing-shaped symbol. Leon lightly touched it to reassure. "It is okay. I have the protective mark," he expressed. "How should I say it? I understand. At least it protected you from getting a single scratch." "Right." Her two cheeks suddenly blushed from shyness. Karen asked back, "Protecting me?" Not happy for long, she widened her eyes. "Wait a minute. Leon, what is that?" Many pure white hands reached out, as if wanting to grab everything. Alexandra realized and immediately spoke up. "I understand the ritual that Kadia exchanged death for is the ritual to open the dimensional gate to the Demon Kingdom, the place sealed by the Jugan Kingdom, through the Mirror Canyon." In the sky, a gate opened. Inside were countless pairs of eyes and long arms. Wriggling, he said, "That is the gate to the Demon King. The entrance to the Mirror Canyon has opened elsewhere." As Alexandra gritted his teeth and continued, "It seems it is not quite complete. If the gate to the Demon Kingdom was complete, then this place would be no different from hell on earth, no matter What happens? We must prevent this. Elsid was silent, giving no opinion beside him. Leon asked a question. Elsid, can my power do that? He calmly answered honestly. No, you cannot. He froze, looking at him. That is too blunt. Elsid analyzed. Your divine sword contains power that can defeat all external forces, but you cannot make it physically larger. Leon continued to ask for an opinion. So what if I use Dubhe instead of Marok? He made an assumption. Even if you use all the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper skills, you must be able to slash that large space with just one strike. If your breathing wavers even a little. Leon imagined the scene of the hands, taking the opportunity to grab him and squeeze tight. Elsid reminded, in the current state, you cannot do that. He ground his teeth in anger and hissed, so you mean I cannot beat it? Over here, hearing the conversation of the two, Alexandra reached out to summon a space. The old man interrupted, there is a way. Hearing the noise, Leon and he turned their heads together. The old man held in his hand a steel sword without a blade. Introducing the weapon. Steel number 114 of Jugen. Alexandra pointed it towards Leon, saying, this is the grave sword for the hero. He was a bit surprised for the hero. The old man affirmed once again, that is right. This sword was created for the hero. It is also the masterpiece of the Grandmaster from 2 generations ago. He was my father. And also the blacksmith Alexandra. Elsid spoke his thoughts. Alexandra, so that cardinal is the son of that guy. Leon lowered his eyes a bit helplessly. I knew it without even asking. Karen hesitantly pointed her finger. But more importantly, Hazel continued, it disappeared. Indeed, in Alexandra's hand there was only a sword hilt. They wondered the blade. Alexandra calmly refuted. No, the length of the blade. The old man's next sentence made Leon stunned. Alexandra said depends on the user's skill. He was a bit negative. Then it might be as short as a dagger. The old man walked over and thrust the hilt for Leon to hold. Alexandra reminded, there is no more time. The old man raised one finger and said in a deep voice, please remember that you can only use it once. Grave is a weapon containing a massive source of power, so it will explode when attacking. However, after just one swing, it will break and cannot be used anymore. Leon was more tense. He stiffened only once. Leon's hand tightened. He determined, all right, let us try. Having said that, he jumped down below to the center of the gate. Leon encouraged himself. No, I definitely must do it. He held the sword with 2 hands. Leon focused to the maximum to summon power. From the center, it emitted a blinding white light, accompanied by rays of lightning emitting powerfully. Right after that, it shot a long line, sharp, representing the sword blade. Still missing, Leon laughed the length on this side. Elsid was equally excited. That is right, Leon. You can do it. Come on. He got into stance and shouted clearly, let us do it. A long stream of light, blinding, accompanied by lightning, being shot out. Leon leaned back to gain momentum, aiming straight at the gate, consisting of countless white hands. Karen nervously called Leon. Hazel nearby did the same. Sir Leon. Gallon screamed, cheering him on. Come on, Leon. Alexandra, roared Leon. He gritted his teeth, shouted loudly in a majestic fighting stance, with a blinding lightning light emitting from the long weapon, being raised high, under the moonlight. The sword blade, DC, sively pierced straight through the space above. The collision created a not small aftershock. Everything around shook along with it. The hands reached out in one direction together. They wrapped around and gripped the sword blade tightly, as if wanting to tear it out. Leon still stood resiliently at that position. His eyes were filled with determination. Leon told himself, come on, I can do it. The power was gradually exploding. He shouted, I can do it. A small crack appeared. Immediately after that, it could not withstand it, spreading further across the surface. He screamed fiercely, with white glowing eyes, and lightning streaks running along his temples. The sharp cut passed through, splitting the gate in 2. Then it shattered. Fragments flew scattered in the air. Leon relaxed, panting to catch his breath. Everyone looked up to admire. Karen spoke up. The other gate. Tiny glowing fragments flew, creating a magical scene. She continued. Of the mirror canyon has been broken. After the intense battle, finally, Leon could relax. He panted and spoke Then he happily clenched his fist and said, I did it. Hazel ran over shouting. Sir Leon, beside her Gallon did the same. Leon. He threw his arm around Leon's neck, praising, good job, Leon. Hazel continued, excellent, Leon. Unlike everyone else. Karen reached out to hold his face, a bit annoyed. Come here, Leon. She brushed Leon's bangs up and scolded. Look at this wound. He reassured. I am fine, Karen. It heals quickly. But suddenly, Hazel nudged his waist gently from behind, causing him to lose balance. Leon leaned forward, lightly touching Karen's lips. He held it for a few seconds. With this situation, she underneath froze, her 2 cheeks blushing red. Right after that, Leon, startled, let go of his hands and stepped back. He hurriedly explained Karen. "Are you okay? It seems I bumped into you a bit hard. Your face is red," she replied. "Like a soulless person, I am fine." Leon did not believe and asked again. "Are you sure?" He was also flustered over here. Hazel covered her mouth, snickering. She whispered, "Oh my, I just accidentally bumped. Sorry." Then Hazel called Karen. She regained her senses, looking at Hazel, waiting for her to continue. Hazel winked teasingly. "That is a bonus gift." Leon listened to the two exchanging words, understanding nothing. Beside him, Karen was trembling from shyness. Suddenly, the sword in his hand vibrated. Then cracks appeared. Finally, it shattered into pieces. Leon spoke up the sword. Alexandra walked over to explain. "So the dark magic, activated by the death of the demon at Malice, has been destroyed." Leon looked at the old man and said, "Lord Alexandra." The old man smiled and said, "Well fought." He retorted, "No, it was all thanks to the power of Grave, not my skills." Leon returned the sword hilt to Alexandra's hand. "Here, the sword your father left behind has saved this whole world. This is the very sword that brought glory to Eugen." The old man lifted it with two hands, admiring its glory. "Huh," he shared with satisfaction. "Sounds really happy. You bet that my father would also be happy to hear the hero say that." On this side, Berger suddenly sprang up. He shouted, "Did I just faint? Did I just sleep unconsciously? Why I should not lie around all over the place like that. I should go to the assembly area." Galan heard the noise, immediately turned to remind him rest. "Berger, it is all over." He looked bewildered, not understanding. Under the moonlight, a deep voice spoke up, echoing in the quiet atmosphere. "As you see this accident, Despair, the one behind the contaminated mineral vein incident, used dark magic to open the gate of the mirror during the chaos, unintentionally created demon swords, and distributed them to everyone. This is truly a plot, calculated carefully by both sects." Alexandra frowned in annoyance. "Because I realized it quite late. So both sects had time to cooperate and execute their plan well, making me unable to think of a measure to handle it in time. I have destroyed all the evils here, but I heard that the people at the border accidentally let them escape, just fearing the worst scenario could happen. That is, the members of the group. Chaos could cross the border. Eugene Gallon. Cursed. Damn it. Those demon swords are deadly dangerous. If they are distributed everywhere, even if we chase after the people who bought those swords, it would take all day. But before we do that, they would have gone to another place already." Followed by a calm answer, making everyone pay attention. "It is okay." Leon curled his lips in a relaxed mood. Anyone looking at his expression found it hard to understand. Under the dark night sky, a simple carriage, moving on a dirt road. Desolate in front was a horse, with glowing red eyes crying out. The driver yanked the reins, urging go. "Hurry up." Then he glanced back to report. "Successful as expected, right?" An ancient sword with a glowing red pupil, surrounded by patterned veins. Behind a guy sat coldly radiating killing intent. Beside him there was also a guard. The driver continued speaking. "We are heading towards the desert of the western continent." Inside, a voice echoed out, "Desert, huh? But that place is very hot." He explained, "That place will be very hot, thanks to that we have an advantage. Take this pile of toys there to trigger a war." Currently, the western continent is in a chaotic civilization state, where indigenous nomads, beastmen, and many other groups conflict with each other, leading to contradictions. If we distribute them there, how interesting would it be? A shout responded. "The mad emperor of the empire is still fine, but I have support in that area." That guy agreed. "You are right, to the desert we go." Suddenly, a familiar pair of legs appeared, catching their attention. A questioning voice rang out. "Wait, what is that?" The guy next to him whispered suspiciously. "Is it that person?" The figure standing hidden behind the darkness, with a fluttering cloak aiming straight this way. Elahan held a mace in her hand, frowning in annoyance. The group on the carriage shouted, "She is coming here." How thrilling. Enveloping Elahan were blinding lightning bolts. She raised her voice, "Because of you people, that I could not meet the hero." Right after that, Elahan swung the mace up, ready to strike down. She leaped forward, trailing a powerful pillar of energy behind. In a split second, Elahan closed in on them. She growled, "Die." Those guys widened their eyes in panic, not understanding what was happening. Wasting no time, Elahan roared, launching an attack. The large, full round moon illuminated the dark night sky onto the cliff below. A blood-stained mask lay rolling in a corner. A vague cloud of dust flew through the air. Elahan and Khan stood observing the remnants of the battle. She held the sword horizontally in her hand, using force to bend it. After a while, it shattered into many pieces and fell, scattered on the ground. Elahan spoke up with this, and the sword hilt remaining in her hand turned black like ash and gradually vanished. She continued, done. These guys all came from Malice, huh? I was instructed to stay in the Paran Desert, awaiting action. Khan suddenly spoke up, asking for an opinion. Kill them. She nodded, and replied, that is the prophecy of God. He looked at Elahan's strand of hair, standing straight up, wondering, is that an antenna? She shared, since I have completed my mission. Elahan smiled excitedly. So now I can go meet Lord Leon. Belonging to Area 1 of Eugen, inside the church. Berger, coldly interrogated. You cut off my hand. Leon hurriedly waved his hand, explaining that matter. Bach also chimed in. Not only that, but you betrayed me similarly. He continued, and severed my limbs. All three leaned in close to Leon, snorting coldly. Then they said in unison, good. Bach and Berger happily raised their hands high. In the air echoed sounds of praise. Leon wiped out that damn giant spider. Thanks to Leon, Bach draped his arm around his shoulder and spoke. If not for you, we would probably be dead. Let us go eat, hero. The church pays, so eat freely. Karen observed them chatting from beginning to end. Her two cheeks suddenly blushed. Karen looked closely at his side profile. Leon slightly curled his lips, smiling. Her pupils trembled with a crush. Then Karen moved down to the moving lips. She recalled the scene of them touching her forehead. Drool oozed out unknowingly. Karen suddenly snapped out of the memory. She put her hands on her face, reminding herself. Crazy, I am thinking. What the hell? After the greeting, they gathered to eat and drink lavishly. Karen and Leon sat together in a corner. He graciously brought food to her front on the other side. Elara put her hand on her chin, observing, and said, oh, she is so beautiful. Facey beside her agreed. Standard, she is exactly my type. I am not kidding. Plus, she is rank A. She continued. I heard that the clumsy guy next to her is only rank B. Only she nodded. Right in this expedition. He is the only rank B person. Facey looked at the two, chatting happily with some curiosity. Why does she only aim low and hang around him like that? Should we go over to greet and invite her to join our group? Alara responded. Excitedly. Sounds good. Is her name Karen? Alexandra suddenly leaned in close, interrupting their story. Can you do it? They startled, turned back, and shouted in unison, Lord Alexandra. Facey broke out in a cold sweat, answering, we can. Alara froze and asked again. No. The old man lowered his voice. Sharing Lord Alexandra is an S-rank assassin. The two girls panicked and screamed, S-rank. While chatting happily, a call caught Leon's attention. Lord Leon. Alexandra walked over, raising a hand to greet. He replied, Lord Alexandra. Scene change. Faint light from somewhere shone through the cracks of the simple wooden door, reflecting a long streak on the moss-green patterned carpet. Inside the room, Karen and Leon gathered to observe some object. Leon spoke up. Impossible. Beside him, Karen was a bit confused. This is, on the red cloth, was a shiny metal protective bracelet and a pair of curved sickles. She exclaimed, Eugen weapons. Alexandra, sitting in the middle, nodded, introducing. These are Eugen weapons, crafted in Area 1. Suddenly, a glaring light radiated, making Leon and the old man use their hands to cover their eyes. Karen asked with glittering eyes, are you planning to give me these things? Alexandra winked, not denying spot on. She shared excitedly. Eugen weapons are at least equivalent to the price of a castle. That is something every warrior wants to own, once in their life. Moreover, it is crafted in Area 1. The old man held up two fingers and continued. There are two for you, Karen. The old man bent down to put the silver bracelet on Leon's hand. Alexandra exhaled. Here knew it would fit. He read its name. Eugen weapon number 100. Sun shield. He lifted it to admire. This is a shield. Alexandra reminded Leon. Try applying aura into it. From his hand a stream of power enveloped, creating a sturdy shield. Leon exclaimed a sound. The old man explained slowly. This is a shield only for those with aura, belonging to the sun classification to use, using mithril plates as a base to combine with veins. Orichalcum. So it only reacts to a specific aura attribute. If you use more aura into it, the shield will be brighter, or it can burn anything that touches it. He sincerely expressed, thank you very much. Actually, I am also in great need of a shield that can block attacks. Alexandra continued. I am glad you like it. Initially I planned to give you the hero sword grave, while confiding in peace with you like this. Saying that, the old man smiled and turned to another direction. Miss Karen. She looked at Alexandra, whispering. Yes. The old man lowered his voice. This is Eugen. Weapon number 139. Crescent moon. And weapon number 212. Black moon. Karen held it in her hand, comparing both sides. Crescent moon and black moon. Alexandra calmly guided how to use. If you apply aura into crescent moon, its size and sharpness will increase. The old man continued. And black moon is like grave. We'll change with the aura source. Try it, Karen agreed. Okay. Suddenly there was a knock on the door from outside, making Alexandra pause. Then he spoke up. Come in. The person standing behind the door, after hearing the invitation, slowly opened it. A looming figure gradually appeared. The old man looked at the person opposite with some surprise. Karen glanced over in confusion to observe. Elahan called hero. Leon heard, but did not respond. She placed her hand on her chest, eyes glittering, introducing herself. I am Elahan. I have wanted to meet you very much. Alexandra suddenly tensed up, shouting, Saint, Saintess. Beside him, Karen also broke out in a sweat, asking in panic. She is the Saintess. In the room, all eyes turned towards Elahan, belonging to Area 1 of Eugen of the Church. She clasped her hands in front of her chest, not speaking further. Elahan glittering intoxicatedly, gazing at the figure in front. Then Leon walked over, reaching out to greet. It is a pleasure to meet you here. I am Leon. Her cheeks suddenly blushed. Elahan thought to herself, Lord Leon. He is exactly like the person I saw in my dream. No, he is even more beautiful than in the dream. Little sun, although his light is a bit weak. But that is the light. Always shining bright, and never extinguished. Although it is a self-igniting light that needs no care. And no matter how deep it sinks into darkness, that light will still flash. This person is definitely the true hero, for me to serve. Elahan looked down and asked in a low voice, Do you want to shake hands? I did not expect you to ask that. He nodded and replied, Yes. Receiving the answer, Elahan did not hesitate to reach out with both hands to hold tight. She said thank you. Leon laughed awkwardly at Elahan's action. She rubbed his hand, feeling it, and then spoke up. These wounds. Elahan raised it up and continued. Is it because you practice swordsmanship every day? Why are these rough hands, where blisters have burst, then healed themselves again, one part after another? He wondered. So Elahan admired, truly amazing. Leon shyly mentioned Saintess Karen. Witnessing this series of actions became so angry that veins popped out on her face. Unable to hold back anymore, she ran over to separate the two. Wait, what are you suddenly doing? Saintess or whatever divine being. You look like you are groping someone else's hand. Immediately after that, Elahan reached up and grabbed Karen's wrist. She asked unhappily, Who are you? Elahan continued to use strength to squeeze harder. Karen frowned, not understanding what she wanted to do. She and Elahan stood facing each other. Inside each person was a hidden fire, slowly surging up. Seeing the tense situation, Leon intervened calmly without hesitation. Karen confidently spoke up. My name is Karen, the first teammate of the hero. Leon received the answer. Elahan mumbled first teammate. Seeing her expression, Karen smiled, thinking so what? Very jealous. Right. So what if you are a saintess? Cannot compare to my first position. Elahan's two eyes were teary. Hot tears streamed down. She was startled, did not think the next development would be like that. Karen was curious. Crying, just because of that you are crying. Next, Elahan reached both hands forward. She hugged Karen tightly, sobbing pitifully. Karen blushed and stammered. You make Elahan tremblingly speak. It was very difficult, right? She stiffened for a moment. Elahan continued. It is okay. You are amazing. The sun always shines through the darkness. Every dead end will have a way out. She gently stroked and comforted Karen. Old memories flooded back. Little Karen stood alone in a dark space. She slumped down in the corner of the wall, surrounded by arms reaching out, as if wanting to catch Karen. The next sentence of Elahan helped her cut off the negative train of thought. Thank you for helping him, Elahan whispered to reassure. The goddess always watches over and protects us. Realizing her heart, Karen calmed down. Thank you for encouraging me. This is the first time I have heard such nice words from someone else. She gently placed her hand on Elahan's shoulder. The saintess is truly as expected. So moving. Then Karen seriously declared, but I do not want anyone to compensate for my life, or the wounds I have experienced. If there really is a way out, I will find it myself. Elahan's two eyes widened. Is that so? She nodded and leaned in close to whisper. Honestly, I think I have also captured half of it. Elahan repeated half. She turned her head to look in another direction, asking, What do you mean? Suddenly getting attention, Leon was a bit shy. Karen covered her mouth and casually uttered, Maybe not. Huh. Maybe saying half is a bit of an exaggeration. Knowing she was provoking her, Elahan lowered her eyes and said in a deep voice, I think we will get along well, big sister. Karen's expression was similar. She replied, Really? What a coincidence. I think so too. Suddenly, as if discovering something, Karen interrupted. Wait a minute. She glared at Elahan, interrogating, Why am I the big sister? She confidently shared, Because I am definitely younger, of course. Karen was so annoyed she saw stars. She gritted her teeth and hissed, Definitely, how old are you? Without hesitation, Elahan opened her mouth. This year I will hold my coming-of-age ceremony. Karen got close to confront. Oh my, really, almost. I called you big sister already. You look so much older than your age. She mocked. Nice to meet you, little sister. Elahan did not mind playing along. Yes, big sister. Leon looked at their expressions and sighed with relief. So glad they became friends so quickly. Alexandra gaped, unable to speak. A word. The old man looked at him, thinking, idiot. Elsid curled his lips, concluding, looks like the days ahead will be less boring. It will be very interesting, just wait and see. Under the glaring sunlight, Elahan raised one hand to shield, and called Sir Leon. Over here he was sitting next to Karen. Hearing the call, immediately turned to Karen, exclaiming, I hate this heat. Elahan excitedly shouted, this is the desert. The desert, the largest desert of the West. She observed the surrounding landscape, and said with interest, flying over the desert in a private hot air balloon. Truly like a dream. Elahan leaned over to catch the wind. Sharing, I have seen these in books a few times already. I can see snow at the main cathedral. Leon suddenly asked, did you want to see the desert that much? You look so happy. Elahan did not hesitate to speak, of course. But the best part is, I get to become your teammate. Sir Leon. Rewinding time. Alexandra brought a small, yellow block in front of Leon. The old man said, Leon, this is the rank. A medal. He held it in his hand, caressing it, then whispered, finally. I have reached rank A. Right after that, Alexandra was a bit awkward. Hurriedly interrupted I. Apologize for giving the rank a medal to the hero. This is a technical glitch. Leon waved his hand, laughing to reassure the old man. It is okay. Rank A is great enough for me. Thank you. Leon examined the medal, telling himself, this is enough. Elsid suddenly mocked, teasingly. What? A loser, who never reached master level, but has been promoted to rank A. Huh, this is definitely a system glitch at most. You are only rank B. Elahan, silent until now, spoke the thoughts in her heart. But, Sir Leon, why do you have to hide your identity? You can let me escort you when we are outside. I want to let this whole world know. He awkwardly scratched his head, explaining, now is not the time for me to reveal my hero identity, you know. And I know the evil side is still plotting something, but they still do not know who I am, so I do not want to mess this up, like a disguise type of thing. She nodded in agreement, very thoughtful thinking, indeed different from the average hero. No, I should call him Sir Leon. After Leon's presentation, Alexandra changed direction, calling Saintus. Elahan turned back, a bit curious. I get one too. She held a badge similar to his. In her hand, only difference was the letter B carved in the corner. Elahan satisfied. This is a rank B adventurer. The old man slowly spoke. Because of your special status. So I will call you by another alias, which is Ella. Also because of information from the system. You are rank B, not rank A. Is that okay? Without thinking, she agreed immediately. Yes, wonderful. It seemed Elahan also understood something. She secretly speculated that is the reason. The reason why the hero, no. Sir Leon is disguising. That is seriously cool. She clutched the badge excitedly. Just thinking about it makes me happy. I really want to disguise myself too. She took every moment to ask Leon immediately. Sir Leon, he did not quite understand, and replied, what is it? Elahan clapped her hands together, eyes sparkling. She asked, where do we go next? Four people looked at each other waiting for the answer, covered by an awkward atmosphere. Leon stammered, where should we go next? Karen initiated what is wrong. Leon, nothing appeared like last time, like the mission. He was honest, not at all. Elahan, how about your side? She was similar. Me too. I did not receive any information at all. Seeing them confused, Alexandra slammed his hand on the table, proposing an idea. So I have prepared everything for you all. Three people sweat, dropping intently, waiting for the old man to continue. Alexandra skimmed through the pile of documents on the table, offering choices. Peacekeeping mission for the Empire. Suppressing pirates in the Eastern Strait. Resolving disputes in the largest Western Desert. Choose one of the three jobs above. Leon picked up a sheet to study Empire, referring to the glider Empire. A silhouette appeared in Leon's mind, deep in thought. Where Lion lives, the old man narrated. We received their request, but I do not recommend that mission much. He suddenly exclaimed. Huh. Alexandra continued, regarding location. That place is quite near here. But since the current emperor ascended the throne, the empire has suffered economic recession. The nobles have become aggressive, and keep liking to fight everywhere, with their own private armies. So there is a high possibility of civil war, because they fight each other ceaselessly. This issue is a political one, so, Karen raised her hand, interrupting I. Do not recommend the Eastern Strait much. She stated the reason. No way, it is too far. To get there we have to travel. over half the continent after eliminating 2 options. Leon held the last one in his hand, so only resolving disputes. In the largest western desert remains all right. Let's go. A voice echoed, cutting off the memory stream. We arrived. The hot air balloon pilot reminded. Here it is. They cheered happily. Great. Let us go down from here. Leon waved to him thanks. The pilot gave a thumbs up, replying, good luck to you all. 3 people gently landed on a quiet desert area. Karen observed the surroundings once, assessing because the climate conditions are a bit harsh, so flying would be very dangerous. We never know when there will be a sandstorm. Leon proposed a solution, so from now on, we have to walk. Suddenly, Elahan cried out, making her and him turn back. Elahan enjoyed running and jumping on the sand. She cheered. Look, the sand is so fine. Elahan continuously stomped her feet down hard. My footprints are imprinted here. Karen was helpless. Whispered, she is too innocent. What is good about the desert? Hot and exhausting to death. Leon was silent, giving no opinion. After a while, looking at the vast desert, Leon revealed. But you know, Karen, where do we go next? Seeing the two confused, Elahan reached out over here. Karen replied, I do not know. She summoned her power, calling out the mace. Seeing the strange action, Leon called out Saintess. Elahan used force to thrust it down and shouted, please guide us. Leon was a bit stunned. What is that, Elahan? Did you get some information? Karen was stunned, and mumbled in the end. After the performance, the mace stood vertically, emitting lightning bolts. Beside was Elahan with round eyes. Time continued to pass and nothing happened yet. The mace wobbled to the sides as if about to fall. Swaying for a while, it rolled onto the sand. Elahan squatted down, pointing in a direction. She confidently said, this way, let's go. Karen and Leon were shocked with mouths open. Say what? His mouth twitched slightly, wondering, is this called prophecy? Elahan did not mind sharing immediately. Of course, this is the blessing the fairies gave us, helping us find the right direction. Karen spoke up, breaking the daydream. No matter what, it looks more like luck. She was startled and reminded Karen, that is disrespectful. Finally, Leon's group decided to listen to Elahan. Let's hit the road. She and Karen used speed to dash forward. Elahan discovered something unusual. Immediately reporting, Sir Leon, over there, a hazy dust cloud is rushing towards this direction. He stated his guess sandstorm. In the dusty wind, a circular object gradually appeared. Karen widened her eyes. No, she said loudly. That is, 3 creatures with similar shapes were slithering fast towards their position. She concluded sandworms. A towering rocky cliff, massive, appeared amidst the desert scenery, or the arid land, tinged with orange-yellow, under the gentle sunlight of the sky. Suddenly, a dark tornado violently swallowed the body of that warrior, only revealing a boot and a glimpse of a cold sword blade, just like the soul of that person was being dragged by some dark force down to the abyss. That person's hand trembled, reaching out, as if still trying to seek life. After a while of being sucked of oxygen, the originally fair skin turned into a dull gray. The body and skin of the warrior gradually wrinkled. Hollow eyes bulged out and then lost life. Using up all the value, the mysterious person threw the corpse straight down to the ground. A face like a demon revealed itself. He growled, more life, more go on. High above, a group of people observed the whole process. One of them spoke up. Undead, a living entity, just like the Grim Reaper. He continued, successfully summoned the Dark Pharaoh. The person next to him continued. The existence of the Grim Reaper will definitely not escape the eyes of that goddess hag. They continued the story. This will also make the nomads in the large desert and the beasts suspect each other. Then they will tear each other apart, leading to war breaking out. Truly a perfect plan. But one guy realized a problem. The slayers of the goddess are approaching here. The person nearby whispered, fighting the saintess is too early. Leave this place to that guy. Our job now is to split up. They clenched their hands, determined, swearing to the Grim Reaper, the strongest monster created by malice. My reputation will be raised to a new height, and destroy this entire vast desert area. Then he opened his mouth. Bro, wish you success. After speaking, they split up to scatter, shouting, run in different directions, dismiss. Back to Leon's place. He and Karen were looking up at the figure flashing. Overhead, Elahan was not afraid, gripping the mace in her hand, ready to launch an attack. 3 sandworms with undiminished speed were still plowing the ground, closing in on the 3 people. With the giant spiky mace in hand, she swung a critical hit, radiating a bright white electric energy stream, making its body shatter into many pieces. Blood of the sandworm scattered everywhere from start to finish. Leon and Karen did not have to lift a finger. Countless purple-black fragments continued to fly, splashing all over the barren land. Witnessing this scene, she and he were just stunned. commenting just with one hit. Elsid leisurely whistled. Hundreds of years have passed. This person is still the one that Malice must be wary of, not daring to fight. If their position is exposed, their forces will immediately retreat. No need to think. She took down those monsters with just one hit. Looking at the dirty bodies of the two, Ilahan shouted a sound. She said, with some guilt, I am sorry. I did not fulfill my duty properly. I will wash clothes for everyone. Please give me even your underwear to wash. Karen widened her eyes, pointing her finger, reminding Ilahan, what are you saying? No need to wash up to the underwear. Leon smiled awkwardly, pretending to be fine. It is fine. Let me handle it. Suddenly the symbol on his hand glowed. Elahan's eyes collided with that transformation. She was curious, that is. From there, Leon pulled out the sword. She shouted, Holy sword! Leon held it, bringing it close to her. Not denying. That is right. It is the one. Ilahan admired and praised. I did not expect to see it in real life. Elsid's face, covered in popping veins, growled. Wait. He was so annoyed. Hey idiot, you introduced me like that, huh? Elsid scolded the damned disciple. Leon raised the sword high, summoning purification power. A blinding light enveloped it in a split second. He smiled and asked, how is it? Karen exclaimed a sentence so freaking cool. Elahan placed 2 hands on her chest, 2 cheeks blushing, sharing purification. It is bright and warm, just like the feeling granted by the light of the goddess herself. Can I ask for more? Can you do it again for me? Leon did not hesitate to nod. Sure. Elsid rushed over to pull his hair. What do you mean? Sure, huh? This damn bastard. As if realizing something unusual, Karen spoke up. But there is something strange. Elahan confused. What do you mean? She narrowed her eyes, assessing. Sandworms do not live in packs. Large monsters will not gather in one place, because doing so, their food rations will be reduced. Does it not look like they came here, as if they were running away from something? Leon was skeptical. Sandworms running away. Really? Is there a monster strong enough in this desert? Elahan pointed, giving an opinion. Maybe they are running away from humans. Karen retorted. Humans do not catch sandworms. It has no benefit at all. She made a decision. We will go check and find out the truth. Go in the direction those sandworms came from. And Leon and Elahan agreed. Okay. Scene change. Khan grimaced, screaming, she is gone. Alexandra did not know who the guy was. Immediately asked the attendant of the Saintess, rewinding time. The person in front called Cardinal. He gestured towards the door, reporting. Out there is a rather suspicious guy, just standing there since yesterday. The old man followed the hand, glancing down to observe. Khan sat alone in a corner at the gate, as if waiting for someone. Currently, he clenched his fist, gritting his teeth, hissing. She left without saying a word beforehand. I have not eaten anything for the past few days, damn it. Afterwards, Khan calmed down, wondering where did she go. Alexandra bluntly refused the request. I am sorry, but I cannot reveal it. Then the old man slammed the door as if chasing away a guest goodbye. The guy was a bit in disbelief. Khan stood there sluggishly for a while. After regaining his senses, he screamed, Saintess, just you wait, I will find you. As if telepathically connected on this side. Elahan put a hand up to dig in her ear. She mumbled, why is my ear so itchy? Leon immediately asked, are you okay, Elahan? She nodded, reassuring nothing. Everyone landed, concluding nothing here. In front of the 3 people was a quiet, empty space. Karen crouched down, checking. No traces left, I am sure it was here. The sandwind is strong, so it is completely different. That thing left 2 hours ago. A voice cut off her action. Karen, let us stop chasing here. Now let us go around here to gather more information. In the distance, suddenly a rushing sand smoke was whizzing towards Leon and Karen, looking towards the source of the noise. When the dust layer gradually cleared, they saw a group of people blending in it. Karen speculated. Nomads. He spoke up. Are they the only thing here? She replied, they were kind enough to come here. Then we must treat them well. The group of people wearing mysterious cloaks continued moving forward. Baron Redmond territory. A castle was burning furiously. Echoing in the air were miserable screams. Run. It is the Mobach. One of the group called Mobach spoke up. Kill all those who go to report to the nobles. Burn all the cultivated land too. People panicked, begging for help. Save me, I cannot breathe. He shouted. The nobles tame soldiers like dogs. Do not leave anyone alive. Bring their families out and behead them. An older man bravely stood out to speak his mind. Wait, what did we do wrong that you do this? This is the first successful harvest we achieved in the last 15 years. We were able to harvest crops 3 times more than the last time, but you destroyed it all. He continued, our lord even reduced the tax lower than the neighboring lords. The person next to him agreed. That is right. What did us soldiers do wrong? A sharp sword point aimed straight, cutting off the words. A guy with a scarf covering half his face glanced down. He said coldly, "How dare stupid people like you fill up the noble's warehouse?" Having said that, the guy swung his sword, deciding to kill them. The ill-fated man closed his eyes tight, resigning himself to his fate. Suddenly, there was the sound of rapid footsteps getting closer. The soldiers, who were slaughtering innocent people, were suddenly slashed and finished off by Lion dashing past. Then they collapsed to the ground. He trembled and growled. Who is that golden hair fluttering? Behind was the fire still burning fiercely. He lowered his voice as if ordering, "Where is your leader?" That guy was in pain, trying to hold on. His eyes turned red, looking at Lion with hatred, then answered, "Even if you know, it is useless." Before he could finish his sentence, that masked guy passed out. Before losing consciousness, he only managed to utter, "It is very..." At the corner of the cloak, a white object was exposed. Lion bent down, reaching out his hand. He exhaled as if he had guessed it. "I knew it. A blood-stained white mask." Lion observed it, concluding, "It is definitely you." Rupert walked over, adding his voice, "So the evil ones always use this mask, huh?" He turned to call Rupert. "Have we caught all the criminals yet?" He nodded and replied, Yes, we have killed all the ones in the city. And now we just need to worry about around 100 guys at the city gate." A familiar voice rang out, interrupting, "No need to worry." Chloe tilted her head and smiled. "The city gate is already taken care of." The two people shouted in unison, "Chloe." She walked closer, striking up a conversation. "I returned after completing this mission. Crown Prince Lion was a bit helpless. If you keep saying that, it is no different from teasing me." Still using that tone, Chloe continued teasing. "What are you saying, Crown Prince?" He did not bother arguing, ordering, "Put out the fire." The huge full moon occupied the sky, emitting a pale yellow light, piercing through the fluffy grayish-white clouds. Redmond sincerely knelt down and said, "Thank you, Your Highness Leon. If you had not saved us, the Redmond territory, and the people in the territory, would probably have been devastated by those bandits." Lion calmly replied, "No need to thank me, Lord Redmond." Then he explained, "As a member of the royal family, protecting the vassals of the Empire is the duty and responsibility of mine. We do not want to show off the things that are our duty to do." Redmond bowed his head. "No. Your kindness is immense. Your Highness." Finally Lion spoke up regarding that matter. "We have a proposal." He was confused. "A proposal?" Lion reached out, his hand expressing, "Do you want to become my subordinate?" High above, the sky was clear blue, and white clouds drifted gently. Contrary to down below, the horse followed the command, stomping its heels hard, dust flying everywhere. A group of people ran in a circle surrounding Leon, Karen and Ilahan in the middle. She and he were pensive, as if thinking of a solution. One guy pointed his sharp sword forward and spoke. Stranger Karen lowered her eyes, expressing disappointment. "I heard from some nomads in the desert. The Bequeen tribe treats guests very well. I do not think pointing knives at guests is the right way to welcome." An annoyed guy shouted, "This bitch. Do you know who is in front of you?" The man raised his hand to stop. "Shut up." He lowered his voice. "Whether they are guests or enemies will be known clearly when they answer a few questions right away." Leon confidently spoke up, "Ask away." Not expecting him to behave like that. He was surprised. "You and your teammates are brave." He observed once, not minding, said, "Because that does not matter." Then the mysterious man continued to show authority. "Oh, I really want to try too. But unfortunately, we do not have time. Declare your identities yourselves. For what purpose did you come here?" Elahan put her hand on her chest, calculating identity. She recalled Alexandra's instructions. "From now on, your identity is Adventurer Ella, from the Jugan Kingdom." Elahan nodded. "Yes." Ending the thought, she was a bit dissatisfied. "I wanted to disguise as a villain more. I could act it from Jugan." "I come from Jugan." Elahan clenched her hands, starting to answer. She presented the badge forward, introducing coming from the Holy Church. Atlas took off his hat curiously. Holy Church Rotor did the same. Church. Seeing their vague expressions, Elahan was a bit confused. She held her face in fear. "I said it wrong." Karen helplessly held her forehead. The other side replied, If what you say is the truth, we were truly rude just now, because the situation here is quite serious." Raman appeared. He spoke up. "I am Raman from the Bekan tribe. What is the Holy Church doing here?" Elahan fell onto Karen, asking for opinion. "Karen, what should I do? I accidentally revealed our true identities." She leaned over to reassure. "It is okay, judging by their expressions. They hold the church in quite high regard. It is fine." Leon frankly shared. We came to investigate at the request of the church." "You mean, what does it mean that the situation here is quite serious? Can you be more specific?" Raman glanced around and asked, "Is it that you do not see any shops around here?" "It is quite big," he retorted. "No. You are the first person we have seen since coming here. He nodded, stating the situation. I knew it. For some reason everyone suddenly went missing. Alahan wondered. Missing people, Raman recounted. Maybe everyone will find that people going missing here is quite common. But the strange thing is, how can a person confront a sandstorm for dozens of years, but disappear without a trace in just one night? And it is not just humans. The monster seeds we use for food also decreased sharply. Bodies of both humans and monsters all disappeared without a trace. We are certain there is something wandering around without leaving a trace. Leon grasped the key point, frowning. No trace. Raymond's group retreated. Before leaving, he reminded. That is all we have found. So please be careful. If you follow the direction of the sun for about half a day, you will see Oasis Village. There is a guild branch there, so you can go there to gather more information. Raman bade farewell to the group. Leon sincerely replied, Thank you. After they left, a complaining voice rang out. Truly terrible. Brynhildr offered a thought. This is something the Badwind tribe cannot handle on their own. The sandworms also ran away in fear. The leader of the Badwind tribe is rank A, so it is very difficult for him to defeat it. If we cannot stop the undetectable threat, then a war will break out in this desert. Elahan was stunned. War, she explained more thoroughly. Yeah, the Waraman tribe lives in the upper part of the desert, and nomads live in the lower part. Their relationship is not good. The desert expands every year. For that reason, nomads often invade Waraman territory. If both tribes lack food and water, while they dislike each other from the start, war will happen to solve this problem. Thinking for a moment, Leon spoke up. Then he curled his lips, suggesting we have work to do. Let us prevent the war. Leon shouted. Let's go to Oasis Village. Under the glaring sun in the middle of the arid desert, a voice rang out. Look over there. Leon pointed in a direction, saying, I think we arrived. A lush green oasis suddenly appeared, with water sparkling like silver, surrounded by rows of palms, dense and towering rocks. He shouted. Arrived at Oasis Village. Whoa! The three people walked on the stone bridge, exclaiming, Oh, is there really a village in the middle of the desert? Karen looked around wondering. But why is no one here? Suddenly a loud noise broke out, making him jump back. Then Leon explained, Maybe they are doing something. Let's go see. The glaring sunlight was filtered by the palm leaves, large and filtering, creating a cool and peaceful resting moment. Looking at the crowd ahead, he spoke up. So crowded here. Elahan led the group, trying to squeeze a bit to get inside. She was shy. Sorry, please excuse me. The three people were squeezed together into a pile, observing the thing in front. All three were stunned. Leon was attracted by it. Not stopping at the oasis, a large rectangular white stone structure was erected right in the middle of the sparkling water. On it were two small figures, standing opposite each other as if preparing to fight. Leon speculated, a duel, huh? Observing Jaha, he felt a bit familiar. That outfit is from the Bee Queen tribe. He raised his hand, asking the opponent, ready yet? Leon shifted focus to the pure white tail, continuing. The other person is the long tail, wagging excitedly. Hati confidently replied, Of course. He identified Beastkin, having said that. Jaha roared, Long time no see, daughter of the wolf tribe. Hati I, Jaha, am the blade of the Bee Queen tribe, and also the warrior, ranked third among the Birik warriors. Whoever wins will gain ownership of the border grassland. She curled her lips mockingly. Funny joke. Really hilarious. Although shorter by a head, Hati was not at a disadvantage at all. She criticized, You look really pathetic, honestly. Jaha did not expect Hati to say that. He clenched his hands, frowning. Jaha angrily drew his sword, declaring, I will finish you, with just one strike. Standing outside, Leon broke into a cold sweat. Just as I thought. Their relationship is not good at all. Elahan analyzed. Perhaps they are fighting to gain the right to use the grassland. It might be better if they negotiated. Karen nodded in agreement. Yeah, all brawn and no brains. Elsid, silent until now, put his hand on his chin, pondering. That Beastkin girl looks so familiar. Do I know her? Leon glanced over, reminding what? Do not say you know her, that worries me a lot. Elsid was silent for a long time before continuing. Seems like when there was a big sandstorm, while I was passing through the desert. Then Elsid dared not continue. Leon seemed to realize. He shouted, You are a demon sword. What did you do wrong again? He changed the subject. Just hide. Beastkin do not have long lifespans. If the person I knew is still alive, then that person must surely be a living ancestor. A loud noise rang out, attracting the attention of the two. In the arena, Jaha threw a punch. Hati nimbly dodged the attack. The audience shouted. It started. She gained momentum, flipping in the air next. Hati extended her claws, the whole hand sharp, aiming straight for Jaha's head. Her feet landed powerfully, causing the ground to crumble. He put his sword out to block the attack. Jaha gritted his teeth glaring at Hati. Then he used force to push her back, widening the distance. Dug her claws down, scratching a line to stabilize her body. On the stands buzzed with whispers of admiration. Both of them are too amazing. I could not even see it in time. Too wonderful, she said determinedly. 5 years have passed. Ha, I have no intention of losing to you. Jaha coldly walked closer, lowering his voice. Only 4 years and 8 months. That loss I do not accept. Then Jaha firmly stated the result. This time I will definitely get that land. I will not lose. He muttered as if telling himself. I have no pride left. Jaha jumped straight forward, shouting, I am coming. Opposite Hati did the same. She warned, I am coming too. Standing before that powerful stomp, Hati still kept a surprisingly calm look. Opposite Jaha immediately drew a sword, swinging a lightning-fast counterattack. In a corner somewhere, a long gun barrel stuck out, aiming. Right after that, the person holding it pulled the trigger without hesitation. Leon, with keen intuition, immediately realized the problem. He was startled and shouted, ah! In the match, Jaha seemed to be at a disadvantage. He thought to himself, damn, I am being pushed back. Ah, at this rate. Seeing his expression, she became even more confident. Jaha, it is over. After saying that, a needle shot straight into her arm. Hati was reaching out, suddenly froze, turning around. Her face was covered in a layer of sweat from tension. The hand with sharp claws trembled. Unable to act according to will, Hati whispered, what is this? My hand taking advantage of her distraction on the other side. Jaha seized the opportunity. He swung his sword, aiming straight at the position. Hati was preparing to strike. She was helpless, could only stand rooted to the spot, looking out. Rushed over, he said coldly. Sorry, but I am ending this. The powerful sword flash tore through the space, heavily chopping down. Outside the stands, the people present shouted, is it decided already? Leon saw that things were not simple. He asked Karen quietly, do you see anything? She shared the same thought as him. Karen nodded vigilantly. Inside the arena, Jaha was angry, gritting his teeth. That,